Nearly 2 years ago, his fate was sealed. An incurable condition had marked the end of his days. His only escape was a virtual world he played endlessly. After 2 years, his final moments had arrived. But he had one last wish, to conquer the game one final time. He began anew, designing a special character. But true genius always comes at a cost. Every powerful trait required a debilitating flaw in return. He chose 2 incredible gifts, and in return, his character would face a numbered existence. A fate he knew all too well. The moment he finished customizing, the world dissolved around him. He was being pulled into the screen. No warning, no loading screen, just transported directly into the game itself. He awoke in a luxurious chamber, feeling confused and completely disoriented. A familiar yet unsettling feeling guided him to a mirror, where a chilling realization began to dawn. Had he become the game's most tragic figure? In this world, they called him Knox. His full name was Knox von Reinher, a scion of the third great house of Lunatic. This was a family deeply connected to the world's most feared organization, Lunatic. He was the youngest of 5 siblings in the esteemed Reinher house. His lineage was famed for producing masters of magic and swordplay, yet Knox was the exception, born without a single talent. This perceived injustice filled our boy with a deep resentment toward the world. Desperate for power, he forged a forbidden pact, sealing his fate as the story's greatest villain. Our hero was stunned. He'd become Knox, a mere 14-year-old. Could this truly be reality? His element was darkness. He checked his stats, feeling a brief glimmer of hope, until he saw his stamina was only level 2. Then he scrolled down to his negative traits. Void revelation, a numbered existence, the curse of the weak, and frequent sickness, which made his hands and feet feel cold. His breath caught. This was the flawed character he himself had just designed. He'd escaped his fate in one world, only to find it waiting for him here. This time he only had 1 year. Why would he choose such a trait? The memory slowly returned to him. He remembered his final moments, alone, wanting to create a character who understood his journey. He never dreamed he would become that very character. Suddenly, a system notification chimed. A single unread mail waited for him. He opened it without a second thought. The message addressed him by 2 names, his real one, Chan, and his new one, Knox. Someone in this world knew who he truly was. Yu Chan. A name from a life with parents he couldn't even remember. He fell into deep thought. Whoever brought him here, they knew the secrets of his forgotten past. The message was cryptic. You may not remember me, but you have done well these past 2 years. You've earned your place here. Welcome back to the game. The words echoed in his mind. Welcome back? Our hero wondered if this meant his old world was gone forever, and that this place was his new, permanent reality. The messenger offered no name, only guidance. He was advised to enroll in the prestigious Eldane Academy. From there, he must grow stronger and follow the main story as closely as he could. Only by doing so would the full truth of his situation be unveiled. His mind reeled, trying to process it all. He remembered his new identity, the final boss of the game, Lunatic. Yet, he was told to follow the main storyline, a path that always led to the villain's downfall. But if this world was his new reality, he couldn't just give up. His lost memories were too important. He forged a new resolve, his eyes glinting with determination. He would stick to the story, reclaim his past, and above all else, he would survive. If survival required him to embrace the role of a true villain, then he would walk that dark path without hesitation. When he thought about it, his situation hadn't truly changed. 2 years ago, he'd lost his memories and faced a ticking clock. Every passing moment was a step towards the inevitable end, a constant reminder of his fragile existence. The only difference now? He was in a world he knew better than anyone. He asks the system for the date, February 4th, 1812. The year sends a chill down his spine. He's running out of time. Why wait? It's time to begin his 28th attempt. As he reaches for the door, a sharp pain shoots through his wrist. A system window flashes. One of his negative traits has activated. The effect of constant illness. Wrist inflammation, level 1. The system advises him to rest, which only fuels his frustration. He scoffs. What is with this body? How can it be so fragile? Lost in thought, he bumps right into a young housemaid. She tumbles to the ground, immediately begging the young master for forgiveness. He tries to place her face. Her brown hair and orange eyes seem familiar. Could this be Rona? She pleads, certain she's committed a grave offense. All he can recall is that she used to talk behind Knox's back. That's the only memory. It's hard to believe this innocent-looking girl would gossip about him. Even for a villain like Knox, he decides to forgive her, but warns her not to repeat the mistake. For a moment, he forgets the role he's playing and offers her a genuine smile. But the realization hits him. He's supposed to be unhinged. The smile fades as he ponders this new life. The maid timidly asks, "Young master, where are you going so early?" "To the practice hall," he answers. The nearby servants freeze in shock. He then tells Rona to follow him. Rona is thrilled, but a flicker of fear crosses her face. Was she about to become her master's punching bag? As they walk, Knox reflects on his current predicament. After experiencing his end once, he's determined not to go through it again. To survive, he must master this world quickly. But he has an edge. With 27 playthroughs, he knows all the game's hidden secrets. He glances at the status window, checking the game's details. Inner lunatic. The system describes a world torn by a war between angels, demons, and the Empire. The game is famous for its endless customizations, allowing for countless different playstyles. While players can have many lower-ranked traits, like ordinary and talented, they are typically limited to a single genius trait. Our hero smirks. A genius trait lets you easily reach the top of your field, and he somehow has 2 of them. He's aware of the game's trait penalties, which trigger when a character is given more power than they can handle. But by exploiting a flaw in the system, he managed to acquire 2 genius traits, swordsmanship genius and combat genius. These skills grant him unmatched talent with a blade and a path to ultimate sword mastery. On top of that, he possesses mana sensitivity genius, enhancing his magic detection and spellcasting. Knox knows there are even more powerful traits to be found. As the main character, he has the unique ability to view the status windows of others. He also has a trait called Master of Acting, allowing him to pull off any persona convincingly, a skill that will be vital for his survival. Another is Steel Mentality. When activated, it lets him stay perfectly calm under pressure. The real problem, however, lies in his negative traits. The worst of them all is terminally ill, but that's just the beginning of his worries. He finds the irony amusing. He's practically a walking hospital. The system adds that due to cold hands and feet, entering icy regions is nearly impossible without a warming skill. Worse, the frequent sickness trait means he'll collapse from illness at least once every chapter. He sighs, steeling his resolve. He has no choice but to face these challenges one by one. Rona suddenly stops. "We've arrived." She hesitates, asking if he truly intends to go inside. The young master says nothing and opens the door. A new notification pops up. Curse of the Week. It's a curse placed on him at birth, reducing his growth by 50% and doubling his vulnerability to enemy attacks. His purpose becomes crystal clear. Before anything else, he must find a way to break the curse of the week. In the silence of the training hall, a single thought consumed him. No matter how he looked at it, the conclusion was always the same. He was doomed. After just 10 swings, his body gave out, crashing to the floor. This was his limit. He never knew the curse of the week would be this devastating. Pushing himself up, his eyes landed on a vast collection of weapons. A system window appeared. Begin with the sword. It is the path of the Reinher family. The system continued, explaining the history of the Reinher lineage. They were known by a fearsome title, the High House of the Blade and Darkness. a name earned by channeling shadows into their steel to vanquish their foes. This power came from a legendary weapon, the tyrannical Blade of Darkness, passed from one family head to the next, a sacred tradition that continued even now. What did any of that matter to him? Besides swordplay, nobility offered one huge advantage: wealth. Knox understood money's true power, and for the first time he was thrilled to have it. The Reinher family was one of the most powerful houses, which meant they were absurdly rich. Even as the useless youngest son, he had enough to live in luxury forever. His father, Talia, probably wouldn't care how he spent a single coin, but Knox was no longer the type to foolishly waste his advantages. He decided to use every resource he had, all of it, until Rona brought him what he'd asked for. He just hoped she wouldn't refuse his bizarre request. A few minutes earlier, Rona had approached with a wooden sword and a towel. She'd handed them over, confused. Then he checked if they were alone and beckoned her closer. She flinched, thinking he might strike her, but he quickly calmed her fears. He whispered his secret plan, and Rona stared back, completely stunned. "That's the most ridiculous idea ever," she declared. He just told her to get it done. She agreed, but warned him not to yell again before running off, muttering that he hadn't changed at all. Now, alone again, he wondered how fast she'd be. It should arrive by tomorrow. He drank the tea she left, thinking about the curse and his pathetic lack of stamina. He never imagined the burden would be this crushing. Suddenly, the head butler, Robel, entered the hall, his polite greeting startling our boy. A system alert flashed. Robel was a key manager of the estate, not someone to be taken lightly. He was also the trusted advisor to Knox's father, the family head, Talia. This was a problem his father never paid him any mind. Had Robel sensed that something was off? Knox knew exactly how he needed to act. "Why are you here?" Knox asked, his voice laced with arrogance. "Shouldn't you be with my father?" Instantly, he activated his trait, Master of Acting. Robel bowed slightly. "I am here on the master's orders. He has a message. You are to attend this evening's dinner." The words left our boy completely baffled. Dinner, it was so strange. "Are you joking?" He scoffed at Robel. A sudden summons from his father was unheard of. Knox flatly refused the invitation. The butler didn't even blink at the refusal. Robel calmly explained, "A guest from the Styliner family is here for training. Your absence would displease the master." And in that moment, our boy understood this wasn't a request. It was an order. Robel's eyes narrowed. "You seem different today, young master." Our boy tensed, wondering what he meant. The butler clarified, "You've never entered the training hall before." "What?" he asked calmly. Brought about this sudden change. Annoyed, our boy's voice turned sharp. "Do not overstep your bounds, butler." His actions were his own, and his reasons were none of the butler's concern. He was the master of his own choices. Robel simply bowed, offering a hollow apology. As Knox walked away, a single thought remained. Had the butler suspected a thing? But in the shadows, the butler made a choice. He would report this incident directly to the family head. Knox never expected such a tense encounter with the head butler. A seed of anxiety began to sprout. What could this mean for his plans? He glanced back, half expecting to see watchful eyes following him. Shaking off the unease, his thoughts drifted to the young lady from the Styliner family. What was her true purpose here? That night, the grand dining hall felt like a lion's den. The moment he entered, the attacks began. One of his brothers called him a fool, scoffing that he had the nerve to show his face. "Well, so much for a pleasant dinner," he sneered. The taunts continued, led by the twin brothers Hartz and Allen. Their venomous words showed no restraint. "I never imagined I'd see you here again," one of them spat. Honestly, it's still hard to believe. Their gossip was loud and cruel, labeling him a hopeless case. Through it all, Knox remained silent, thinking, "I haven't even done anything yet." Suddenly, the doors swung open. "It seems everyone is present," his father announced coolly. Knox's eyes locked onto him. There he is. That was the man who fathered this body, the formidable head of House Reinher. By his side stood a stunningly beautiful girl. She stepped forward with poise. "My name is Talia," she said, her smile perfectly composed. Their father explained that Talia had requested special training and would be staying with them for a while. He ordered them all to welcome her. Just then, a system window flashed only Knox could see. This girl was the heroine of Inner Lunatic, the very character destined to stand against him. She was the one who would one day bring about his end. His father's gaze then fell upon him, so Knox decided to join us after all. The pointed remark made Knox shift uncomfortably, a detail that didn't escape Talia's sharp eyes. "Let us begin," the family had declared. But across the table, the twins weren't finished with their taunts. "Father," one began, "it is time we decide who will be entering Eldane Academy." Their father's interest was piqued. "Indeed," he mused, "the time has come." Another notification appeared for Knox. Eldane Academy, the central stage for the entire story of Inner Lunatic. It was a place of endless trials where students battled demons, the very heart of the original plot. Understanding its absolute importance, Knox made his choice. He had to get into that academy. To survive the coming story, he knew he would need to forge his own alliances. His father announced, "As you know, Eldane only accepts 3 students from any one family." This was a rule designed to curb the ever-growing power of the nobility. "I have already granted spots to my first and second sons. Only 1 ticket to the academy remains." Knox's eyes burned with resolve. Before any alliances could be made, he had to claim that final ticket for himself, no matter the cost. Therefore his father declared, "I will follow the ancient tradition of our house." A spark ignited in Knox. "Are you suggesting a battle between brothers?" His father was taken aback, surprised that Knox was the first to speak. "Precisely," he confirmed. "1 month from today, the next attendee will be decided by a duel in the practice hall." "You should shut your mouth before you embarrass yourself further," one of the twins scoffed. The other jeered, "A weakling who's never held a sword. What chance could you possibly have against us?" But Knox remained a calm island in a sea of scorn. "Say what you will," he replied coolly. "You'll eat those words after we win." Fury flashed in their eyes. "Do you really think you can beat us?" But Knox's focus was absolute. This duel was just another obstacle, a necessary trial he had to overcome to secure his future. Their pathetic taunts meant nothing. With unshakable confidence, Knox declared, "I will be the one going to Eldane Academy." His father watched the exchange, a flicker of confusion in his eyes. Talia, however, looked on with clear admiration. This quiet young master was far more interesting than she first thought. Her interest did not go unnoticed, sparking jealousy in the twins. Knox knew in that moment he'd drawn the heroine's attention. Later that evening in his private study, the family head read a detailed report from his butler, Robel. Rob confirms the reports. Something about Knox is different. If he hadn't seen it himself, he never would have believed it. What could have caused this? Was it ... demonic possession? Whatever the truth, Knox now had his undivided attention. The family head understood. "Watch him," he ordered. At dawn, the young master was already training. Maids whispered about the duel. "Why does he do nothing but run?" Knox tried to understand their gossip, but hidden meanings eluded him. A system notification? Stamina, up by 0.1%. Such a tiny improvement. He runs to conquer his greatest weakness. Stamina. To unlock his true genius, his stamina must reach level 4. Anyone else could use these skills ... but not him. Not yet. The curse of the week quickly drained his energy. An entire month for less than 2 points. The curse was cutting his growth in half. It all made sense now. So much effort for so little gain. On top of that, his illness was slowing his progress even further. He'd have to work 4 times as hard just to keep up. Why was his path so difficult? System update. Stamina at 15 and mana at 30. but his illness capped his stamina at 15. A problem for another day. Rona arrived with everything he asked for. She was faster than he'd expected. Now, he could finally make progress. But how could he shatter his limits? He carefully examined the strange collection of supplies. With his unique knowledge, he was sure he could solve this. He expertly mixed a bizarre concoction. Rona watched, confused. These items were dangerous and difficult to handle. They were expensive ingredients that most people rightfully avoided. Most people don't know the proper way to use them, Knox explained, stunning Rona. And then ... he drank the mixture. Rona watched in absolute horror. A system alert flashed. He had consumed the poison of a 3-headed gorgon. His health was temporarily boosted, but a countdown began. He had only 10 minutes. Rona panicked, about to scream for help, but Knox calmly stopped her. Next, he ate a golem's core. Rona's fear intensified with every move he made. His body began to petrify. Then a new notification appeared. The system announced, "A hidden piece has been activated." The poison and the core were reacting. A smirk played on his lips. It was all going according to plan. The system explained the golem core's usual functions, but when mixed with gorgon poison, a special reaction occurs. The poison's effects were diluted. And then, the most crucial message: the curse of the weak has been lifted. Triumph flashed in Knox's eyes. Rona, however, only saw her young master on the verge of collapse. But Knox knew it wasn't over yet. He began unbuttoning his shirt. Rona's mind raced with anxiety and a strange curiosity. To her shock, he poured the remaining liquid over his own head. System notification. The fairy's dew has reversed the petrification. The dew and the core were now reacting with one another. For Knox, it felt like a strange form of healing. Another hidden piece activated, the blessing of growth. Everything unfolded exactly as he had envisioned. The system displayed his newly acquired blessings. Only one item was left: a scroll of rapid growth. Without a moment's hesitation, he tears it. A system window appears. His stamina growth rate would now be doubled. He thinks to himself, the curse is finally gone. The growth blessing now overpowers the illness debuff. With this scroll's power, his growth would be twice as fast as anyone else's. He could finally raise his stamina stat ... and fast. In a sudden move, he pulls Rona in for a kiss. Utterly stunned, she wonders, is the young master okay in the head? She shrieks at him. First, he started taking off his clothes, and she thought he'd completely lost his mind. Knox simply orders her to bring a towel. Confused and flustered, she just stands there trying to process what's happening. Knox reflects that with the curse gone, maybe he should be a little kinder. He calmly tells her he's fine. "Are you really okay?" she asks worriedly. "Shouldn't you be resting instead of ... this?" He assures her everything has changed, but she still wonders what he plans to do now. His reply is simple: "I'm going to run." And so he does, with Rona chasing after him, towel in hand. From her window, Talia watches, confused. Why would someone so weak challenge his own brothers to a duel? Her maid, Emma, gently scolds her. It's improper to stare so openly at the family's youngest son, but Talia can't understand it. He doesn't even practice with a sword. All he ever does is run. He even refused training from the Reinher Knights. She's certain of it. In 1 month, he will be utterly crushed. And yet, she can't help but feel a little worried for him. Unable to hold back, she rushes out to find him. Knox is surprised. Why is she approaching him? He asks coldly. "What do you want?" His icy tone catches her off guard. She quickly recovers her pride. "You must be speechless from my beauty." She challenges him directly. "Do you really think you can defeat your brothers? Like just by running, you actually have a chance?" Even Rona silently agrees with the sentiment. Talia offers her help, but his response is a swift rejection. Get lost. Not interested. Furious, she can't believe his audacity. Is this how you treat someone trying to help? Rona gently whispers, "If you talk like that, girls will never like you, young master." Talia snaps back, "Fine, do it your own way." Rona just sighs. Why must things be so complicated? He then activates his ability ... IT inspects Talia's information window. Her potential is staggering. Most men have a stamina of 4 ... She's not at the level of the continent's 3 swordmasters. Not yet. Nor the legendary 4 great mages. But he can see it clearly. She has the potential to reach their heights. With her powerful fire attribute, she'll be able to vanquish countless demons. He also knows her fire magic will one day awaken into legendary white flames. The very flames destined to purify the demonized Knox in the future. He considers the implications. If he makes her an ally now, it would drastically change the future he knows. He must stick to the original story, while somehow avoiding his own grim fate. But how can you befriend the one destined to be your downfall? 1 month passes in a flash. Inside the grand training hall, Knox's brothers praise Talia's swordsmanship, as expected of the prestigious, still Reinher family. But hearing her family name only reminds her of her sister, ... a true prodigy. She remembers the shame of her sword breaking mid-duel. Can she ever become a real knight? The words of her instructor echo in her mind. A knight lives modestly, without greed, ready to sacrifice all for the greater good. But above all, they must master the way of the sword. And what about Knox? Can he really defeat his brothers with just cardio, against their years of intense training? In her heart, she knows it's impossible. The day of the duel arrives, and a crowd has gathered to watch. 2 brothers stood on the field, destinies about to collide. From the balcony, their father and the elders watched, Talia at their side. Tayo leaned toward Rodwell, whispering, "Who do you believe will triumph?" But Rodwell's answer was lost to the moment. The referee's voice boomed, announcing the start of the sacred duel for a place at Eldane Academy. With swords drawn, the brothers prepared for battle. Just moments before, Tayo had posed the same question. Rodwell confidently replied that based on past results, young Master Allen's victory was all but certain. Tayo couldn't help but agree. The head butler then sensed a hint of doubt. Was Tayo hoping for an upset? He admitted young Master Knox had changed, but not enough to win. To him, such an outcome was unthinkable. He had walked the path of a knight himself, right beside the patriarch. He knew the way of the sword could be complex, yet its foundation was brutally simple. The time and dedication one poured into their craft was the ultimate measure of their skill. To surpass someone far ahead on that path required something beyond hard work. It was a sheer wall that effort alone could not scale. Overwhelming, innate talent. He wondered aloud if Knox possessed such a rare gift. Tayo replied, "The possibility is never zero." And if Knox truly carried the Reinher legacy, then the chance he was born with the talent of a sword emperor existed. Suddenly, a system alert flashed. His best traits were inactive. Our hero groaned internally. With such a high luck stat, why was his fortune always so terrible? He was bewildered. Was his luck secretly a negative number? In the end, he hadn't reached a stamina stat of 4. The system then updated him on his trait activation status. He recalled his stamina rising by 0.1 during training, a small comfort knowing he was now at 3.8. He remembered jogging endlessly, with Rona asking if she truly had to join his grueling runs. He flashed a grin, teasing that it was no fun without her. Besides, who else would look after him? Knox handed back her towel, telling her to take a break. She just glared, a silent storm brewing. He met her gaze. "You just cursed me in your head, didn't you?" She instantly denied it. But truly, our hero was stunned by her endurance. A quick glance at her system profile confirmed it. Her stamina was a whopping 4.5. A maid with more stamina than an average man? What was with this Reinher household? He felt a strange mix of pride and envy. After all, he'd pushed himself to the limit for a month just to raise that single stat. Still, it was a little disheartening. Rona reminded him that with the duel tomorrow, he needed his rest. Now, back in the training hall, the two brothers faced their fate. His brother sneered, "Why not just surrender? You may be the family shame, but I can't go too hard on my little brother." Our hero shot back, "You don't sound like someone who wants me to give up." Alan smirked, "You're right. I need to look good for the daughter of the still Reinher family. You'll be the perfect stepping stone." Knox coolly replied, "I'm not sure that's a wise choice." Our boy knew Alan's stamina stat was a formidable 8. His brother pressed, "What, you have a crush on her too?" Our hero knew a direct fight was not the answer. The referee's voice echoed again. "The duel for admission to Eldane Academy will now commence." He declared that the results were absolute and no objections would be heard. A wave of nervousness washed over our hero. If he lost here, it was all over. He had to reclaim his memories, uncover the mystery of the letter, and survive past the 1-year grace period. "Are you both ready?" the referee called out, then swung his arm down. "Begin!" Alan lunged forward, but our boy's defense was flawless. Even he was impressed with his own perfect block. At least he thought his defensive instincts from that crazy game were still sharp. Their blades met in a flurry of sparks. Our hero knew the stakes. Losing meant giving up everything, but winning meant he could have it all. Amidst the clash, a notification appeared. His stamina stat had increased by 0.1%. "Did you hit your head too many times?" Alan mocked. "Don't worry, I'll hit you some more to fix it." From the balcony, Vasilia watched. Any worry she had about the youngest son's change vanished. All she desired was for the final child entering Eldane Academy to be her son, Alan. Lord Tau scoffs at Knox's pitiful display. He had hoped for more, wondering if this was truly all his son could manage. The head butler asks if he should intervene. He explains that if the fight continues, young Master Knox will be seriously injured. Tayo admits Alan and Hart are talented, but they aren't exceptional, especially compared to his firstborn, Garen. They lack the sheer will to dominate, the overwhelming force of the dark sword of domination. He wonders who will inherit that power. With a heavy heart, he orders the butler to stop the duel. But in that moment, a system window flashes before Knox's eyes, showing a rise in his stamina. Suddenly, his innate traits activate. Swordsmanship and combat genius? He's exhausted, but a triumphant smile spreads across his face. Alan shouts, asking if he's gone mad, but Knox simply activates his skill. The hour of the genius. Our hero recalls a saying, "Every genius has their own special hour during the day." He's thrilled that his time is now. The world around him seems to slow to a crawl. Thanks to this incredible skill, everything unfolds in slow motion. He knows this doesn't make him faster, but it makes his opponent seem far slower. Mastering this skill will be a challenge, but with his traits unlocked, the fight is already over. With one swift, decisive swing, Knox sends Alan's sword flying from his grasp. A clear display of his newfound resolve. Alan's weapon clatters to the ground. Knox stands victorious. The young master cheers that this is fun. Alan is completely frozen in shock. Still, the swordsman can't let his guard down. Not yet. He knows the skill only lasts for 5 minutes. He must end this now. He turns to his brother with a smirk, telling him he's been going easy on him. He declares it's gotten boring and suggests they end things quickly, challenging them to come at him with their full strength. Knox then faces his father, requesting permission to fight both brothers at the same time. A wave of shock ripples through the crowd. Talia watches, bewildered, wondering what he's planning. Their father senses a powerful shift in his son's energy. It's as if a hidden power has finally been unleashed. Intrigued, he decides to watch a little longer, allowing the 2-on-1 match. Just then, Vasilia screams for them to stop, but Tio's command rings out, "Begin!" Alan picks up his sword. Hearts is seething with rage, growling about the humiliation in front of their father. He warns Knox to prepare himself as the twins launch a combined assault. The young fighter starts on defense before shifting his strategy. Alan shouts for his twin to move to his left, but Hearts, blinded by fury, doesn't listen. A new system alert appears. The proficiency of his family's swordsmanship has increased. He can't help but smile at the news. Now, he can even see the path of their blades. With incredible speed, he lands a direct hit on Alan's shoulder. Talia gasps in amazement, wondering how he moved so fast. Alan stares in disbelief. Even the family's disgrace could evolve this much. Everyone watching is just as stunned. Hart snaps at his twin, telling him not to get distracted during the fight. Soon, both brothers are exhausted, and the young master unleashes his full power. He thinks to himself that this is more than just a spar. The thrill of the fight is exhilarating. Before they know it, he sends both brothers crashing to the floor. At that very moment, the system announces that the hour of the genius has ended. He is relieved it finished just in time. Facilia furiously scolds her two defeated sons. Knox turns to the referee, asking if the winner is decided. The referee confirms and declares young Master Knox the victor. The entire audience rises to their feet in applause, including their father. Knox expresses his thanks for the lesson and politely asks for permission to leave. As he exits the training hall, Talia knows she has to speak with him immediately. Once he's alone, he feels overwhelming fatigue and notices a crimson stain on his hand. He realizes he pushed the skill too far. He knows the hour of the genius has a serious flaw. If the time limit is passed, it triggers a painful recoil effect. The system confirms his fears. Due to the recoil, his lifespan has been reduced by 2 days and 17 hours. He knew this was the worst kind of curse, a penalty that eats away at his life force. He was just glad it happened, away from prying eyes. If anyone had seen that mysterious backlash, his future at the academy would be over. Just then, Talia rushed to his side, asking if he was hurt. Of all the people who could have seen him, why did it have to be her? He could not let anyone discover the recoil from his power. She asked how he could win with such a fragile body. He wondered about her motives, but she simply confessed that she had misjudged him completely. His hidden strength had utterly captivated her. For a month, she only saw a clumsy boy with a wooden sword, never a true warrior. To win like that proved he was a genius in hiding. Now she was desperate to know his secret, to understand how he awakened such a gift. But seeing him now, struggling and alone, she knew there was a deeper mystery to him. Was he the hidden prodigy, or the failure everyone whispered about? The two sides just did not add up. She saw a desperate will to win at any cost. Suddenly, his coughing broke the silence. As she reached out to help, he recoiled. "Don't touch me," he warned, his voice like ice. 2 years lost in a virtual world had made it hard for him to connect with people. Besides, he knew her true nature from the game. She was the one destined to bring about his end. She apologized sincerely, explaining she only knew the rumors of his weak constitution. Now, his endless stamina training made perfect sense to her. She felt terrible for misjudging him, realizing his act was probably a necessity. Her honesty threw him off guard. She was exactly like her character in the story. She truly possessed the heart of a noble knight. And for the daughter of a proud duke, he knew admitting a mistake was incredibly difficult. He saw an opportunity. "If you truly believe that, then don't tell anyone about my condition." She gave him her word. Looking at her determined face, he felt he could actually trust her. "Keep your promise and go," he said coldly. His dismissal left a pang in her heart. That night, in a darkened office, Tayo confirmed his suspicions. "What did you think of his talent?" Rodwell, the head butler, admitted he was puzzled why Knox allowed himself to take so many hits. But among all the young masters his age, he declared that Knox was undoubtedly the most gifted. Tayo agreed, but sensed a greater power still lay hidden within the boy. He ordered Rodwell to watch his every move. Could Knox be the one to inherit the legendary Supreme Black Sword? Tio's own time was running short, which made this observation absolutely critical. Rodwell vowed to do his best. Later, a familiar window appeared before the young master. Tutorial quest ... complete. He knew this world had become his reality. Yet the game-like system and his status window remained. A reward notification flashed before him. Free stat points. This was an absolute jackpot. Still, he felt a little bitter. A month of grueling runs for just 2 stamina points felt like a joke now. He studied the status window, focusing on his luck. He raised it from 7 to 10, knowing it couldn't be trained. In this world, luck was the ultimate attribute. It's time to test his new fortune. A message appeared, mass clear bonus, activated 27 times. He breathed a sigh of relief. The bonus system was still active. He immediately summoned the gacha, and a colossal machine materialized in his room. He laughed. Seeing it in person was bizarre. With his new luck, he had a 95% chance for a great prize. He eyed the prize tiers. Gold was advanced, but the ultimate prize glowed with a rainbow light. He had to get gold. Or something even better. The machine hums, delivering a golden letter into his hands. Inside, a message congratulates him on a new trait, Supreme Ruler's Awe. He can't believe his luck. The system reveals the skills info. He thought he'd get a debuff, but this was a jackpot. And there was more. A one-time use skill confirmation voucher appeared. The system asks if he'll use it. He already knew which skill it was for. It was a hidden piece from the Reinher family, and he needed this specific skill to claim it. He knew Talia would summon the siblings soon. That would be his moment. It felt like time to return to the Reinher estate. The academy's graduation was long over. Vaughn, the second son, was probably off on a night's training journey. He suddenly recalled his goals. Find the hidden piece and handle grain. There was no time to rest. The only silver lining was that Talia was no longer his problem. He trusted her not to break a promise, and she had no reason to seek him out. The next morning, he found Talia waiting for him at the training hall. So much for his prediction. He asked what she wanted. She demanded to know how he became so strong, so fast. He playfully asked if she'd been watching him for a month. She turned to leave. At least a spar, she pleaded, or tell me how you train. He remembered her story. Talia always craved her sister's approval. He faced her, his words sharp. Before you ask me, think about your own talents. He'd never comforted anyone before and struggled for the right words. After a pause, he added, don't compare yourself to others. With that, he departed. His abrupt departure left her on the verge of tears. As he walked, he wondered if she would follow him or stay put. It was better this way. She couldn't witness him find the hidden piece. Not when she could become a foe. He soon arrived at the legendary Reinhofer family barn, famed for raising the continent's finest horses. His father and twin brothers awaited him, greeted by the head butler. His father addressed them. I'm sure you all know why you are here. Today, you will each choose your lifelong companion. The young master had been waiting for this. He recalled that horses were considered the holiest animals in their family and across the lands. Every aspiring mage or knight chooses one. It was a bond for life. He knew the academy taught riding, and war was coming. If his chosen horse were to fall, he'd have to start all over with a new one. Plus, transport magic was incredibly expensive. He wasn't thrilled, but he was determined. I will choose the best, their father spoke. Since Knox won the duel, he chooses first. Tao gave him a warning look. You only get one chance. As Knox approached the stables, his father watched with curiosity. The horses were all magnificent. After a moment, his eyes landed on one that stood out from the rest. He pointed, I'll take this one. The yard fell silent. His father offered him another chance. Another chance? That's how bad they thought his choice was. But he wasn't just looking. He was loading the target's stat window. The system activated, revealing the horse's secrets. Its rank was high, with immense potential. Depending on their growth, they could even ascend more than one rank. This meant the horse could reach the highest level, and on top of that, it was an obsidian. The system explained it was the rarest type, named after a unique stone. If the patriarch knew, he would have claimed this horse for himself. But a nasty trait kept it hidden. The system displayed its negative qualities. From one angle, it was even more troublesome than being terminally ill. My decision is final, he declared to his father. This is the one I choose. He saw a flicker of hope in the creature's eyes and knew he could restore it. His father scoffed, seeing only weakness, a foolish, emotional boy projecting his own frailties. His brother called it a disappointment. I hope you don't live to regret this, he warned. With that final warning, their father departed. Doubt crept into the young master's heart. Was this truly a mistake? The head butler stepped in, assuring the twins he would watch over Knox. Now please select your own mounts. Rodwell approached him gently. The little one needs a name, he suggested. A name came to his mind. Carl, he decided. It's me and you now, Carl. The name held a special meaning, a secret memory from a past trial he had overcome. He smuggled the fragile horse into his room, away from prying eyes. In its gaze, he saw his own desperate will to survive. But he wasn't alone. A presence lingered in the shadows. Rona, he called into the dark. Answer me now, or you won't like the alternative. A startled voice replied, I'm here. How did you know? She stammered. He ignored the question. Your job is to watch over him. Rona stared at the horse on his pristine bed. The cleaning? He just laughed. He's unwell. Just do your best. She could only obey. He knew what was coming next would shatter her reality. The real question was, could Rona handle the impossible? 3 days later, Carl's light faded. Rona's heartbroken sobs echoed in the room, stirring a deep sadness within him. She had poured her heart into caring for Carl, and he felt a pang of guilt. But this outcome was always part of the plan. Enough, he commanded, his voice firm. Your tears are a distraction. Don't worry, he said with an unnerving calm. Carl will return. Rona stared, wondering if he'd lost his mind. A cryptic smile played on his lips. Stand back. From his jacket, he produced an ancient scroll. He placed a hand on it and mana flared to life. Rona gasped. That's forbidden, she cried. You can't do that here. But the first surge of power was wild, untamed. He couldn't control it. He focused again, warning her, distract me again, and we lose him for good. That will be on you. He explained his current state, an unawakened genius with a hidden talent for sensing mana. In the Empire, using mana before the age of 15 was a crime, unless you were royalty. This rule gave the imperial family an immense advantage in magical proficiency. But all that mattered now was pouring every last drop of his own mana into the scroll. Then he felt it, a faint warmth in his palms. It was mana, raw and real. This scroll was a one-shot deal, an energy voucher with no second chances. There was no room for error. He was about to wield a forbidden art. A system window flashed. Tome of Echoes acquired. The system confirmed. Target Carl can be reawakened as a shadow-bound companion. He recalled the game's lore. There were 2 kinds of shadow-bound beings. The first were returned by shadow arts. The second were echoes, reborn without a self, but with far greater power. These reborn creatures offered absolute, unwavering loyalty to their master. But there was a catch. Only one lineage was known for reawakening sleeping forms. The infamous Marvis family. His own family, the Reinher, walked a different path, the path of knights. The Marvis, however, were mages of shadow who commanded the reawakened. So how could he use this power? The answer was simple, the unique skill voucher he'd earned. It had granted him the Tome of Echoes, a legendary and forbidden artifact. Rona watched in horror as a trail of dark crimson energy trickled from his lips. He pushed himself harder, feeling his mana drain away. And just as he hit his limit, Carla's eyes flickered open. Skill activation. Success, the system confirmed. Carl had returned, but he was different now. Stronger. Companion Carl has been reborn as a shadow-bound steed. A triumphant smile spread across his face. It worked. He immediately checked Carl's new status window. The stats were incredible. A massive improvement. Carl, from now on, I am your master. Carl seems to understand. Overjoyed, Rona embraces her young master. She was so worried. How could he use his mana so carelessly? Even Carl gets a scolding for his own reckless part. She jokingly demands the carrot back. But the young master's mind is already on the hidden tease. Later, under the stars, the map leads him down a familiar path, just like the game. He seeks the second treasure of the Reinher family. This item is crucial. It is the key to overcoming his unique condition. Is he overthinking it? No. This is real life now. He arrives at a chilling warning sign, Mia's forest. Young children who enter ... never return. He has no desire for a second ending. A system alert. He has entered the missing child's forest. Failure here is not an option. This perilous forest lies deep within forbidden territory. A thick, disorienting fog blankets everything. Even the best pathfinders would be lost here. It lives up to its name. But he knows the forest holds a deeper secret. Adults who defeat monsters here gain no rewards, and the creatures become stronger against them. He remembers failing this quest before. It is a high-level zone rated at least 2.5 stars. In a game known for its unforgiving difficulty, ... He recalls the struggle of clearing it blind. But now, it is the perfect place to find a cure. Torch lit, he ventures in. He knows the secret to navigating this maze. Is the smoke? The path lies in the opposite direction it drifts. He calls out into the darkness, enough hiding. Show yourself. But only silence answers. Is his follower that persistent? Meanwhile, at the palace, Talia is baffled. How could her charms fail so completely? Her maid, Emma, pleads with her to stop trailing the young master. Emma fears getting into trouble for her lady's actions. Talia promises to protect her, but Emma's worries are not about her job. She believes Talia is worthy of being the next matriarch, if not for her sister. Why does Talia feel so overshadowed? Why the rush? Emma leaves, hoping her lady has finally gone to rest. But the room is empty. Did she go after Master Knox? Emma sounds the alarm, and in the forest, Knox is stunned to see Talia. What is she doing here? Suddenly, danger. Get back. A gray wolf appears. Have they wandered into its territory? Talia clutches her small dagger. The wolf circles and howls for its pack. The wolf lunges. Talia freezes in fear, but he stands firm. He meets the charge with one swift, decisive strike. She is in awe. Such a flawless victory. Knox turns to her calmly. Again, why are you here? I expected my brothers. She just smiles, her eyes catching the map in his hand. He demands an answer or he will leave her behind. She takes his hand. I saw how strong you have become, and I want that too. Model. She admitted to seeing him from her window, his late-night departure piquing her curiosity. Just as he suspected, she assumed he possessed a secret training method. It's why she followed him. Once she saw the foreboding woods, she dove in without a second thought. At that moment, 3 truths became clear to Knox. First, her admiration for him was immense. Second, she posed no threat, which was a relief. And finally, she was just a naive child, blind to the dangers of the deep night. A small smile formed on his lips. As a key character in this world, leaving her behind was simply not an option. He told her to stay close for now, but he made it clear this wasn't an act of charity, but a move to protect his family from scandal. She understood her error and offered a sincere apology. He hoped she had learned a lesson about recklessness. She thanked him for protecting her, but before she could say more, dozens of glowing eyes appeared in the darkness. They were surrounded. The young master ordered her to stand back, pushing the torch into her hands. He commanded her to head for home immediately. As his blade met the first wolf, he realized that unexpected variables were starting to pile up. He knew this area was part of the prologue, a place that existed before the main scenario began. No boss-level monsters would appear here. However, an elite creature, just one step below a boss, was known to roam these woods. The evolved elite Grey Wolf. But knowing the name of your foe doesn't guarantee victory. His sword became a silver blur, carving a path through the ferocious pack. The beasts lunged and he cut them down relentlessly. The rhythm of battle sparked a memory from his past life, a phrase he'd repeat while playing the game. Was he ever truly the weak one? Talia watched, mesmerized. He was dispatching wolves with ease. Yet this wasn't his true strength. The swordsmanship he showed his brothers was on another plane entirely. Had he faced these creatures before? Meanwhile, Knox glanced at her. She was still far too fragile for this world. A hulking wolf with a menacing aura stepped forward. He recognized it instantly. The elite gray wolf had arrived. Back at the estate, a search party stormed toward the forest. They found their footprints at the forest's edge. There was no doubt Knox and Talia had gone inside. Emma pleaded with the guards to enter at once, but Rodwell rejected her plea, calling it foolish. Emma demanded to know why. Rodwell's face was grim. This was a forest that not even the great house Reinher could conquer. A system message confirmed its notoriety. The Forest of Lost Children was one of the highest-ranked danger zones in their territory. For the Reinher, the most powerful clan in the south, to have an untamed forest in their own lands was a source of great shame. But there was more, a crucial secret they had yet to uncover. Only those who were not yet adults could enter this forest, and only a child could find the way out. The head butler couldn't understand the young master's motive. This was no simple bewitchment by a monster. The tracks showed Knox had moved with clear purpose. The estate's powerful mana barrier hadn't been breached, which meant the young master entered the forest by choice. He finally had to admit it. He was wrong. The weak and helpless young master he once knew was gone. Rodwell told Emma there was only one way for them to make it back. The young master would have to rely on his own strength to navigate the dangers of the forest. Tears welled in Emma's eyes as she blamed herself for this crisis. Deep within the woods, the young swordsman's blade never ceased its dance. He noticed Talia drawing her dagger. Her fear was visible, but her resolve had not wavered. He warned her not to attack recklessly, telling her to stay clear of the fight. "Save your strength," he ordered. "Use it to run if one gets past me. That is your best chance for survival." He knew an elite wolf was not an overwhelming threat. Its danger rating was only 2.5 stars. His real goal was to keep Talia's senses sharp and her mind focused on the battle. He glanced at her again. She was a quick learner, but he couldn't trust her to guard his back just yet. He silently activated a skill. Hour of the Genius. He would end this in a single perfect strike. As the giant beast lunged, his sword flashed. The elite gray wolf was vanquished instantly. The rest of the pack froze in shock. But their fear quickly turned to fury. One by one they charged, and one by one they fell before him. The wolves were relentless. Talia watched, her heart pounding with fear for him. He told her to run, but she couldn't bring herself to abandon him. Scrambling up a tree, she could only watch. "A little help here," he called out. "Are you hurt?" she cried back. He knew better than to expect aid. "I'm fine," he lied. But this fight was far from over. Her relief was momentary. He felt a wave of weakness. The skills recoil. Great, she saw him looking helpless. And the true challenge was just beginning. The elite wolf rose, its eyes locked on him. It circled him, a predator studying its prey. Then in a blur, it lunged with blinding speed. Its fighting style was ... unnatural. It would vanish, then reappear in a flash. A sharp pain seared his shoulder as it struck again and again. The creature was like a phantom. This is supposed to be a 2.5-star beast ... But its intelligence is off the charts. He had to rethink his entire strategy. This was nothing like the game. It was hiding now, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Those last 2 hits had been completely unexpected. He should have seen it sooner. This creature was using the forest itself as a weapon. He couldn't afford another careless mistake. The wolf struck again. Knox swung, but his blade met only air. It was a feint designed to create an opening. The counterattack was instant. He never saw it coming. Have I gotten too arrogant? He wondered. He'd cleared this game so many times. That was a foolish error in judgment. Suddenly, a dagger flew through the air. A direct hit to the creature's eye. If it could create openings, so could they. And that unexpected variable was Talia. Seizing the chance, he ended the fight with a single, powerful strike. Talia spotted two more wolves watching from the shadows. Seeing their leader fall, they vanished into the trees. She leaped down and rushed to his side. "Are you okay?" she asked, breathless. "I only made it thanks to you," he admitted. "Thank you." He just thanked his future rival, but that was a problem for another day. Her eyes fell on the deep marks on his shoulder. "You're hurt?" she exclaimed. "It's just a scratch," he dismissed. She sighed, relieved it wasn't worse. Just then, a tiny spider landed on her. "Another monster!" She shrieked. In a panic, she leaped straight into his arms. "Spider? Get it off!" she yelled, clinging on for dear life. He wondered how long she'd hang on. Was she really this scared, or was this just an excuse? He calmly flicked the spider away. "You're seriously scared of that? Then why follow me into a monster-filled forest?" "Aren't you scared of them?" she retorted. "You'll never become a knight with fears like that." His words struck a nerve. She pushed away from him, fuming. A small smile touched his lips. Finally, he owed her his life, but he decided not to mention it. Now, they just had to get out of this forest. Morning came. The search party waited anxiously. Emma feared the worst for her young lady. If something happened to Talia, it would spell disaster for both of their families. Rodwell thought about the forest's dark reputation. The forest of lost children. Whispers already claimed that Reinher family was failing to protect the area. Suddenly Emma gasped. Look! The thick, ominous fog was starting to disappear. She couldn't believe her eyes. The dreaded miasma was actually clearing. Rodwell's eyes widened. She is right. It means ... the forest has been cleared. The impossible had become reality. They rushed into the woods. Our young master did it, Emma declared with pride. And there they were, walking out of the mist. He really did it ... a servant whispered in awe. He looks completely unfazed. A proud smile spread across Rodwell's face. He knew it then. A storm was brewing within the Reinher family hierarchy. Knox scanned the search party, wondering about the commotion. Emma rushed to Talia, embracing her tightly, saying they were frantic with worry. Rodwell then informed the young master that the family had been concerned for him too. Knox scoffed, as if his family would ever worry about the good-for-nothing. It was only their precious reputation they cared about. Emma insisted on drilling Talia on the 7 family rules, pulling her away. Talia could only whisper, "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry." Emma laughed lightly. A humble maid like me could never blame you. The patriarch himself will be teaching you the rules. This maid, Knox mused, has some seriously high stamina. A quick status check confirmed it was 4.5. Emma turned to the swordsman, thanking him for protecting their young miss. Talia thought to herself that she never even wanted to go with him. He simply told her she held her own, and not to be so hard on herself. With that, they headed back to the estate. Back in his room, Knox finally felt a moment of peace. Rodwell waiting with the knights had been a complete surprise. He wondered if it was because of Talia. But no matter. He'd secured the hidden piece. A new artifact has been acquired, the Black Flame Ring. The system immediately displayed its detailed information. Its special effect allowed him to siphon a sliver of life essence from any target he defeated, converting it to his own. And the stronger the opponent, the more essence he could claim. He realized this was the one and only artifact capable of stealing another's vitality. However, this wasn't a key to eternal life. One's lifespan couldn't be stretched forever. Since it only absorbed a tiny amount, overcoming his condition wouldn't be easy. Still, a chance to fight back was infinitely better than simply fading away in despair. He slipped the ring on. Instantly, he felt a surge of life force and mana. "Rona!" he called out, knowing she was right outside. "Come in for a moment." She appeared in a flash, her eyes wide. "Young master, can you see through things now?" Her mind went to a strange place. "Does that mean you can see everything?" He let out a yell, flicking her squarely on the forehead. "Oh!" she cried. "Why did that hurt more than usual?" "Enough of your weird imagination," he said. "Let's arm wrestle. Again." Her eyes lit up. "If I win, I get that raise, right?" He nodded. "And if you lose?" She bravely bet 20% of her salary. The match was over in less than a second. She was stunned. After her loss, she pouted. Is it proper for a noble to take from a poor servant's already tiny salary? A sly grin spread across his face as he agreed. As the rumored failure of the Reinher family, he declared, "I've decided not to care about trivial things like honor." She bowed low in apology. Just then, a notification appeared. His chronic frailty had activated, granting him a level 2 wrist fracture. He sighed, annoyed by his body's terrible traits. "All right, forget the pay cut," he told Rona. "Instead, bring me some ice and a wet towel." She scurried off, worried. Her young master looked awfully pale. Knox decided he'd be satisfied with the ring for now. He needed to rest. Time flew by, and the 2 hidden pieces, Carl and the ring, remained unused. 6 whole months had passed, and sadly, no opportunity to use them had appeared. Then came the news. Knox was grounded. It wasn't like he'd caused any trouble. In fact, he'd cleared the forest of the lost child. He should be getting a reward, not a punishment. The whole situation was just absurd. He turned to Rona. "You agree, right?" She replied stiffly, "I am a maid of this house. My salary would be cut if I spoke ill of the patriarch." Knox narrowed his eyes. "And I swear on this hand, your salary will be cut if you don't agree with me." Her tune changed in an instant. "You're right. The patriarch is being way too harsh." She even added how he couldn't understand her feelings. Knox reflected on how hard he'd been working to adapt, living a productive life while watching Carl grow. But he can't keep going like this. With every moment, his time is running out. A chilling notification appears. He has 147 days left. His life's countdown has begun. This strange system. It seems more obsessed with his fate than he is. He scoffs, thanks for the cheerful update. Enough is enough. He has to see his father and demand a way out. A gentle knock sounds at the door. Rona has brought fresh, warm water for his bath. Suddenly, Rodwell enters. "The patriarch summons you." Meanwhile, his father reflects on the past, recalling the night of calamity when he vanquished countless foes. He remembers the swarms of darkness and the innocent people caught in the chaos. It was a true catastrophe. He hopes that one of his sons will one day master the supreme black sword. But he cannot leave it to chance. He needs a true prodigy because one of them must eventually end his reign. Rodwell enters the study. The young master is on his way. Tayo thinks he's late, sends Rodwell to send the boy in immediately. The Forest of the Lost, a place even he couldn't conquer. Yet Knox managed it, a feat deserving of a grand reward. Tayo addresses his son directly. "I have summoned you to grant you a reward. You may ask for one thing. I will fulfill any request you make, without exception." His mind races. What should he ask for? His father has never offered him anything like this before. Knowing his father's stern nature, he wonders, could this be some kind of test? The offer is completely stunning, like a bolt from the blue. "Anything?" he asks, his voice low. His father's voice is firm. "Anything. As the patriarch of Reinher, I swear it on the honor of the Black Sword." He didn't believe it at first, but this is real. His father adds a condition. "If your request is foolish, my opinion of you will shift." But Tayo shows his faith. "I trust you won't disappoint me." The offer is overwhelming. He asks his father for time to consider. His father agrees, even permitting him to leave the estate, but with a stern warning to stay out of trouble. Knox nods obediently. His father's final words linger. Remember, you are a Reinher. The next day, Talia prepares to leave. She turns to Knox. Let's meet again at Eldane Academy. He remains silent, his face a perfect mask, but she refuses to be ignored. Rodwell, the head butler, chides him. A lady asks you a question. Knox reluctantly replies, only if you become a real knight by then. Talia's eyes light up with determination. Deal? But he can't resist a final jab. ... And that means not freaking out over a giant spider. Her face flushes with anger and she lands a punch right in his gut. I'll be back as a true knight, so you better watch out. He winces. Watch out for what? Surely she doesn't actually intend to challenge him. Emma, her maid, bows gracefully. Thank you for your hospitality, especially young Master Knox. But the young swordsman is blunt. What's a styliner maid thanking me for? For saving my lady, she insists. It wasn't on purpose, he grumbles. Now stop bothering me and go. Finally, Talia and Emma are gone. A wave of relief washes over Knox. He wonders, ... Why is this strange new life starting to feel normal? He can't explain it, but it's not so bad. Then, the system chimes in again. 146 days remaining. There's no time to waste. A few days later, Rona tells him he will need new servants, including a new maid. He's taken aback. Why? Before he can ask, Rodwell enters with a good morning, young master. Knox gets straight to the point. What is it, Rodwell? Rodwell explains that Eldane Academy has sent a maiden training. From today, she will be at your service. He gestures to a girl who bows. I am Lavilia, she says, your new exclusive maid. The young master immediately pulls up her profile. Time for a system check. Interesting, a perfect housework skill. But wait, ... She's also monitoring him on his father's orders. Her words left him feeling a little flustered. Just then, a system window flashed. A grim countdown, 140 days left to live. When your time is running out, every second feels precious. His only saving grace was his impressive stats. Despite the heavy penalty, his growth was explosive. Soon, he would enter the legendary Eldane Academy. Rona chimed in. Only 2 months left until Eldane Academy. Are you nervous? Knox raised an eyebrow. You sound awfully excited that I'm leaving. At that, tears welled in Rona's eyes. I'm already starting to miss you so much. He sighed. Stop overreacting. I'm not docking your pay. Instantly, her tears vanished. The young master smirked. He had no time to waste teasing her for the next 2 months. If he didn't boost his stats, even by a little, surviving the academy was out of the question. Eldane was the Empire's best, a gathering place for monstrously powerful cadets from across the land. After enduring that trial, he had to embrace his destiny as the ultimate villain. The pressure was already immense. Rona reminded him about hiring new servants, but Lavilia simply vowed, I will support you with everything I have. The young master sensed they wouldn't let him depart without a fuss. In truth, Talia von Reinhofer was a legendary figure, one of the world's greatest villains. People often wondered how he'd climb so high. Was it purely his swordsmanship? His skill was beyond doubt, but Tio's true power was his profound suspicion of everyone, and everything around him. Talia looked at Lavilia. I have great expectations for you this time. I heard you were pushed aside in your family's line of succession, he began. Succeed in this mission, ... And the Reinher family will give you our full support to reclaim your place. She bowed deeply. I will assist young Master Knox with all of my heart. That is not what I want, Talia corrected her. She understood at once. I will monitor him strictly and report everything. Tio's final command was chilling. Never forget who your master is. Leaving his office, her resolve hardened. There was no turning back now. Meanwhile, the young master lay in bed, his thoughts fixed on one person. The spy, Lavilia. Talia was likely testing him, trying to confirm if the soul inside Knox was truly his. Demon possession was a frequent issue after all. In the original story, Knox's body was indeed claimed by Baal, the #1 demon. He figured he'd be fine as long as his true identity remained a secret. Still, Livilla was a problem he couldn't ignore. While not a major character, simply casting her aside felt like a tremendous waste. She was meant to be the next head of the Levium family, but after her parents were lost to her uncle's schemes, she lost everything. What happened next was predictable. She found refuge from her family by becoming a maid for House Reinher. On the outside, she was always smiling, but inside, her spirit was jaded and on the verge of collapsing. Her original fate was a tragic one. Before the main story even began, she was destined to give up on her own life. He now faced a crucial choice. What could he do to alter her destiny? Saving someone who was meant to fade away felt like the right thing to do, even if it meant putting a target on his own back. The next morning, he gathered both his maids for an announcement. Starting today, we're hunting monsters in the territory's forest. You'll both assist me. Livilla accepted without a word. Rona, however, looked horrified. Master, I'm suddenly feeling very sick. I must take a leave of absence. Livilla simply agreed to obey. Rona shot back. You can't just agree to something so dangerous. The young master watched them closely. It was normal for a maid to be scared. His request was completely absurd, which made Livilla's immediate compliance all the more curious. He smirked at Rona. I believe you've used all your vacation days. She started to wail. But I'm sick. How can you be so cruel? Knox leaned in. Have you forgotten? I'm a good-for-nothing. Defy my orders and I'll cut your salary. For starters, he mused, let's say, about half of your annual pay. Rona's crying continued, but her question changed. Master, ... Should I bring a bow or a sword? Livilla asks if she should report his departure to Sir Rodwell. His mind flashes to his new top priority, extending his lifespan. And with his newfound freedom, he can finally begin. The three of them ride their horses deep into the forest as Mr. Talia watches from his office window. Days later, in a forest now cleared of its mystery, Knox takes down another gray wolf. The system chimes. He has absorbed a tiny fraction of the creature's life force. It amounts to almost 2 hours of precious time. After filing so many, he wonders if he's wiped out the entire wolf population here. Gaining 2 hours from one hunt is a solid victory. The results of his work lay scattered around him. Livilla approaches with water. It's been an hour, she says. Aren't you tired? The young master freezes. He completely forgot to activate Hour of the Genius. That means he only really gained 1 hour. The math never lines up perfectly, but this is way off. Besides, it's not like he can hunt monsters every single hour of the day. His greatest fear is a simple one. There's a limited number of monsters. He's already cleared out most of them. At this rate, his grand plan for a long and glorious life might just crumble into dust. He realizes the current lack of monsters is a critical problem for his survival. Livilla can't believe her ears. Thinking no monsters is a problem? If anyone else heard you, they'd say you've gone mad. He just shrugs. It can't be helped. Let's return to the mansion for today. Livilla asks, shall I prepare a warm bath? I'll make sure the temperature is just right. Just the kind of thoughtful support he expected from a genius. I want to bathe before dinner, he commands. Ensure the timing is perfect. Rona quickly adds, don't forget about me. I'll clean your room. He simply tells her to do as she wishes. Before leaving the forest, Knox turns to Livia. Tell me something. Who do you truly serve? He thinks to himself that no matter how magnificent a sword is, if he cannot wield it, he'll discard it without hesitation. She says nothing. The swordsman smirks. Your silence is your answer. Wait, she blurts out. I haven't said anything yet. You don't have to, he says, cutting her off. I already know. And don't worry, I won't interrogate you. The young master then adds, in fact, I'm grateful. At least you're not lying to me. No matter your master, I still consider you one of mine. You can't even make use of me if you need to. In his mind, mutual trust is unnecessary. All they need is to be useful to each other. After all, that was the foundation of their relationship. That night, Rona complains to Lavilia. The young master is just too much. During training, he insists we run with him, saying it's no fun for him otherwise. And it's like that every single time? Lavilia doesn't respond, only letting out a small, knowing laugh. She thinks back to all the whispers she heard at the palace. Rumors that young Master Knox had changed. She'd thought they were exaggerated tallies. It's rare for someone to transform so completely. But he defeated the twins in one move and earned his place at the academy. He was solidifying his power. He was completely different from her, a true successor who had fallen from grace. What did he really mean by what he said to her? Not long after, a baseless rumor begins to poison the Reinher estate. The rumor claims Lavilia was cast out by her own family, making her unworthy to serve the Reinher name. Then, a letter arrives, branding her an incompetent head who sold out her own people. It states that she will be held accountable and has been stripped of all rights as a direct descendant. In that moment, she understands. She cannot stay with the Reinher family for much longer. It was inevitable. The Reinher family is a great dark house after all. She was merely a maid for a good-for-nothing son. And now, as a commoner without a family, she no longer had the right to serve him. Soon, she would be cast off and forced to serve someone new. She enters the kitchen and greets the other maids. Every gaze in the room fell upon her. From their shocked faces, the rumors had clearly spread. But the scorn in their eyes was an old, familiar sting. Suddenly, Rona's bright voice cut through the silence, announcing she'd been searching for her. Lavilia wondered, was Rona clueless, simply teasing fate? Or did she truly consider her a friend? Whatever the reason, it was a dangerously foolish gesture. A chilling thought surfaced. She, Rona, and young Master Knox were all walking a path toward ruin. In his chamber, the young master's thoughts were a storm, centered not only on Livia, but on Tayo, who surely held the letter by now. He knew the truth. Her father's downfall was a carefully constructed lie. Yet his hands were tied. To intervene was to challenge the unpredictable tides of fate, and he couldn't predict the outcome. In the forest, his blade moved with relentless fury. Lavilia turned to Rona. Doesn't the young master seem harsher today? Rona agreed, whispering that his past mercy seemed to have vanished. Today, a cold anger drove him, a change that sent a shiver down Lavilia's spine. Knox was clearly waiting for something. Would it finally appear today? In the forest of missing children, a legend was told. A hidden boss that randomly appears when few monsters remain. Knox considered the prize. Defeating it would grant him a massive boost in power, but doubt lingered. Then a blur of motion in the trees. Its speed was on a completely different level. This had to be the hidden boss. But his eyes widened in shock. It was an elite king wasp. A formidable opponent, he thought, one that would test his limits. But it was a challenge he could meet. In a flash, Lavilia threw herself between him and the beast, taking the venomous sting meant for him. The swordsman froze. He could have easily blocked or dodged that attack. So why would she sacrifice herself for him? How many would have the courage to face such a monster? There was no time for questions. He would use this moment to save her. Activate Hour of the Genius. Her consciousness faded into a memory. Her mother's worried voice telling her father about their daughter's scraped knees. A constant mark of her clumsiness. They always said her wounds never had a chance to heal. But that wasn't just true for her knees, It was true for the scars upon her heart. Was it a prophecy all those years ago? She remembered Knox's question, who do you serve? She had no answer then, haunted by her parents' fate, lost in her purpose. His words echoed as he and Rona rushed to her side, the creature now fallen. A system window appeared, coldly listing the rewards for his victory. But his eyes were on Lavilia. Hold on, he urged. It's over. I'm taking you back. She knew his words were hollow. Could this truly be the face of someone who was just using her? Then why, ... Why did his voice tremble with such fury and desperation? Back in the palace, Tio's expression was grim. This complicates things. Rodwell confirmed the letter's contents. It's true. House Lavilia has officially cast Lady Lavilia out. Tio's entire plan hinged on using her as a pawn to seize control of her family. With their house in turmoil after losing its leader, it should have been the perfect opportunity to strike. A shaky succession was easy to exploit. With the support of House Reinher, bringing them to heel would have been simple. But if she's been disowned... The letter was clear. She was stripped of all rights as a direct descendant. The game had changed before it even began. So be it, Tio sighed. What do you propose we do with her? While it is unfortunate, Rodwell began, his voice cold. A maid without a powerful family will only bring shame upon the young master. We must handle this situation... quietly. Tio nodded slowly. My thoughts, exactly. Suddenly, the doors flew open. Rodwell snapped. Who dares enter unannounced? A frantic servant bowed low. My apologies. The young master has returned carrying a maid. She's been poised and is in critical condition. He reveals that Knox used a costly antidote without getting permission. Rodwell's eyes narrow. The mandra purifying potion? The servant nods. Teo wonders if his son has already grown attached to the maid. Such feelings could be dangerous. Meanwhile, Lavilia's eyes flutter open. Rona cries out in relief. As her senses returned, Lavilia wondered what happened. Is the young master safe? Why did she act that way? Rona explains. The young master used the legendary mandra potion to save you. He even defied the doctor, Rona continued, telling him to use it or face his wrath. Perhaps he wasn't so bad after all, but Lavilia felt confused. Why save me? I was just a tool to him. You must rest, Rona insisted, but Lavilia was resolute. I have to see young Master Knox. Now, Rona explained he was meeting his father, but left orders to be updated the moment she awoke. I'll be right back, Rona promised, stepping out. With a heavy heart, Lavilia began packing her meager belongings. She felt she didn't belong here, or anywhere. She gazed at a photo of her parents, then penned a quick note for Knox. In it, she wrote that the pendant she left should more than cover the cost of the potion. She placed a gleaming gold pendant on the letter, but as she tried to slip away, a voice stopped her. And where do you think you're going? Knox remembered the frantic rush to the hospital. A life is on the line, he'd roared, and you worry about cost? The doctor had wanted permission from the head of the family. Is your authority greater than mine? Knox had challenged. The doctor paled and apologized. The young master's threat was clear. Use the potion, or he would report this defiance himself. The doctor finally obeyed. Rona had asked, will she be okay now? The potion worked, Knox had confirmed. Report to me personally the moment she awakens. From there, he marched straight to his father's office. Tio looked up, amused. My son? Visiting me? This must be about that maid. A system window flashed before Knox. Asterisk, Master of Acting. Activated. Asterisk. Knox reminded his father of a promise. You said you would grant me one wish. Give Lavilia to me. He knew this was a pivotal moment that would change the story's flow. She may have been his father's spy, but that no longer mattered after she tried to protect him. The words she couldn't say. Her actions had shouted them for all to see. His father simply nodded. If this is what you wish, I will make it so. As Knox left, he paused. Father, this unworthy son has one more thing to say. Tio gestured for him to speak, but a system warning flashed. His agitated state was weakening the skill, and the words caught in his throat. Tio stopped him. Now, in the present, Knox stands before Lavilia, waiting for her answer. I am leaving, she said, her voice barely a whisper. There is no longer a place for me here. Thank you for everything. Go where? Knox challenged. Your duty is to me, she replied. You already know the answer. I was ordered by your father to watch you, she confessed. To deceive you. Her voice trembled. After I betrayed your trust, why are you trying to stop me? I would have nothing to say if you cast me out. So why are you doing this? The young master observed her calmly. So this was her true self. A person who felt truly alive. Someone who refused to give up. Who would struggle against the harshest darkness. People deceive each other all the time, he stated plainly. Tears streamed down her face. But I committed a grave offense. His eyes glinted. That's precisely why. You want to leave without repaying your debt to me? He asked with a smirk. Who gave you permission? Her expression was a question. He simply answered, You're staying here. His father's opinion utterly irrelevant. The Lavilia family name meant nothing to him. Her unique talents, however, were a different story. She would work by his side to repay the debt of her deception. She accepted her new position. I will assist you until the very end. The memory of his question surfaced. Whom do you serve? He confirmed that he did. She then challenged, and do you know my answer? A smirk played on his lips. I do. The following morning, as Rona was busy cleaning, she regaled the other maids with juicy gossip. The young master had apparently threatened the doctor, leaving the poor man terrified. Suddenly, a cold voice emerged from behind her. I'd prefer you not slander me to my face. Rona jumped, wondering if he'd heard everything. He mocked her openly. Cat got your tongue? Or have you given up trying to deny it? In a panic, Rona turned her attention to Lavilia. Are you feeling all right? You shouldn't overwork yourself. I'll take care of the laundry. The swordsman sighed internally. She was always causing a scene. He ignored the drama, asking Lavilia, Do you know you'll be accompanying me to Eldane Academy in 2 months? She nodded. I've already made several preparations. His interest was piqued. What kind of preparations? She listed off her work. Books, medicine, emergency supplies, extra clothes, and a cadet uniform for trips. He noticed a change in her demeanor. The forced, brittle smile she always wore was finally gone. She had simply grown tired of the charade, admitting to herself it was an act she was never good at. He found himself more at ease with this version of her. There were no empty pleasantries or pointless conversations between them. But he knew, if they were ever truly pushed into a corner, they could stand backed ... and neither would ever betray the other. For him, that was more than enough. Livia entered his study, a look of concern on her face. Young master, are you all right? Some rather nasty rumors are circulating. Now this he found interesting. He smirked. Worse than the usual ones? I'm almost impressed they could come up with something new. She explained that people were whispering the only reason he kept her as his maid was because had romantic feelings for her. He chuckled, thinking how horrified the original Knox would be by such a rumor. I apologize that you've been implicated because of me, he said. But she explained that wasn't why she was worried. I was just concerned you might be uncomfortable with such talk. He waved it off. Please, you must have heard the old stories about the idiotic, good-for-nothing youngest son. It's not that bad, she muttered. He grinned. Lie to me and you're fired. She immediately corrected herself. I heard them. And I also heard that you were a pervert. She then leaned in and asked, Is that part true? Knox buried his face in his hands, completely embarrassed. He figured his image was better now. Before, he was just a reckless nobody with no power. Now, he was seen as a capable brat with a bad attitude. Still, he needed to maintain a certain balance. He was, after all, a villain in this world's story. He had to remain one so the true protagonist could shine. Let's just forget it, he sighed, changing the subject. Stop talking about the rumors. I have a task for you, he continued. As you know, to survive at Eldane Academy, we both need to be prepared. She tilted her head, curious. What sort of preparations are you thinking of? The young master knew that Lavilia's defining trait was her unwavering loyalty to anyone she truly trusted. He felt confident sharing a small piece of his grand plan with her. In fact, the more she understood about him, the easier it would be to work together. So he told her his plan. "I'm going to study magic before I enroll." Her eyes went wide. "But isn't that illegal in the Empire?" He just grinned in response. She shook her head. "You are incredibly brazen. I'm a good-for-nothing, remember?" he said with a wink, and a lustful one at that. She sighed. "You really hold a grudge, but I'm certain you have your reasons. I'll find some basic books to help you." The swordsman smiled, pleased. She was every bit as competent as he had hoped. Suddenly, they heard Rodwell shouting orders. A commotion was brewing at the front gate. What was going on? "The estate is on high alert. Young Master Gra has returned." The news stuns Knox. Gra back from the esteemed Eldane Academy. He had nearly forgotten. Outside, a grand procession of carriages arrives. The opportunity he's been waiting for is finally here. "I must depart on a long mission," he informs his maid, who questions his sudden plan. At the grand dinner, their father praises Gra for his prestigious graduation. Knox studies his older brother, then discreetly checks his status. Gra is 16. His skill: precise detection. A man easily swayed by superficial charms, an opportunist. Just as his old professor had warned. Gra's true character was only hidden by Knox's own tarnished reputation. A master of politics, he navigated the academy with strategic ease. Eldane Academy is legendary and its trials are unforgiving. Less than 1,000 are admitted, and only half of them ever graduate. Their father asks, "Your departure for Chaters, is it set?" Gra confirms, "In 3 days." A journey at this time of year could only mean one thing: a monster subjugation mission in the neutral southern territory of Chators. It lies on the border, next to an untamed desert. It is a desolate wasteland, swarming with dangerous creatures. The imperial family has given Gra his mission: stop the monster wave. This is the first trial to become a knight, recognized by the Empire itself. Gra explains that winter always brings a surge of monsters to Chaters. The imperial family wants to take preemptive measures. If that land falls, others will suffer, their father warns. "Do not bring shame upon our name." Gra agrees, but Knox knows this is no simple hunt. This quest is a web of complex futures, with great rewards to be claimed. "Brother," Knox asks, "you're going to Chaters?" Gra affirms, and Knox is determined to seize the opportunity for himself. "Then take me with you," he requests, deciding he must join the subjugation. Gra scoffs. "Do you have any idea what kind of place Chaters is?" "A neutral zone," Knox replies coolly, "with monsters and rising bandit forces." "I've heard stories about you lately," Gra says, his skill activating. "Is it true you cleared the forest with the still Reinher's daughter?" "It is," Knox confirms, aware Gra's skill can read his deepest motives. The skill lets him perceive the intentions of anyone with lower stats. It is the very tool that made Gra a master of the political world. "And you also defeated the twins and took in a commoner maid?" Knox activates his own skill, his resolve firm. "All true." Gra smirks, impressive feats. "But I cannot take an academy reject on an official imperial mission, and I have no desire to be responsible for your failure." Tension crackles in the air as both brothers rise from their chairs. "Enough!" Their father's voice cuts in. "Gra, you will take him. I will guarantee his safety." Gra begins to protest, but their father's gaze is steel. "That is an order. Our family will provide all supplies. Prepare for departure in 3 days." Knox is left speechless. Why did his father agree so easily? He senses a hidden motive. "Have you completely lost your mind?" his brother demanded. "Even if I have," the young master smirked, "I'm no wilder than before." Enraged, Gra grabbed him by the collar. The swordsman's voice dropped. "Watch yourself." "It would be a shame to get hurt," Gra warned, "before you even reach Chaters." Just then, Lavilia appeared. With a gasp, Lavilia spilled tea on Knox's jacket. "My deepest apologies," she cried. "Let me wash this. Please, go on ahead." Gra could only stand there, caught in the awkward moment. The young master apologized. "Forgive my maid's clumsiness." As he departed, he called out, "I'll see you in 3 days for the Chater's subjugation." On their way back. "That was perfect, Lavilia. You saved me from a troublesome chat." She sighed. "You truly have a gift for finding trouble, but Chater's is dangerous. Are you sure you'll be all right?" He just smiled. "I'll be fine. Don't worry." Her eyes widened. "Wait, where did you just say you were going?" Had she forgotten his position? He spoke with finality. "Everything is already decided." He wondered, was it really so shocking that the family's good-for-nothing was joining the mission? "For once, I agree with Rona," she insisted. "The Chator's region is far too perilous, filled with hundreds of monsters and bandits." "That's exactly why I must go," he thought. "It's my only chance to extend my life." He met her gaze calmly. "It's all right. I know exactly what I'm doing. I'm going on this mission alone. Both of you will remain here." Lavilia immediately bowed. "Forgive me, young master, but that is an order I cannot obey. My duty as your maid is to assist you, wherever you may go. I am coming with you." He warned, "You could get hurt." "And the same applies to you," she countered. "I heard from Rona that you are frail and prone to illness. Can you truly manage such a long journey all by yourself? You frequently misplace your belongings," she continued, "and your clothes need tending to. Can you truly handle all that alone?" He had to admit, she had a point. These were minor details he'd never considered in the game, but this world was now his reality. If he fell, her position in the Reinher family would be in jeopardy. Lavilia had no choice but to follow him. He sighed. "Fine, but you must obey my every command. And learn to ride Carl." Lavilia beamed at Rona. "Oh, Carl and I are already becoming fast friends." Rona stared, baffled. "How did you manage that?" "It was simple," Lavilia explained. "I spent half my salary on top-grade sugar cubes. He warmed up to me right away." Rona remembered all her failed attempts to befriend that stubborn horse. The young master turned to Rona. "You will remain here at the estate." As he left, he instructed Lavilia, "Since you're coming, prepare everything we'll need to assist me." He glanced at Rona's worried face. He hoped she would be all right. Suddenly, Rodwell appeared. "Young master, the patriarch has an item he wishes to pass to you." He immediately recalled his father's words, that the family would provide all necessary supplies. Is this one of them, he wondered? Asterisk's father took my side at dinner, ... He is definitely planning something, asterisk. He rushed to his father's office. "I heard you have something for me." "Whether you can obtain this depends entirely on you." Tao revealed an ancient blade. "This is the sword of Reinher's first patriarch." He was stunned. This item was a complete unknown. It never appeared in the game Inner Lunatic. Even after clearing the game 27 times, he had never seen or heard of this sword. Asterisk, why would father give this to me? He couldn't understand what was happening, but he felt a powerful urge to hold it. "It may look worn to you," his father began. But this sword was the first patriarch's lifelong companion. The young master's eyes gleamed. "What is the test?" Tayo instructed him. "Simply try to hold the sword." He stepped forward and wrapped his hands around the hilt. A sudden jolt. He felt his mana being absorbed as the blade began to glow and change its color. A faint smile appeared on Tio's face, as I expected. "You have already begun to sense mana." "Just as I suspected," Tayo declares. "This blade drinks its master's mana, only to unleash it with greater force." Knox is stunned, so this won't be simple, will it? Just then, the sword comes alive, violently draining his energy. A system alert flashes. "Warning. Unstable trait detected. Master of acting is malfunctioning." He panics. At this rate, his mana will vanish in seconds. This is a serious problem. His father's voice cuts through the haze. "If you truly desire that power, endure for just 10 minutes. 10 minutes, it feels like an eternity." As his energy drains, Tayo reveals its name. It is called ... Stormbringer. His grip falters. the strain unbearable. He desperately summons the system window. Details. I need details. The system states that once it absorbs enough of the player's mana, its true power will be unlocked. Knox grits his teeth. Like that helps him right now. Another terrifying notification appears. Player's mana depleted. Switching to alternate energy source. It begins consuming his very life force. Terror seizes him. Warning! Player's vitality is rapidly decreasing. In that moment, his father, the test, none of it mattered anymore. I have to let go, he thinks desperately. He tries to release his grip, but the sword is fused to his hand. He can only curse the demonic blade, as his father watches in stony silence. The legend of Stormbringer is one of sacrifice. It bestows immense power, but at a terrible price. The first patriarch forged their legacy with this very sword. But as the Reinher family grew, none of his heirs could master its cursed power. In fact, 9 out of 10 who touched it collapsed instantly from the strain. To endure for even 10 minutes was considered a legendary feat. Even Tayo himself could only last an hour. Yet he forces this trial on his youngest son, a boy still learning to control his mana. He remembered the incident with the maid and all the strange events within the family. Knox was always at the center, growing stronger. This was no coincidence. Could his son possess the talent of a sword emperor? There was only one way to find out. This was his ultimate test. If Knox could endure him for 10 minutes, it would prove he was destined to become the greatest leader in their family's history, surpassing even his own father. So, you are hiding your true power, Tayo muses. Knox, on the verge of collapse, is utterly confused. What is he talking about? The sword is yours, his father announces, turning to leave. As the drain on his vitality stops, Knox screams, "Wait! Give me my life force back!" 3 days pass. It's the day of the caterer subjugation. Lavilia sits behind Knox on his horse. "We brought so much," she says cheerfully. "Thank goodness for this dimensional pouch." She peeks at him, confused. He was so excited for this trip. So why does he look so gloomy? Knox scowls. Sure, his father gave him a legendary sword. But he's not feeling grateful. Not after having his life force drained. He glances over at his brother, Grain. He's certainly well equipped, armed for every monster from the Academy textbooks. It was a bit overboard since Grain's condition for letting him come along was that Knox had to carry all this gear, but that was fine. Knox has his own plans for his dear brother. Up ahead, 2 servants are arguing. "It's this way," one insists. "No, you're wrong." "It's this way," shouts the other. Knox sighs. Are they seriously lost already? Grain explodes at his servant. "I thought you said you knew the way." The servant, Ron, bows his head. "My apologies, ... I've never used this path before." Turns out he's a knight captain Grain hired. Knox can't take it anymore. "You have got to be kidding me." "You buffoons." Lavilia flinches, thinking he's mad at her. "Not you," he says quickly. "I'm talking about these incompetent fools." He nudges his horse forward, smirking at his brother. Well, looks like we're in a bit of a pickle." Grain glares back. "This has nothing to do with you." "We're lost," Knox points out. "Stay out of it," his brother snaps. A sly grin spreads across Knox's face. "You know, I can lead the way." Grain scoffs internally. Asterisk him, he's never left the mansion. How could he possibly know the way? "So why not hire me as your pathfinder?" Knox suggests. "I'm quite talented, you know. Even the vassals say so." Gra was filled with skepticism. Was Knox truly that capable, or was this all a bluff? Arriving late was a risk, but what if Knox's confidence was just empty words? He smirked, thinking this was a perfect chance to humble the young master. A small detour might be worth the entertainment. "Very well," Gra declared. "Since you're so certain, lead the way." Knox, unfazed, guided them with an expert's ease. As dusk fell, they made camp among the trees. Gra's curiosity got the better of him. "How did you navigate so quickly?" He challenged Knox. pointing out that even his most experienced guides struggled in this uncharted, southern territory. "Explain yourself," he demanded, his voice echoing in the camp. He eyed his own men with suspicion. Did they truly believe Knox found the path on his own? Hidden nearby, the young master recalled his past life. For a veteran player, this route was child's play. After all, he'd traveled to the strategic hub of Chaders hundreds of times before. Finally, Lavelia whispered, "Master, how did you know?" He simply motioned toward the ground. She gasped, noticing the distinct footprints and feathers of an owlbear. He explained it was a creature native to the south, whose habitat marked the border of their destination. "We just need to follow their tracks," he said with a smile. "They'll lead us right to Chaders." She grew worried. "Is it wise to camp in their territory?" He reassured her. "They have a deep fear of fire. A camp this large is perfectly safe." Elsewhere, the servants gossiped about how much their young master had changed, even surpassing the one who studied at the academy. But their chatter was cut short by Graz's sudden appearance. "Silence." He grilled a servant. "Is it true? Did Hartz and Allen fall to Knox?" The man nervously confirmed it. A glint appeared in Graz's eye. "I need to see this strength for myself." His butler stepped forward. "I have just the thing." The butler presented a small pouch. Graz let out a sinister laugh. "It seems Knox is in for a very long night." Meanwhile, Knox and Lavelia finished setting up their tents as the camp settled into a deep slumber. Even the night watch had drifted off. From the shadows, a monstrous form crept closer. But Knox's eyes snapped open. He was always prepared. It was starting. Lavelia stirred, sensing the danger. "Stay inside," he commanded, stepping out alone. Before him stood 4 enormous ogres. In a single heartbeat, he understood the situation perfectly. The ground was tainted with the unmistakable scent of a female ogre's pheromones. He instantly saw through Graz's petty scheme using the ogre's mating season to lure them here. It was meant to be a threat. But as Knox faced the beast, he just smiled. To him, they were a gift. Without wasting a second, he summoned his power. Stormbringer? The system confirmed the weapon was resonating with his will. The ogres charged, and he met them with a confident grin. His movements were a blur. In a flash of steel, 2 of the colossal monsters were swiftly overpowered. He paused, examining his sword. A fine weapon, he noted, relieved it wasn't consuming his energy uncontrollably like before. After felling another, he felt how the blade moved in perfect harmony with his thoughts, as if it were an extension of his own body. Now only a single, quivering creature remained. The last ogre, paralyzed by fear, stared at the lone warrior before dropping its weapon. It turned and fled into the darkness, but Knox knew he couldn't let it escape. Leaping onto his steed, Carl, he gave chase through the darkened woods. Soon, the final beast was vanquished. The system chimed, rewarding him with 1 day and 9 hours of precious time. From the tent flap, his maid peeked out, her heart pounding. She rushed to his side. "Master! I told you to wait inside," he gently reminded her. She looked around in disbelief. But how could ogres appear so deep in the forest? "Should we wake the others?" she asked. "What if more are coming?" Knox revealed the truth with a calm smile. But she couldn't imagine who did it. He explained Gray had manipulated the beasts. "Was he trying to keep you in check?" "He thinks I'm no threat for the succession, so he's testing my capabilities first. But he's far weaker than the eldest. Such a cowardly tactic won't work on me." He sat among the vanquished creatures. "Now how do we draw in even more?" Taking a small bottle, he gathered their essence. "They seek vengeance for their fallen kin." Inside a tent, a crystal began to glow. "It's a mana detector, ... Why is it reacting? Could this brand new tool be broken? A powerful monster shouldn't be this close." Suddenly, the butler burst into the tent. Alarmed, Gray demanded to know why. "Ogres! A huge number of them are attacking." He panicked. "They shouldn't be here." The next morning, the camp was in chaos. Gray roared at his butler in a rage. The butler insisted something was wrong. The trap was meant for Master Knox. Meanwhile, Knox and Lavilia awoke peacefully. He invited her to share breakfast. She refused, stating her duty as a maid. He reasoned it was simply safer together. After all, dozens of ogres could appear. She thought for a moment, then spoke. "My master is a little shameless." Elsewhere, Gray ordered his men to clean up. He knew why the ogres wouldn't stop. "Why should I offer my brother any help? The monsters will pursue them relentlessly." Knox smiled. That was his exact plan. He needed more ogres to extend his own life. With their meal finished, it was time to move. He spotted a lone ogre and dispatched it. By day 2, their horse knew the terrain. Their destination was still a great distance away. His brother rode up, his face grim. "Do you truly believe you can escape them?" Knox's confidence was unshakable. A large-scale battle would be a foolish move. Rather than risk everything, their only choice was to escape the forest. He promised his brother that if they were fast enough, everything would be fine. But Grain felt a knot of doubt. He watched as every soldier now looked to Knox for guidance. He wondered when it happened, when command had so completely shifted to his younger brother. Meanwhile, the captain of Grain's unit wore a puzzled look. When did Knox learn so much about ogres? A young soldier then asked the young master why he kept tapping his stick on the ground. Knox replied cryptically, "Because we are not alone here." A wave of unease washed over the soldiers, but the young master simply smiled. Just then, the earth itself exploded upwards. A monstrous worm erupted from the ground, sending everyone into a panicked frenzy. But the young swordsman's eyes lit up with delight. Before them was a massive worm, a creature born from a twisted mix of serpent and earthcrawler. In the world of Inner Lunatic, it was known as a malformed dragon, a beast that failed to reach its final form. Knox knew it held no magic, but its raw, overwhelming power was legendary. Not even 10 ogres together could match the might of this single opponent, and Knox had been waiting for it. In fact, this was an invitation he sent himself. If the soldiers knew his tapping was a deliberate call to this monster, they would be speechless. The thought alone made him chuckle. He felt unstoppable. He gave the order, "Prepare for battle." Fade into the bushes. Lost in their fear, the soldiers questioned his command. But Knox never planned to fight it head-on. He was going to let his enemies deal with each other. His maid gasped, realizing he meant the ogres. Knox simply nodded. Fleeing from the ogres was never his true plan. In that exact moment, Lavilia warned him that the ogre horde had arrived, but Knox just calmed her, assuring her it was all going according to plan. He turned to her with a knowing look. "Do you know which monster a worm loves to eat but also despises with all its being?" Startled, Lavilia could only shake her head, hiding nervously behind him. Knox answered for her. "Ogres!" He explained that worms see them as a prime food source. Yet the two are locked in an endless cycle of vengeance. They shared a primal, unbreakable hatred, and just as he predicted, the moment the worm saw the ogres, it began its monstrous feast. The ogres fought back with furious rage, and a chaotic battle erupted. The stage was set perfectly. His two greatest threats were now focused only on each other. Hidden in the bushes, everyone watched in awe. Envy coiled in Grain's heart. How could Knox know all this? Lavilia then asked her master if they could simply wait it out. At that moment, Knox casually tossed a few stones, striking the ogres. His startled maid cried out, worried that he would draw their attention back to them. As the monstrous battle raged on, a system window appeared for Knox. His strength was rising with every fallen ogre. Soon, a new message appeared. His life had been extended by 8 hours for helping to defeat the ogres. He quietly apologized to his maid, explaining that for him to gain experience, he had to land at least one hit on the enemy. The notifications kept coming, boosting his strength and his lifespan. Even his older brother was now forced to admire the flawless strategy. He thought to himself that while the ogre problem was solved, A new, greater challenge now remained. What could they possibly do against a monster as powerful as the worm? Grain ordered his men to prepare an attack, but no one moved. They were all paralyzed with fear. That's when the young master stepped forward. His voice cut through the tension, suggesting they target the worm's open mouth, its only weak point. Instantly, the soldiers' spirits ignited with newfound courage. The captain rose to his feet and rallied his men. Follow young Master Knox. With a unified roar, they charged, unleashing a volley of spears and arrows. And leading the charge himself, Knox rushed toward the beast, his blade gleaming. With a single mighty swing, the beast is vanquished. A system window appears. Life extended by 10 days. His remaining time increases to 122 days. A 10-day reward. Far more than he ever expected. It was a mid-tier monster. Without the ogres, they would have fallen. His stats and stamina also received a welcome boost. He's thrilled that the boosts affect his hidden skills. And with the blessing of growth gone, he finally reaches stamina level 5. He turns to the soldiers, his voice ringing with encouragement. In response, a powerful chant of his name erupts. He modestly tells them to regroup for the next challenge. Suddenly, the earth shatters once more as another monster bursts forth. Knox immediately orders the men into formation. All eyes lock onto the young master, awaiting his command. But before he can move, a flash of steel. A young man dives in, ending the beast with one perfect strike. Knox is speechless. It's him, the sword genius. The strongest character from Inner Lunatic. One of the 3 legendary sword emperors, a man named Pericillus. The stranger smirks. I just saved you all, he declares. Aren't you going to say thank you? Knox knows Pericillus despises nobles. The butler's face darkens. Insolent commoner? Do you know who you're talking to? The swordsman bows mockingly, introducing himself as Pericillus. Just a humble mercenary, he says. Knox sees right through it. Considering what Pericillus endured, his hatred for the aristocracy makes perfect sense. But what truly alarms him is the timing. They were supposed to meet at Eldane Academy. He's played this world countless times. This event has never happened before. The captain demands to see his identification, and Pericillus casually agrees. With that, the mercenary joins their journey. Gray curiously asks if he's also heading to Shattering. Pericillus confirms it's his first stop on this trip. He mentions hearing it was a great place for monster hunting this season. Knox stays silent, knowing this is all part of the swordsman's training. He journeyed across the entire empire before the academy even started. Gray sizes him up, remarking on his youth and his choice to travel alone. He notes the incredible confidence the man carries. Gray makes an offer, a great reward to serve under his command. Pericillus replies that, as the son of a sword emperor, he is certainly curious about the 2 brothers. The butler explodes at his casual tone, but Gray, calm and collected, simply tells him to consider the offer. Gray witnessed his power firsthand, that single, flawless strike. He intends to use this prodigy's skill to divert the soldiers' admiration from Knox. At last, they reach their destination. This is Shattering, Knox announces, but he can feel that something is terribly wrong. The atmosphere is even more desolate than he remembers from the game. The sight that greets them is one of complete despair. A starving child runs up, begging for a scrap of food. The group is stunned by the dire state of the people. A man emerges to welcome them. He introduces himself as Tigan, the village security chief. He recognizes the famous sons of Reinher here for the subjugation mission. The mercenary had high hopes, hearing a sword emperor's sons were on this mission. For nobles of the Reinher house to come to Shattering was unexpected. Gray's swordsmanship was decent, but it wasn't enough. They're still just pampered nobles. He feels a wave of disappointment. This whole town is falling apart. The night order is corrupt and the people are helpless against the coming monster wave. Seeing them satisfied with so little was heartbreaking. Tigan announced the mission briefing would wait until morning. He led them to a humble inn, a place to rest from their journey. The soldiers began to unload the company's supplies. Just then, Pericillus calmly declined Grain's earlier offer. Annoyed, Gran questioned his plan. "You'll fight the wave alone?" The mercenary simply wished him a safe and successful mission. Gran scoffed, calling him an obnoxious commoner. Pericellus coolly replied that in this world, true skill carves its own path. Knox watched, sensing their fates were already intertwined. Later that night, Knox urged Livia to get some rest for the day ahead. Through the window, he noticed a family huddled around a small fire. His heart stirred. He went out and offered the children bread. He dreamt of a future where no child would ever go hungry again, but to build that dream, they had to survive this place first. From the shadows, Livia watched him with gentle eyes. She always knew it. Deep down, he was a truly good person. Taeyeon explained that every winter, monsters swarmed the southern region. Gran glanced at the flimsy wooden walls. "This is all you have?" Taeyeon confessed the defenses were ancient and desperately needed repairs. To Knox, the village was helpless. It wouldn't last an hour. But since this was merely a side quest for him, he had the power to choose whether this village would be saved. And this land held incredible future value. Taeyeon added that this year felt different. The beasts were more numerous. As the conversation continued, Knox saw a hidden opportunity these people couldn't yet understand. Then came the worst news. A griffin had been spotted. Gren's face tightened. A griffin changed everything. The young swordsman knew handling the creature was the key to this mission. After all, griffins were the undisputed kings of the wilderness. They were meant to be repelled, never truly conquered. But Knox intended to be the first. Taeyeon guided them to the edge of the vast, untamed wilderness. He explained this barren land stretched all the way to a neutral zone. The young master recognized the terrain, but something felt deeply wrong. "Griffins don't live near this village," he announced. "So why is it here now?" The silence that followed was deafening. Their expressions told him everything. In that moment, he knew exactly who the traitor was. The sub-quest had begun. First, he would eliminate the source of the rot. Inside the village office, Grain's butler reviewed the records, fuming. He'd been told Knox was a nobody, a useless brat. To think he'd been outmaneuvered by such a person infuriated him. Spotting Livia on the stairs, his anger found a new target. He knew she was a commoner. Without a word, he grabbed her arm. "Do you need something?" she asked sharply. He smirked. "I certainly do." With a sly grin, he calls it a little chat. She pulls her hand back. "We have nothing to discuss." For a moment, he rethinks his approach. Placing a hand on her shoulder, he presses, "Are you sure?" Livia cries out, "Let me go," but pauses. Rejecting him could endanger her young master, Knox. She refuses to let Knox face trouble because of her. The butler sneers, "Thanks to your master, I lost everything. You'll pay." In a flash, Knox appears and a sword sings, ready to pay the price. With chilling calm, he asks again, "How will you settle your debt?" The butler howls in agony, demanding to know what he's doing. He threatens Knox, saying Grain will never let this slide. The swordsman's eyes narrow. "Are you threatening me with my brother?" Without another word, steel flashes again. The man wails, "This isn't right." But Knox counters, "You're the one relying on family power." Then, with one last move, the conflict ends. Livia is speechless. Horrified, she asks, "What have you done?" Grain will never forgive this. Just then, Grain arrives with his guards. "Brother, you took care of Schultz?" Grain's fury erupts. "You worthless thing! You dare touch my knight?" Knox calmly states he has the story wrong. Why not ask what happened first? Grain grabs his collar, demanding answers. "If your reason isn't good enough, ... Knox replies, "I saw him harassing my maid. As a master, how could I simply watch?" "Over a mere commoner," Grain shouts back. Knox stares. "Do you hear yourself? Can you take responsibility for those words?" A massive aura bursts from Knox. Grain stumbles back. Is this really ... Knox's power? The family disgrace, remember? Knox smirks. Visibly shaken, Grain is at a loss for words. Let's allow our father to resolve this when we return. Reluctantly, Gra agrees to let their father pass judgment. Knox gestures for Lavilia to follow, and they walk away. Grain watches him go. When did he become so strong? And that sword? His eyes narrow with resolve. He won't underestimate Knox again. Outside, Knox silently reflects on the growing discord among the soldiers. The military factions are already at a breaking point. Now they must choose a side. His brother. Or him. He turns to Lavilia. Are you all right? She nods firmly. With worry in her voice, she asks, Master, will you be okay? Why did you do it? This will only create more adversaries for you. He simply asks, Do you know what kind of person you serve? I am the famed good-for-nothing of the Reinhofer family. That means you never bow your head to anyone. She understands. That night, Grain lies awake, fuming over his brother. How dare that worthless brat try to surpass me? But out here on this mission, everything is different now. Knox was nothing like the weakling he'd imagined. His eyes darted to Knox's sword. Was its likeness to their father's blade just a coincidence? He had to remain cautious. With Schultz gone, who could he trust to watch his brother? A servant entered, announcing the first floor was secure. He added that young Master Knox was far from what the rumors claimed. Gra slurred, his words thick with drink. Knox isn't the only one who's changed. I've changed too. He squinted at the man. Tell me something. Weren't you the captain of a local night order? I ran a background check myself. So how can a bookworm like Knox know this place better than you? He accused the man of incompetence, reminding him he paid a fortune for quality work. Grain considered his options. The monster wave was still a ways off. He might as well use this night order. He commanded the servant to clear the area of all bandits and monsters, and if Knox made a single suspicious move, he was to be notified immediately. The servant bowed, accepting his master's orders before departing. Elsewhere, Lavilia approached her master. Did you inspect the village walls today? I did, he answered. They're barely standing. She worried, how can we defend against a monster wave with these? He simply told her to follow. As they walked, she realized they were heading away from their inn. Where are we going? Knox explained. I'm thinking of adding someone to our team. Even in a village this small, he said, there's always a hidden genius. Her name, he revealed, was Alina. She was a brilliant potion maker he always recruited in Shaders. Essentially, his personal potion supplier. Walking through the dark streets, Lavilia asked, a genius potion maker, in a place like this? Without a doubt, he replied instantly. She frowned, confused. If Alina was that skilled, why would she be hiding out here? He told her, Alina has her reasons. He knew the truth was tied to Chater's hidden root. In the future, Alina serves another empire. Without clearing the hidden root first, you never get the chance to recruit her. He warned Lavilia to watch her step as they turned a corner. She followed closely as they entered a small, run-down building. Inside, a young woman sat alone, swirling wine in a cup. I can't believe I'm stuck here, she grumbled. Her eyes met Knox's. How did my life turn out like this? He gazed back and declared, I've found you, my potion maker. Alina's eyes widened. Who are you? Lavilia was shocked. She whispered to her master, The genius you mentioned, ... is a drunkard? Alina quickly stood, apologizing. She hadn't realized they were nobles. Knox waved it off. It's fine, but I'm here to discuss something important. I need you to be serious. In his mind, he knew exactly who she was. Alina was a character with limitless potential, a rare prodigy in potion crafting. He had to have her on his side, flaws and all. A quick system check confirmed her stats. A bit disappointing, but expected. After all, a genius recruited by the disgrace of the Reinhofer family wouldn't be perfect. Still, she was a priceless talent. He turned to his maid. Alina might be a handful. ... but we don't have better options. Lavilia leaned in, whispering, Forgive me, but is hiring a drunkard truly wise? I know, he calmly replied. But right now, we have no other choice. She sighed. I suppose this is more complex than I imagined. Suddenly, Alina stood up, her gaze sharp. Why did you come looking for me? He decided to get straight to the point. With no time to waste, he made an offer. Join him. Follow me, and you'll get what you need most. He saw confusion cloud her eyes, but Alina gracefully refused. She had a duty here that she could not abandon. Her apology was sincere. Then he spoke a name. May. And her composure shattered. How did he know that name? Knox revealed a chilling truth. May's time was running out, but with him, she had a chance. Had that simple fact changed her mind? Her friend had bravely defied the government's unjust taxes. She had cried out that the people were suffering. The Empire's aid was a lie. The walls remained broken. She even challenged the powerful Tigan himself, demanding answers. She was Alina's only friend. A part of her wished their places had been switched. She knew she couldn't save her alone. But could she truly place her trust in a stranger like Knox? When one asked who he was, another just called him a fool. He boasted how grain fell for their act, believing they were a real knight order without a single doubt. Another chuckled that it was a lucky break, one that worked out perfectly for them. Raiding the Ron Knight's base was worth it, especially after they found the gold badges. With these badges, they could aim for bigger prizes. All they had to do was approach the Reinher family. And they'd be treated like true captains, showered with every benefit imaginable. It was all a strange coincidence, another man added, almost amusing that their names were exactly the same. Then, a wicked thought surfaced. They could take grain hostage for a fortune. They glanced at the quiet soldier. This did involve the powerful Reinher family, after all. The quiet one hesitated. Was it truly wise to target one of the three great families? He wondered. Had any bandits ever survived after crossing them? The other three just stared at him. One of them scoffed, calling him a coward. Didn't he understand where they were? This was Chatters, a forsaken land the Empire itself had long given up on. And so the decision was made. They would capture grain, collect the ransom, and vanish to the east. In this desert, the Reinher family's great influence meant absolutely nothing. All they needed to do was seek asylum. And live like kings. A perfect plan. But then the nervous one mentioned a different name. Knox. They'd have to deal with him too, the captain conceded. Knox was certainly a dangerous one. The boy was relentless. He ordered his men to stay clear of him until their mission was complete. One soldier just laughed. He's only a kid, he said. There was no need to worry. The others joined the laughter, raising their drinks high. Suddenly, the lamps in the tavern went out. A heavy silence fell. The captain tried to calm his men, then felt a warm splash across his face. One of their own had fallen. Panic set in. Was the village under attack? The captain froze. A figure stood directly behind him. A calm voice asked, "Why so rude?" It was Knox. He had swiftly taken down one of the soldiers. "Why are you hiding in this hole like rats?" he demanded. "You dare plot against the Reinher family? You've clearly overestimated your worth." Captain Vermin scrambled, insisting it was all just a big misunderstanding. But Knox cut him short. He knew of their crimes and their secret dealings with Tigan. He even knew of their twisted plans for grain. Vermin's voice lowered. "What is it you want? Think carefully before you answer." He suggests a tempting deal. If Knox simply lets the grain disappear, his own standing in the family will soar. All Knox must do is look away once, he insists, urging him to avoid any needless conflict. But in an instant, the soldiers' blades are drawn. The captain accuses Knox of hiding dark intentions behind noble words. Knox moves like a phantom, and another soldier collapses. He turns to the trembling few. "Do you really believe such foolish lies?" He scoffs. One shouts, "Get him!" and they all lunge forward. But the young swordsman moves like the wind, a blur they can't possibly follow. In a flash, every last one is defeated. The captain is frozen in shock, wondering if Knox had hidden his true power all this time. Realizing the immense danger, he knows this has to end right now. Drawing his own blade, he warns Knox that his arrogance will be his undoing. He unleashes his ultimate southern sword technique, but Knox remains perfectly calm. With a cool gaze, Knox simply says, "You're far more simple-minded than I thought." A system window flashes. The genius swordsman has completely neutralized the enemy's skill. The captain can't believe his eyes. "How did you stop the Chater sword technique?" Now, it's Knox's turn to smirk. He calls the captain a lowly creature, asking how he dares question his actions. As the fight rages, Knox effortlessly learns the southern sword technique for himself. The system confirms it his prize is won. A single question echoes in his mind. What does it truly mean to be a genius? He remembers walking a lonely path. Is being a genius merely being more exceptional than others? Or is it proving you can reach a height that no one else can possibly touch? In this moment of truth, the question repeats itself again and again. What is a genius? He knows this technique is just a stepping stone compared to what he'll learn in the future. But for now, this power is enough. It's more than enough to deal with them. The Chater's southern sword technique is his. The captain's mind reels. It took him over 10 years of his life to master that art. How could a mere boy know it? The captain falls to his knees, utterly terrified for his life. He threatens our hero, "If you do this, Tyone will never let you get away with it." But our hero calmly points out that there are no witnesses left to see what happened. The others who are still conscious will see, the man screams. Knox leans in, "Listen carefully. I am simply taking you out. It seems," he continues, "that you still don't understand. If no one is left to tell the tale, this was just a tragic incident." And with that, the captain's fate is sealed. Meanwhile, in a dark cell, Tegan taunts May. "So you don't want to work? You'd rather be sold off to other nobles?" Despite her injuries, she glares back. "I will never listen to the likes of you." He sneers, telling her she's helpless, and that all someone so lowly can do is struggle pointlessly. Her limbs are chained to the cold stone wall, yet she still resists. Amused, he strikes her across the face. "Perhaps you'd prefer to be sold to the Black Mage?" May's mind drifts back to her childhood, to her teacher's kind but disappointing words. "You did your best, but the mixture is wrong again." This is a matter of natural aptitude. The teacher gently told May that she simply lacked talent in this field. From the very beginning, she had zero talent, not in alchemy, swordsmanship, or anything else. Alina, however, was her complete opposite. The teacher once told Alina she had nothing left to teach her, marveling at finding such a prodigy in the countryside. "If only you were from a noble family, even a minor one," her teacher had sighed. May remembers it clearly. If Alina could just leave the orphanage, she could do anything. She was a true alchemy genius. Alina seemed to belong to a different world entirely. She had a sparkle about her, a constant, blinding shine. Despite it all, she was May's best friend, and Alina was always kind and caring. She remembers how that brilliant smile sparked a helpless, overwhelming envy inside her, and that was why she decided to sacrifice herself in Alina's place, certain her friend could achieve far more than she ever could. She knew that struggling was her purpose, the norm for her entire life. May looks at Tegan. "Do whatever you want after I'm gone. It's none of my business." She even sticks out her tongue, refusing to become Alina's burden. Fury ignites in Tyne's eyes. His cruel words follow a vicious strike, ordering her to abandon her desperate act. Just then, a figure appears. Our hero warns Tyone not to give Alina a reason to grieve. Tyone sneers, wondering what business the young master has here. Knox declares the imperial judgment, stating Tyne's life is forfeit. He reveals that Ron Vermin has already fallen and advises him to surrender. A flicker of regret crosses Tyne's face as he calls it an unfortunate turn of events. He then sizes up his opponent, asking if he came alone. The swordsman responds with a confident nod. A wicked smile twists Taiyan's lips. He remarks that the noble heir has gravely miscalculated. He scoffs, questioning if Knox truly believes he can win this fight by himself. The swordsman's reply is unwavering. I see no reason why not. Drawing his sword, Taiyan notes that events are escalating, but insists it no longer matters. He calls for his soldiers. In an instant, countless troops surround the lone warrior. Taiyan gives a cold command to erase him. Assessing the situation, the young master activates the hour of the genius. He has exactly 5 minutes to end this. He moves like a phantom, a blur of lightning and steel. In 2 seconds, every soldier is down. The next moment, Taiyan is neutralized. The system updates. 4 minutes and 55 seconds remain. Wasting no time, he rushes to her side with a potion, gently whispering her name. He promises that when she awakens, the nightmare will be over. Taiyan regains consciousness, finding himself in the midst of utter defeat, his soldiers lying motionless around him. Knox's voice is like ice. He informs him that his end will not be swift. Before delivering a crippling blow, Taiyan stares up, his mind reeling in disbelief. How could he, the great Taiyan, be defeated by a mere boy? In that moment, a question echoes once more in Knox's mind. What does it truly mean to be a genius? He tells Taiyan that he isn't the one, that the character Knox is the real prodigy. Disbelief clouds Taiyan's gaze, his world completely shattered. To be overwhelmed by a boy was unthinkable. As Taiyan falters, Knox reflects on that haunting question again. What defines a genius? He tells his foe that it is not him, but the character of Knox. Who possesses true genius? A memory flashes in Taiyan's mind. His father, the most formidable man in their village. Everyone looked up to him, everyone respected his power, but he also recalls a darker moment, his father's rage aimed at his mother. Amidst the chaos, his father had looked at him, asking if he knew why everyone obeyed. As a child, Taiyan had no answer. His father grabbed him, his voice a low growl, explaining it was because of strength. He preached that with overwhelming power, a person can do whatever they want. That, he declared, was the only law that mattered on the borders of the Archeim Empire. Young Taiyan asked if he was the strongest on the continent. His father released him, admitting that he was not. He confessed that even he was just one of countless nameless warriors scattered across the land. He explained that the world was filled with masters of the sword, warriors of unbelievable strength. He also warned that there were children, no older than Taiyan, who were already far more powerful than him. They were called geniuses, prodigies born with gifts he could never match. That was the reality of their world. He told his son the only reason he had survived was because he knew not to challenge those monsters. Now looking at Knox, Taiyan finally understands. He says he must be one of those untouchable geniuses his father spoke of. A talent so vast that no one could ever hope to reach his level. That, he says, is what it means to be truly gifted. He then tells the young master his only mistake was choosing to fight him. Hearing this, Knox delivers the final strike. Alina sits alone in her lab, lost in sorrow, when her friend May enters, accompanied by Livia. At first, Alina is stunned. Then, with a joyful cry, she leaps from her chair and runs into her friend's embrace. Tears of relief stream down their faces. Alina sobs that she was terrified, thinking May had left for good. May holds her close, comforting her, and apologizes for everything that happened. She admits her own selfishness, confessing it was wrong to try and handle everything alone while leaving Alina behind. Maven glances over at Livia, her thoughts drifting to the young master. Livia wishes to show her gratitude. She says her master is handling things, and likely having a little chat. Alina tilts her head, confused. A chat? She wonders. Livia suggests a heart-to-heart, a private talk between brothers. But even she doubts his true intentions. Meanwhile, Grass sits in his office, waiting for a certain pest. The clock ticks, fueling his impatience. What's taking so long? He just hopes nothing has gone wrong. Just then, Knox appears, Can we talk? He asks coolly. It's important. Gra scoffs. Why come to me? Knox simply repeats, because this is important. Then Gra's eyes lock onto a dark stain on Knox's shirt. After a tense silence, Gra tells him to sit. A few days pass. Rodwell presents a letter to Tayo. It's a message from Chatters. Young Master Knox has cleansed the corruption. He delivered justice to the guilty parties, and now Knox requests a special reward. But Rodwell admits his confusion. He can't decipher Knox's true desire. Tayo takes the letter, his mind racing. He knew the region's darkness grew daily. Yet, no one ever dared to step in. The reason there was no profit to be gained. But things are never quite that simple. That land has long plagued the Empire. Eastern Shaddars is the final line of defense. If that territory falls, the central lands are the next to be threatened. The Central Command has spared no expense. Funds, troops, and mercenaries to protect the core. Chatters itself might seem worthless, but abandoning it is not an option. A land with no value that they can't afford to lose. That is the riddle of Chatters. Tayo tells Rodwell of the dangers there, naming the bandit groups, Vermin and Tigan. They are incredibly formidable foes. Even Gra would struggle against them. Rodwell can only agree. What if Vermin's group attacks? He asks. In that case, the situation could become a catastrophe. He continues, if they can't handle that, they don't deserve the Reinher name. He reminds Tayo of the Black Sword Knights. They were stationed there to keep them from harm. Rodwell brings the focus back to Knox. Tayo finds it strange. Why would Knox cleanse that place for nothing? He knows Knox isn't a selfless hero. There's always a motive behind his actions. And this request for Chatters is no different. Knox wants control of that wasteland. But what could he possibly gain from it? Tayo points to a line in the letter, highlighting Knox's own words. If I fail to deliver results, I will renounce my Reinher name. Rodwell asks if he will deny the request. No, I'll accept, Tayo declares. If Knox can defeat those threats, then the territory is his to command. This could be the perfect test to see Knox's true leadership potential. Rodwell listens, understanding the plan. He will contact the Empire at once to begin negotiations for Chatters. Proceed, Tayo commands. He stares at the letter again, wondering how many moves ahead Knox truly is. Back at the Chatters estate, Gray confronts Knox. Is it true? Did they really mean to take you down? And you worked for them? Knox calmly confirms the unfortunate truth. Gra's anger rises. To think their family had already approved them. But worse, they tried to use him and deceive the entire Reinher family. Knox meets his gaze with a slight smile. Are you perhaps afraid of me? Gra almost laughs at the bold provocation. But for now, he holds his temper in check. He knew failing this test meant giving up his dream. In the end, he had no choice but to agree. Swallowing his pride, he finally asks, "What is it you want from me?" Knox noted with a smirk that his brother always calculated the odds. He assured him his demands were simple. First, he wanted command of Gro's entire legion. Gra had no choice but to agree. His very fate was in Knox's hands. Though he hated to admit it, Gra had no measure of his brother's true power. Gra countered with a condition of his own. Knox had to guarantee his safety and deliver him the spoils of this conflict. Knox just laughed. Ensuring his safety and handing over the rewards were two entirely different requests. Realizing his mistake, Gra changed his offer. He would yield the rights to his great mine and its artifacts instead. Knox called it a small price to pay for his well-being, warning him not to see it as a loss. Gra wondered silently if Knox would be under his watch while in Chatters. He just hoped his younger brother wouldn't do anything too reckless. Meanwhile, in Alina's laboratory, she confirmed to Alona and May that while she'd never crafted such potions, she believed it was possible. That was all Knox needed to hear. Lavilia, however, was filled with concern. His plan was incredibly dangerous. How could it possibly succeed? She knew it wasn't a simple maid's place to ask ... But was there a true reason to face the griffin? May agreed, saying they couldn't afford to lose their hero. Knox told them not to worry. If the task were impossible, he never would have suggested it. He understood their fear, but he couldn't reveal the vital prize he needed from defeating the beast, so he had to keep them in the dark. He simply told them he'd considered every angle and asked for their unwavering trust. Livia promised she would do her best to prepare everything he required. In his mind, he knew that defeating the griffin this early was seen as an impossible feat in the game. Impossible for anyone else, that is. With a confident smile, he began to reveal his plan. He was firm. They had to listen carefully, as he would only explain this once. He spoke of a hidden route, explaining that a direct assault on the griffin was doomed to fail. The path was a secret known only to elite gamers like him, a veteran who had conquered Inner Lunatic 26 times. After outlining the strategy, he checked if they understood. All three gave a firm nod. The briefing was over. They would move at dawn. The next day, as he tended to his horse, Knox knew that unless he was willing to put everything on the line, he wouldn't make it. Inner Lunatic was just that kind of world. Suddenly, a roar erupted as monsters charged the outer walls. Knox vaulted onto the ramparts, his eyes scanning the horde. He commanded everyone to prepare for battle. "We only get one chance," he roared. Watching from a distance, Grain felt a strange sense of excitement. At that moment, Knox wasn't just a warrior. He had become their sole strategist. His maid asked if he would be safe. Knox simply told her to trust her master, for he was not going to fall. With that, he drew his sword and leapt from the wall like a phantom, launching a potion at a massive monster. The system flashed. The iron golem had been vanquished. His sword technique proficiency had grown. He held onto his promise, knowing that without it, he might truly be overcome. That's why he would turn these monsters into his stepping stones. He charged, and his soldiers rallied right behind him. Then among the horde, he saw it. The griffin. A thrill ran through him as he thought, "Shall we begin?" The griffin's eyes locked onto the young master, and it soared directly toward him. The soldiers stared in disbelief. Alina gasped that she'd never seen a knight fight with such power, questioning if it was even humanly possible. May agreed, shocked. "I knew he was skilled, but his speed? Our eyes can barely follow his movements." She couldn't help but wonder what kind of family house Reinher truly was. Lavilia explained it was a house legendary for its swordsmanship, a place where an internal struggle determines who is worthy to inherit the Black Sword. That, she stressed, was the nature of the Reinher family. From the highest floor of the castle, they all watched the breathtaking battle below. Nelia added with pride that one could say Master Knox was the most talented of all the candidates, standing beside them on the fortress walls. All this talk was giving Master Grain a terrible headache. Why does the young master let those terrible rumors spread? May felt certain he had a secret plan. Surely, not all the whispers could be true. It was as if he needed everyone to believe he was a nobody. Lavilia agreed, sensing a deeper purpose. She asked them to please play along, confident in his reasons. After all, she insisted, he is far wiser than he appears. Alina understood completely. Both she and May vowed to keep his secret safe. On the castle walls, tension gripped the soldiers as the young master faced the griffin alone. Even from that safe distance, the sight was terrifying. Grain scoffed, wondering if his brother had lost his mind. Below, the clash of man and beast began. Watching his brother's reckless bravery, Grain felt a flash of anger, but he knew he had to stick to the plan. He ordered his troops to hold their fire until the griffin was directly in range of the fortress. The moment it drew near, they were to launch the ballistas on his command. The soldiers readied their aim. As the creature soared close to the walls, Grain gave the order. The giant bolts flew true. A direct hit to the wing sent the beast tumbling from the sky. Knox knew its greatest weapon, its flight, had to be neutralized. He quickly drank a metallization potion, and the system confirmed a temporary stamina boost of 1 point. He felt a sense of relief. All his preparations were falling into place. He remembered telling his brother to build the ballistas in the first place. Grain had yelled at him then, calling the task demeaning and something to be passed off to others. Knox had simply replied that if that were the case, Grain himself could face the griffin on the field. Hearing that, Grain's attitude shifted instantly, asking how many weapons were needed. Knox now smirked. His brother's instincts for self-preservation were sharp. Yes, his brother would definitely be useful. All that remained were Elena's potion and this one chance to prove himself to everyone. The griffin roared, attempting to fly, but its injured wing gave out. The young master mocked it. Frustrating, isn't it? He knew exactly why it was struggling. For a high-level monster, such a wound should have been nothing more than a scratch. But the ballista that struck its wing was coated in a powerful poison the creature despised. Knox told the griffin to prepare for what was coming. He warned it that the real pain would begin in about 5 minutes, which was all the time he needed. As the griffin swiped at him, Knox thought that this was far more intense than the game. However, he was certain of one thing. He would not be the one to fall here today. With his sword ready, he gave the signal. From the wall, Grain stared in utter disbelief. Was this truly the same brother he had always known? Snapping out of his shock, he relayed the order, and more ballistas rained down upon the monster. Every single shot landed perfectly. The time had come for Knox to end this. The griffin cried out, limping toward him for one last charge. The young master activated his black execution skill, and with one powerful swing, he disarmed the creature's advance. Without a moment's pause, a second, overwhelming slash ended the monster's rampage for good. The system announced he had gained 60 days for his victory. His remaining lifespan was now 179 days. A thunderous cheer erupted from the castle. Soldiers, commoners, and his companions all shouted his name. Their voices rose as one in pure admiration. The other monsters scattered, witnessing the fall of their mighty leader. He allowed himself a moment of deep satisfaction. His brother, however, was still trying to process what happened. That was a high-level monster. How could such a powerful beast have struggled against a mere brat? A feat like that should have required someone at the level of an academy professor, at least. He wondered if he had no choice but to acknowledge his brother's strength. If this was all real, it could dramatically shift the family succession rankings. Quietly, under his breath, he admitted he had to make sure he was aligned with the winning side. After the monsters were cleared, the young master returned to the castle. Grain then appeared, offering to handle the griffin's remains. But he insisted Knox alone should decide on the distribution of loot. With a faint smile, Knox realized just how shaken the old knight must be. Now, it was time for his hidden rewards. He swiftly accessed his system. An item appeared. The griffin's heart, its legendary properties glowing on the interface. Later, in her lab, Alina examined the heart, confirming his discovery. The very essence of wind pulsed within the magnificent core. She explained they could craft elixirs or gear straight from the pages of myth. But Knox had no time to spare. He needed an elixir, and he needed it now. Alina admitted that time required would depend on many factors. With her current tools, it would be a lengthy process. Knox promised to provide everything she could ever need. Seizing the moment, he made a formal offer to both Alina and May. He wished to hire them. May hesitated, reminding him of their commoner status. As if such things mattered to him now. If you have a skill I need, I will use it. But never forget who your master is. He knew no one else could possibly handle a monster core like this one. It was a drop from a hidden boss, an impossible feat. Only a true genius could ever hope to refine such a legendary material. Alina bowed her head. You saved us. We would never betray your trust. Her answer pleased him. He had just secured 2 geniuses for his cause. He gave them his orders. We leave in 3 days. The elixir would be crafted in absolute secrecy at the family estate. No one else is to see this. Do you understand? They both nodded in agreement. Walking back, Lavilia turned to him, a curious look in her eyes. You're different from the rumors. He raised an eyebrow, prompting her to explain. They said you were selfish, but what I see is not that person at all. Then she grew serious. Can you promise me one thing? If you are ever in true trouble, please, allow me to help. Even with my lowly status, I want to be of use to you. He promised he would call on her if that day ever came, then gestured to the cold night air. Now let's hurry. We wouldn't want to catch a cold. And of course, that's exactly what happened. Knox was now in bed, with Lavilia looking after him. I know what you're going to say, he mumbled. Don't. It's embarrassing. She just smiled gently. It's all right. This is just part of growing up. A system window popped up. Negative status, cold level 2, chronic cough level 4. Back at the Reinher estate, an attendant announced the young master's return. At the gate, Rodwell noted the 2 new faces with Knox. The new servants. Whispers immediately began to spread through the staff. He brought 2 more women back. I guess a leopard never changes its spots, another sneered. Even if he acts different, his habits remain. One servant shushed the other. Young Master Knox's old reputation was hard to forget, making his recent heroics seem like a fantasy. As Knox approached, he sighed internally. No matter what he achieved, he couldn't escape his useless image. Rodwell stepped forward. The patriarch wishes to see you. Knox headed straight for his father's office. You called for me, father? His father nodded grimly. We have much to discuss. Tayo sensed it. Knox had something important on his mind. He began by praising his son's recent triumphs. From the safe return from the Chatters region to cleansing the malevolent forces there. He noted, even your brother Grain acknowledged your strength. Surprised, Knox asked if his brother truly said that. His father simply nodded, his hand resting on a pile of letters. He revealed a line from Grain's own hand. Without Knox by my side, my night training would have failed. Intrigued, Knox wondered what his brother was up to. But Tayo dismissed the thought. That's not why I called you here. He reminded Knox of the impossible task he had been given. A challenge he used to glorify the Reinher name. And so I will keep my promise. He presented a royal decree, officially making the Chatters region Knox's domain. Knox bowed his head, truly grateful for this immense gift. But the patriarch saw past the gratitude. He knew something else weighed on his son's heart and directly asked what it was. Then he dropped a bombshell. Do you desire my seat? Knox froze, stunned by the sudden question, wondering why his father was asking this now. Elsewhere, a shadowy figure stared into a glowing pendant. It showed him everything Knox had accomplished. The griffin has fallen, he announced. The Reinherd dogs are finally making their move. From what my sources tell me, he continued, the Chatters region now belongs to the youngest son. A wicked smile formed. Cremisser, prepare for battle. His followers exchanged nervous glances, questioning if this was the right path. But their master's voice burned with conviction. The Reinherd family took everything from me. I have nothing left to fear. The servant bowed low, wordlessly accepting the order. Later, that follower approached a young girl. The time is near, he whispered. The day our master claims the throne, and the day you awaken. Back in the patriarch's office, Rodwell spoke cautiously. My lord, perhaps your question was premature for the young master. He understands the weight of the title, Rodwell reasoned, but the timing feels wrong. Tio's gaze was like steel. No, the time is now. It must be now. Rodwell bowed respectfully. Forgive me, my lord, but I must disagree. I do not believe he is ready for such a burden, he said, also mentioning the first young master, Garen. Tio's voice was quiet, yet held absolute power. Rodwell, that is not your decision to make. Just then, Knox found his voice. Father! I have no desire to become the patriarch. He spoke of the crushing weight of responsibility that came with the title. Do you truly fear this position? Tayo challenged. Knox's reply was shockingly honest. Why wouldn't I? A deep sigh escaped the patriarch's lips. Very well. I will respect your choice. For now. But talent like yours cannot be concealed, and weaker men will always seek to test you. Knox knew his father's words were true. You must be weary. You may go. Knox gave his thanks and quietly departed. Returning to his quarters, Lavilia greeted him with worry. Did the patriarch reprimand you? He offered a reassuring smile. It was nothing I couldn't handle. She reported that lodgings for Alina and May were ready. He thanked her for her efforts. She simply replied, I am just doing my duty as your aide. He stared into the distance, lost in thought. If only the world had simple rules, perhaps there would be no reason for hatred, or for conflict to arise. He thanked Lavilia once more, a feeling growing within him that things were about to escalate. His mind turned to Eldane Academy, the greatest institution for training night mages. His resolve hardened into a single goal. He would become the absolute strongest there. Meanwhile, Tayo conceded to Rodwell. As expected, that was not an easy path. Rodwell agreed. Perhaps it was too soon. If the young master truly understood the weight of his legacy, Rodwell began. His answer might have been different, but Tayo saw something else entirely. No, his eyes are those of a man who has already chosen his destiny. He fears something, it's true, Tayo mused. But it isn't the title. And it isn't me. It is something far deeper, like the fear of staring into a bottomless abyss. The final sleep, Tayo murmurs. Knox is terrified of it now. Rodwell hesitates, then asks to speak his mind. He suggests the madam's fate may have deeply wounded the young master's spirit. Tayo knows. In Knox's eyes, he's just a failure who couldn't protect his own wife. But Rodwell reveals a more immediate danger. He warns that Grain is making a major move. Meanwhile, Talia awakens, ready for a new day. She excitedly asks her maid, Emma, for her opinion. Emma sighs, reminding her she's seen that outfit over 20 times. But Talia is lost in her own world, hunting for the perfect dress. She even fusses over her accessories. Emma wonders if her lady is truly this excited. Of course she is. This is about her admission into the prestigious Eldane Academy. But Emma smirks, clarifying she meant young Master Knox. It's their first meeting since the engagement was announced. But Talia is far more focused on her wardrobe. Growing a bit flustered, she asks Emma if she's just giving lazy answers. Emma wisely reminds her that Knox notices every little detail. Elsewhere, the young master enters Alina's lab to find her looking completely drained. He stares, worried by her exhausted state. May explains that Alina gets this way when she's deep in her work. She assures him she will watch over Alina carefully. A cheerful Alina turns to May, calling her the best before bursting into laughter. She urges her master to see the amazing potion she's concocted. A system window instantly appears. It's the elixir of wind, and thanks to the alchemy genius Alina, its effects are boosted by 200%. A satisfied smile graces Knox's lips. He'd finally acquired it. It didn't just raise stamina. It boosted the hidden dexterity stat, creating the ultimate combo with Hour of the Genius. Securing this item now was undoubtedly the perfect move, as expected of his genius potion maker. Without her, his plans would have been much more difficult. The young master praises Alina for her hard work, and she beams with joy. Without hesitation, he drinks the elixir. All preparations were now complete. Their destination, Eldane. As Knox and Lavilia arrive at the academy, they instantly become the center of attention. Students whisper, captivated by his white hair and lavender eyes. Was he the youngest son of House Reinher? Rumors of his enrollment had already swept through the school. Some call him a troublemaker. A friend warns his companion to be quiet, or he'll face the consequences. Knox glances over the crowd. Why is it so noisy? He asks coolly. Is there a dog barking? An immediate silence falls over the students. Many of them flee in an instant. Lavilia spots another carriage arriving as Emma steps out, offering a swift greeting. It seems they've also arrived early. A system alert flashes. The acting genius is temporarily shaken. Emma admits her excitement since this is the Eldane Academy's opening ceremony. She turns to the carriage, urging Talia to step out and greet young Master Knox. Talia seems a little dazed, but visibly thrilled. At last, she descends from her carriage. The young lord watches her, his thoughts racing. She was supposed to be the ambassador. He never imagined a twist like this happening right under his nose. He remembers his maid mentioning the engagement rumors with Talia, gossip that the whole world seemed to know. He had exploded in frustration. That was precisely the issue. He was the only one in the dark. And after investigating, he confirmed it. Their families had arranged it all without their consent. Talia walks towards him with a formal greeting. Lavilia then asks, "Is this Lady Talia that you spoke of?" The young master quickly shushes her, reminding her they weren't to speak of it. Talia asks if he's been well. He confirms he's fine and asks about her in return. Just then, another noble's presence commands the scene. The swordsman knew her aura instantly, one of Eldane Academy's famed geniuses. The merchant star, head of the rivaling family that dominates the continent, Ella Lanner Daravilan. A familiar voice cuts in. Well. If it isn't young Master Knox. She remarks how surprising it is to see him at Eldane. He recognizes her immediately. She's the one who held such animosity for the old him. He murmurs her name, ... Eleanor. She confirms it with a sharp smile, the very merchant's daughter he once scorned. Eleanor Dryvallen. She never thought they'd cross paths like this again. He knows her story, the only child of a family with enough wealth to sway the continent. A woman destined to become a legend, a master of the financial world. Her infamous title, the Fox of Wealth. His system flashes a warning. His composure is shaken. Their history was anything but pleasant. The old Knox had taunted her, calling her noble status a pathetic lie. He sneered that money couldn't buy true standing or erase her family's humble past. At a party, he'd even called her an idiotic girl and demanded she leave his sight. This tense history is the karma left behind by his former self. A burden he now has to carry. He can already count 2 people here who would gladly see him fall. Eleanor steps closer. "What's this? You're not acting like your usual self?" He fires back, "And what is my usual self supposed to be?" She smirks, telling him he already knows. But if he wants a fight, she tells him to get lost. Eleanor just smiles. "I knew it. You haven't changed one bit." He demands to know her purpose. Does she want his approval now? She lets out a cold laugh. From a good-for-nothing of the Reinher family. Never. So there's no goodwill left. Time for a closer look. He activates his insight to check her status. He scans her details, ... but finds no recorded achievements. Her traits and stats are about what he expected. A small sense of relief washes over him. Her family's noble name was bought with her merchant father's immense fortune. She may despise her social standing, but she has no choice but to wield it as a weapon. In short, she is pure wrath, and the former Knox had stirred the hornet's nest. "I'll leave just as you wish," she says, turning away. But she adds one final cutting remark. "We're not nearly close enough to wish each other luck." He replies with unexpected coldness. "Why would I, for someone so beneath me?" With a final smile, she departs. He turns to Talia. It's time for the admission ceremony to start. She agrees instantly. He thinks to himself, he can't get rid of Talia, who's clinging to him under the guise of being his. Very well, he'll just have to make use of the situation, and her, whenever possible. Staying alert, they step into the Grand Academy Hall, filled with children from prestigious families. Some of these faces will be useful. He'll need to recruit them without twisting the original story. He spots several powerful individuals he could bring to his side, but he hesitates, worried any change could distort the future he knows. He must tread carefully. Still, so many people are staring at him. Is he just imagining things? Lavilia confirms it. Many nobles are watching him. But Talia adds that their stares feel hostile. He just shrugs it off. Hostility is a form of popularity too. Suddenly, a clear voice rings through the hall. He knows. This is the moment it all begins. A young girl on stage welcomes them to the academy. The crowd stares, surprised by her youth. Students begin to whisper amongst themselves, "Where are the professors?" "What is a mere child doing?" one sneers at the sacred ceremony of Eldane Academy. Others see a lost child. He sees something else entirely. They judge by her small frame, unaware of the immense power she contains. The system confirms his suspicions. Noah von Trinity, an expansion of Eldane Academy and one of the four sages. Her power is off the charts. He makes a quick decision, stay on her good side, no matter what. He leans over, giving his silent warning as Noah addresses the crowd with chilling authority. She smiles, but her eyes are like steel. "You may not understand yet, ... Double quotes, ... But if the word small is used again, that person will be removed." With that, the admission ceremony begins. One student foolishly protests, questioning the rules. "A new rule," she states calmly, "to filter out the unworthy." Suddenly, the entire floor erupts in a blinding light. Her last words echo as they fade. "I hope you all make it back." The swordsman braces himself. This is where it all begins. In a flash, everyone vanished. They reappear in a forest, where a gruff man immediately shouts for them to get up. "How dare you brats sleep in my forest?" he roars. "Are you looking for trouble?" Amidst the sleeping students, only Knox rises. The man notes, "So, one of you managed to endure it." Knox realizes the teleportation magic packed a serious punch. He walks toward the stranger, his eyes drawn to something incredibly shiny, just like in the game. So bright it almost had a halo. Knox couldn't help but stare at the man's perfectly bald head. He remembers the lore. This man once had a glorious head of hair. His name is Burnin. He's a combat instructor and one of the Academy's first graduates. Players gave him the nickname Takayaki Burnon, but despite the name, his footwork was legendary. The swordsman knew this was a golden opportunity to get close to a master. "What's with the white hair?" Burnin barks. "And why are you giving me that look of pity?" Whoops. Knox realizes he was being way too obvious. "It's nothing, sir," he says, instantly activating his acting genius skill for a perfect poker face. Burnin squints. "My instincts are sharp, kid. Think one unpleasant thought. ... And you'll regret it." Knox cleverly changes the subject. "Could you please explain the test?" "Fine," Burnin grunts. "But first, a little wake-up call for your friends." "Cover your ears," he warns, "unless you want them to pop." Knox immediately obeys. A shockwave of pure sound erupts from Burnin, violently jolting every student awake. Dazed, one student curses loudly. "Who in the world did that?" Burnin is instantly in his face with a swift smack. "I did," he says coldly. "Do you have a problem? Not only did you dare curse at an instructor, ... But you had the nerve to frown? Are you tired of living peacefully?" The boy rapidly apologizes. Burnon orders the students to move anyone still unconscious to the designated safe zone. Once that's handled, he finally gets down to business. "Listen up! I will now explain the Eldane Academy's admission test. This whole island is made of magic. Your job is to hunt monsters, which will drop colored jewels. But here's the twist," he adds. "The less mana in the jewel, the higher its value." He smirks at their confusion. Thinking more mana is better is only half correct. We are looking for two key qualities during this test. First is mana sensitivity, which we already tested by seeing how fast you recovered from the Dean's teleportation. Second is your ability to detect even the faintest traces of mana, because a true mage is one who can find power where others see nothing. Knox understood. From the very beginning, they were filtering out the gems from the stones. And so the trial begins. Vernon reveals a shocking truth. This is a labyrinth created by Dean Noah. He delivers a chilling warning. The maze swarms with horrors beyond their wildest nightmares. For this reason alone, he grants them a single mercy. They are permitted to form teams. In a flash of light, magical swords appear. Vernon sets the rules. A team of 8, maximum. The clock is already ticking. He adds one final cryptic message. I will be waiting at the summit. And just like that, he vanishes, leaving a sea of confused faces behind. An uneasy silence falls as the students begin sizing each other up, calculating their chances. A noble girl steps forward, her voice ringing out. Who here will pledge their sword to the princess? Another makes a grand promise, swearing on her family's honor to reward anyone who joins her. All eyes fall on Knox, but he turns his back on them all, choosing a solitary path into the unknown. He knew that in this cruel game of survival, average results would lead to ruin. The greatest weapon here isn't a sword, but knowledge. To overcome his failing body, he must claim every advantage. He already had a destination in mind. To achieve his goals, he had to walk this path alone. As the other students reach the peak, Vernon notices one is missing, a fact that deeply puzzles him. He racked his brain, but the pieces just wouldn't fit. Something was off. How could a mere freshman withstand the dean's magic and challenge the labyrinth alone? Does the boy feel no fear? But no, it wasn't that simple. He finally understood. It was something far deeper. It was written in the boy's eyes. A diamond in the rough, Vernon mused, is still a diamond. He had to see this boy's true potential, the hidden dragon of the Reinhofer family. He accessed the system, eager to peer into the boy's true talent. At that very moment, our young swordsman was carving a path through hordes of beasts, collecting a trove of gems. As he cleared a cave, a shadow followed close behind. Elsewhere, Talia and the princesses found themselves trapped by a monstrous swarm. Talia's heart sank. She was supposed to be with Knox, but now he was nowhere to be found. Suddenly, another princess confronted her. Talia, what are you doing just standing there? You have a sacred duty, she declared. You must protect Princess Penelope with a joyful heart. Looking at a glowing purple crystal, a girl noted, We've climbed high. This must be a top-tier prize. But she remained skeptical. This is a trial by Noah, one of the 4 sages. There has to be something more, she concluded. Princess Penelope couldn't agree more. She glanced at her allies. All of them were at their limit. Continuing on like this seemed impossible, but the princess's eyes burned with resolve. I will not allow us to fail here. A loyal knight remembered her sacred oath to place Princess Penelope on the highest throne. The Alkheim Empire was crumbling from within. To restore its former glory, Penelopey had to claim the crown. She would stop at nothing to see it done. Talia declared she could still fight. Your Highness, should we rally those who can still move forward? My thoughts exactly, the princess replied, her voice firm. Clutching the purple crystal, she thought of her father. Just a little longer, she prayed. We just have to hold on. Meanwhile, a system alert flashed before our young master. Negative trait, cold limbs, level 3. ... is now active. His speed plummeted. His breathing grew shallow. His body was failing. He had been expecting this. Instantly, he ignited his magic. A new message appeared. Penalties nullified by basic magic ignition. He knew that to master this flawed body, he first had to conquer the icy curse lurking within. I must be getting close, he thought, a cold mist escaping his lips. Gazing upon the frozen forest, he knew this was the handiwork of the one they called the Frozen. Witch Noah. He stood atop a mountain, yet the sheer volume of ice around him was completely unnatural. He knelt, placing a hand on the ground. It appeared to be a simple island, but he knew better. In truth, this entire realm, this artificial labyrinth, was all part of Noah's grand design. This entire space is a product of her magic. Every creature, every monster, is born from her spells. The sheer mana required to sustain this world is unimaginable. But that's not his focus now. A horde of ice trolls materializes before him. He knows them well. Monsters famed for immense vitality and rapid regeneration. They're known for overwhelming newcomers in their first trials, but to him, that reputation means nothing. He draws his blade and moves to strike. He knows Noah, despite her obsession with talent, wouldn't push new candidates into a hopeless corner. Besides, these ice trolls are far too strong for the average student. They're at least lower intermediate grade. A real test like this would ensure every participant's downfall. So, he wonders, what is the true meaning behind this challenge? While surrounded, he notices the girl watching from afar, and a pattern in the troll's attacks. The first troll always strikes vertically, claiming the center position. The next follows with a wide horizontal slash. Powerful, but noticeably slower. The final one uses swift, stabbing attacks. It has the least power. He calculates he can parry its moves with ease. With their tactics deciphered, he dismantles them one by one, revealing a gray crystal. He now understands. This is why he ignored the other crystals. This is a hidden piece left by Noah herself. He knows this unique crystal can be traded for the precious scroll he so desperately needs. Activating the Hour of the Genius, he vows that after this storyline concludes, he will focus everything on strengthening this very skill. Meanwhile, Eldlane's team celebrates over their diamond. They're confident their score is among the highest of all the participants. One of the girls daydreams about their coming success. They believe they've achieved greatness, but Alinea senses they are far from the true peak. She agrees their result is solid, yet a deep unease lingers. A bitter memory surfaces. Her father's sharp voice, asking if she'd quarreled with the young master of the Reinher family. He demanded to know why she'd do such a thing after he'd told her their family's goal. They had to rise higher. He'd ordered her to draw the boy to her side, even if it cost her everything. In that moment, she knew. He had never once seen her as his own daughter. Alilenar wonders why Knox would vanish alone. What could be gained from a solo attempt? A new question sparks. Could he know a hidden secret about this test? Turning to her group, she announces a new proposal for them all, for anyone who wishes to climb higher with her. Her family promises even greater rewards. One girl questions her, asking if she isn't satisfied with their current crystal. Another worries about the danger, but Alilenar's resolve is firm. With greater risk comes greater reward. Inspired by her ambition, a few members agree to follow her lead. Yet, a faint sadness touches her. In the end, it was all about money. Still, checking on what Knox is doing can't hurt. And so, Alilenar and her new party decide to venture further up. Back at the higher levels, the young master reflects on why he took this enormous risk alone. The answer was simple. The return would be just as massive. He knows enhancing the Hour of the Genius is nearly impossible without unlocking the hidden agility stat. Even if it draws unwanted attention, he has no other choice. Suddenly, a sword flies toward him. He dodges in a flash. As he turns, he sees a familiar face. Pericillus. Pericillus smiles, pleased by their reunion, and greets him as the young lord of the Reinher family. A chill runs down the swordsman's spine. This isn't right, he thinks. This encounter should not be happening. He quickly accesses all the data in his system. He finally understood. This was Pericillus, one of the 3 legendary sword emperors. But why was a legend like him here, now? The story was breaking. This wasn't how his fate was written. A sudden flash of steel. He barely parried the thrown blade. I'm interested in what you're holding, Pericillus smirked. Hand it over. Time for a performance, you filthy vermin, he roared, charging forward. If the hero won't appear, then he would have to become the hero himself. Knox sneered, ready to face the consequences for breaking the script. Pericillus feigned ignorance, a sly grin playing on his lips. But your swordplay, it was too perfect from the start. An unsettling suspicion bloomed. You seem worried, Pericillus taunted. Just give me the sword and we can both walk away. He knew about the black crystal, the key to ultimate victory. The young master steeled himself. What if he simply refused? Then I'll just have to take it from you, Perseus declared, his voice cold as ice. Despicable, Knox spat. You planned this all along. The game is on. He was on the path to greatness, but his power was still budding. His opponent was a true genius, a monster of the blade. He could win ... if he used his ultimate skill, but that was a card he couldn't play. He made his choice. Without a true protagonist, protecting Eleanor was his duty alone. A dangerous gamble ... but necessary. You're not the only one with a secret. Perseus laughed. You remember my name then? So you won't beg for mercy ... Celsus. The name hung in the air. You're here for your master's end, aren't you? A roar of fury was his only answer. Ready to talk now? He asked calmly. Meanwhile, on a frozen peak, Eleanor arrived. Princess Penelope was waiting. I knew you would make it, she said. Eleanor bowed low. I would never dare stand against you, your highness. But ... is Knox still fighting that man? She asked, her voice trembling slightly. Below them, the duel raged. We see it, the princess stated coolly. We will not interfere. Echidna stepped forward, her analysis sharp and clear. We cannot win against them unless they are gravely weakened, and if they team up against us ... our situation becomes dire. I will obey your command. But Eleanor's heart was in turmoil. It felt so wrong. The Knox she knew was useless. How had he become this powerful? Echidna's eyes were glued to the battle. I never imagined the destroyer of the East was a student. His name is Perseus. Eleanor gasped. Echidna knew him? Of course she did. The Grey Wolf of the East, a legend known for wiping out entire bandit guilds alone. And now, the fifth son of Reinher was holding his own against that legend. I never knew, Echidna admitted, that he was such a master of the sword. If not for his reputation, he'd be a fine knight. Talia suddenly spoke. He's not like that. Echidna raised an eyebrow. And how would you know that? The Grey Wolf snarled, his patience gone. He saw Knox waver for just a moment. He knew the truth. Celsus was his teacher. And that man was gone because of him. No more games. The Grey Wolf unleashed his full, terrifying power. But Knox met his rage with a mocking grin. The performance wasn't over. Why so angry? I'm not the one responsible. With every taunt, his opponent's attacks grew simpler, wilder. He may be a genius, but his youth is undeniable. The young master sends him flying. Paracelsus recovers instantly, roaring that Knox's arrogance will soon end. Knox coolly retorts, saying he'll say it as many times as he likes. The Grey Wolf feels the pressure as Knox's strikes become razor-sharp. He can't let this drag on. Meanwhile, Knox senses a greater danger. The moment Paracelsus unleashes his master's technique, the living sword, his own defeat would be certain. It is the Sword Emperor's ultimate ought, after all. The Grey Wolf accuses Knox of losing focus. The young lord scoffs, calling him a commoner for coveting what is not his. Just then, a system alert flashes. Paracelsus' trait, scorn for nobles, has activated. The Grey Wolf fires back, claiming the nobles are the ones who ruined this world. Knox dismisses his words as nonsense. He simply needs a target for his misplaced anger, and it is all a waste of time. Their blades clash once more. The swordsman asks if he is truly satisfied with this outcome. Paracelsus is clearly avoiding the topic of his master. He just needs to buy a little more time. The fated monster is set to appear at exactly 9 p.m. Suddenly, a system notification appears. The current time is 8:58 p.m. Paracelsus snarls that he will get the truth from Knox even if he has to take an arm or a leg. The young master's voice turns cold, asking if he truly thinks he can harm a noble and escape the consequences. The Grey Wolf smirks that he will worry about that later, pointing out their growing audience. Knox declares that it does not matter, as this ends now. Paracelsus mocks his confidence and decides to put it to the test. Lunging forward with everything he has, they charge at each other. This time, Knox unleashes his full power as well. He roars at Paracelsus to get out of his way, for he has no time for this. Alinar watches in awe as Knox accelerates. Facing the top freshman, he shows no weakness. But in that instant, she senses another presence approaching. A dark shape closes in with incredible speed. It is no ordinary Nightwalker, and she knows she cannot evade it. Fear grips her heart. A chilling thought crosses her mind. Is she going to be lost just like this? She cries out in terror, but suddenly, the young master appears, intercepting the shadow and saving her in the nick of time. He calls the scene a pathetic display as he vanquishes the dark creature. Eleanor confronts him, asking why he interfered. He simply scoffs, saying he cannot believe they all struggled against a single monster. In reality, his reaction is justified. A Nightwalker is an up-intermediate level threat. But what is truly unsettling is that this monster should not even exist in Noah's Labyrinth. That is because the true menace here was the protagonist, the same one responsible for the end of Paracelsus's master. And his involvement now likely stems from Eleanor's original fate to fall at his hands. However, the protagonist's intervention had softened her icy demeanor. Yet now, none of that matters. The protagonist is gone from this world. The princess steps forward, noting his harsh tone. She says that while he saved Eleanor, that creature was no ordinary foe. The young man turns, acknowledging her. He remarks that she must be the princess. He gives a slight bow. She states that the academy instructors are to blame for this situation. After all, a Nightwalker is far beyond what any student should be expected to face. He replies coolly that enemies do not care who they face, and, as a princess, she should know that best. Suddenly, Echidna steps between them, warning him not to dare speak to the princess that way. She yells at him, demanding to know if he did not intervene because he also knew it was dangerous. He pauses, observing her for a moment. Dusty pink hair and vertical pupils. This must be Echidna, the princess's most trusted aide and heir to the Joe family. Her moniker is the Snake of Greed. He knows her family has no love for his. A family of darkness and a holy one were never destined to be allies. He muses on the thought. Such a simple alliance could never exist, not in the world of lunatic. Knox replies that he has nothing to say to a lapdog of a holy family. You dare insult the Joe's family? His response was a careless shrug. And what if I am? Just then Vernon appeared. He ordered the petty squabbling to end at once, calling them all a disgrace. The young master asked if the test was over. Vernon confirmed all trials were suspended. And the boy revealed a black crystal. Vernon's eyes widened. He never dreamed someone would actually find it. A legendary black jewel. This swordsman, he mused, was far more impressive than he ever imagined. A man full of surprises. Vernon then declared the results. The top student of the admission test is Knox. For securing the black jewel, all who acquired purple jewels would share the honor of second place. He then asked if there were any objections. Princess Penelope stepped forward. What about the Nightwalker's sudden appearance? She insisted such a creature had no place here. A proper explanation was needed for its presence. Vernon promised a full investigation would be conducted. He knew it was a poor answer, especially when their lives were on the line. He offered special compensation to Cadet Eldane and a special reward for Knox, her savior. But the boy turned his back. I don't need it, he declared. Accepting would only drag him deeper into Eleanor's world. Even though the original hero is gone, this path just didn't feel right. More importantly, accepting the reward would be an admission that he acted on purpose. He needed to avoid any more complications, so he simply walked away. Eleanor called out his name. Why did you save me? She asked. He knew it had all ended too easily. The system warned his flawless act was slipping. He answered coldly, I was just taking down a monster. You simply happened to be in the way. He disliked the admiration in her eyes. As the fox of wealth, she was famously cold and calculating. A woman who believed everything had a price, including a person's loyalty. Later, she wondered aloud to her friend, why save her, then reject a reward from the instructor? His words echoed in her mind. Such a flimsy, unbelievable excuse. Her friend suggested Knox likely meant nothing by it. He reminded her she'd called Knox a good-for-nothing, but now she wasn't so sure. It couldn't have been a simple lie. He must have had a hidden reason. She decided she had to investigate him herself. Her attendant offered to handle the inquiry, but she quickly refused. I'll do it myself, she insisted. If the Reinher family discovered them, they would not escape unscathed. Her servant could only agree. Elsewhere, Knox sat alone in his room. His maid watched with concern. He looked so pale. She worried his old ailment had returned. He assured her that condition was long gone. She had no reason to worry. But he understood her concern perfectly. To regain his memories and find his purpose, someone had to take the hero's place. He couldn't allow any more unexpected turns of fate, but Knox, the body he possessed, was a villain. He closed his eyes, searching for an answer. Suddenly, a brilliant idea struck him. There is a way, he shouted. His maid was left completely baffled by her master's sudden outburst. He now saw the path forward. To be both hero and villain in this twisted story. A new battlefield was waiting. On a field of fallen creatures, a young woman named Luna stood alone, sword in hand. A soldier approached her with a report. Miss Luna, he began, the corrupted ones are on the move. He's about to awaken, he whispered. She knew a storm of chaos was coming to the continent. Prepare yourself, she commanded. They had a mission to complete. A goal he already knew. As she donned her jacket, a badge of a moon and star gleamed. Her thoughts burned with a single purpose: the complete ruin of the Archeim Empire. Meanwhile, in a cluttered room, Chun played a game on his screen. There's one truth all veteran gamers know. A very thin line separates the hero from the final villain, and he couldn't agree more. Heroes and villains, their journeys often mirror one another, save for the ultimate foe. In modern stories, antagonists are born from trauma, shaped by a world that broke them. And the same is often true for the heroes. In short, every villain has a reason for their fall from grace, a backstory that draws people in. But that doesn't make them the same. An enemy of the world is still just that. They can never take the main character's place. At least not in a game, but in a world careening towards ruin without a hero, a villain must seize both roles to survive. He despises risking his own neck, but for the task ahead, it's unavoidable. There is no other path for him to take. He knows of Lunatic, the Empire's most formidable shadow organization. His mind is made up. That is where he's headed. Back at the academy, the professors are in a tense meeting with Dean Noah. Professor Burnham raises concerns about the danger, demanding to know what she knows. Another professor, the test supervisor, fires back, accusing Burnham of another mistake. But Burnham explodes, shouting his innocence and denying any fault. Noah's soft laugh cuts through the tension, instantly silencing them. Burnham nervously agrees to move on. It's clear her authority over them is absolute. She questions if they were even listening before, as she had already explained the entire situation. An older professor clarifies she means the enemy who infiltrated their entrance exam. Noah confirms this grimly. She explains their goal is nothing less than the fall of Eldane Academy and the entire empire. What happened before was only the beginning. She then poses a question. Why was she, a star of the financial world, the initial target? A professor answers that her family's merchantry controls 70% of the empire's commerce. Burnham adds that if their foe is that strategic, the next target has already been chosen. Noah agrees. This wasn't just a random event. It was a challenge, a warning to the academy. They must prepare for what comes next. The professors all murmur their solemn agreement. But then a new thought strikes her. There is one more person of interest, a potential danger, a student who might be the most gifted of all the new recruits. A younger professor leans forward, his curiosity piqued. He's stunned she would praise anyone so highly. It's the first time since the princess. She reveals the student's name, Knox. The young professor's face twists in jealous disbelief. The infamous good dash for dash nothing ... from the Reinher family. She confirms it, but internally she wonders, is he stronger than even her? Enraged, the professor storms out of the room, leaving the others in confused silence. How could someone with such a terrible reputation hide that kind of strength? At that moment, Knox walks into a quiet bar. The bartender eyes him, asking if the young master has lost his way. But Knox sees through the facade. This is Karan, the inn's owner, and a gatekeeper to the underworld. Knox approaches and speaks the code, Moonlight on Talon Feather. A toast for the Empire. Chiron nods, granting him passage, but wonders who gave him the password. The young master then asks for his name. I'm called Chiron, the man replies. With a nod, the swordsman moves forward. He recalls the final step. To access Lunatic's headquarters, he grabs a bottle and whispers the code, 386. A system window flashes. He's been exposed to high-level magic. His mana will temporarily flow in reverse. His genius-level trait, mana sensitivity, has been deactivated. The system announces his teleportation to the designated location is now underway. He awoke, disoriented. His stats were still dangerously low. A blade at his throat. A voice demanded his name. He knew that face. Luna, the hidden sword emperor. I came here for you. She was intrigued. How did he find this secret place? How did he know her identity? One final chance. Who are you? He was asked. I am Knox von Reinhofer, he replied, and I wish to join Lunatic. Later, the Grey Wolf Paracels was lost in thought. The young master had known about his teacher's passing far too quickly. A deep suspicion took root in his heart. The end of a sword emperor couldn't be a simple matter. He refused to believe the official story. And then there was Knox's incredible speed. A blur that outmatched even him. He had only ever seen one other person move that way, his old master. A chilling thought settled over him. Everything he had heard about the boy must have been a carefully crafted lie. But one question haunted him. Why hide a talent of that magnitude? He shook his head. The reason was not his concern. He would simply overcome any obstacle in his path, especially if it was a noble. With that, he sought rest. His dreams took him to the past. His teacher spoke of the Empress, Esteban von Arheim, who had fallen to tyranny. Her actions had shattered the imperial family's power. Her daughter, Penelope, rose as a beacon of hope, gathering her own faction. His master had said survival meant choosing a side. He was told to enroll at Eldane Academy and decide where his loyalty would lie. That had been his final assignment. The memory was so clear. His mentor's last words, that everything he had was now passed on. Then a shadow struck from behind. His master fell, apologizing for leaving the world too soon. Paracels bolted upright, awake. A crimson mark glowed on his hand. If you are truly gone, he whispered, then leave my dreams in peace. Why did these visions continue to haunt him? At that moment, Luna's blade was still pressed against Knox's throat. He opened a system window, analyzing her information. The results were astounding. At only 20 years of age, she was a true monster. Equal to the greatest knights, Luna's swordsmanship was on another level entirely. Best of all, unlike his family's secret arts, her techniques could be learned. If he could earn her trust, his first step was to join Lunatic and prove his worth. Luna asked, why would a Reinhofer heir seek out an organization like ours? A system alert flash, minor injury status activated. The blade's pressure increased. "I'm here to bring down the Archive Empire," he declared. "And our first target is Eldane Academy, the Empire's stronghold. I will become your agent inside its walls." Luna eyed him. "Do you truly believe you are capable?" He met her gaze without flinching. "I know I am." Finally, she lowered her sword. "You are a bold one," she admitted. "Tell me your name again." "Knox von Reinher." She turned. "Duff, prepare the lunar trial." A servant handed Knox a robe and gestured for him to follow. As he walked, a smirk played on his lips. Everything was going exactly as planned. In a clearing deep in the forest, Duff explained the test. "Once you step onto that altar, defeat every foe. But whatever you do, do not let this robe fall." Duff continued, "It is the only thing protecting you from the berserk effect." Knox understood immediately. The robe was his shield against one of the most dangerous status abnormalities. The Crimson Moon offered limitless power for the simple price of one's sanity. He knew the risks. Few who bathed in its light ever returned whole. It wasn't mere madness, but a complete loss of self. Conquering this trial required two things. First, to endure the scarlet moonlight while resisting the urge to lose control. Second, to vanquish the nightmare creatures it would summon. The game never revealed how to pass. In a world of heroes, who would ever choose to join the villains? The path to survival was a mystery to all, but he was certain he held the key. Luna explained the grim reality. Once the trial began, there was no turning back. "Succeed and join us," she warned, "or fail and be forgotten." The young lord just smirked. "We shall see." Duff made an offering, letting a few drops of crimson essence fall upon the altar. The ritual flared to life. An army of monsters materialized, far beyond his current limits. Every beast was an intermediate trank chimera, and their numbers were simply staggering. But he had a plan. He cast aside his robe. Luna stared in disbelief. Had he gone mad? A system warning flashed. The crimson moonlight had triggered the berserk abnormal status. It warned that his mind could shatter, a fall from which he might never return. But there was more. A new alert appeared. All stats increased by 1.5 times. He tossed away his only protection. Duff cried out, "Should we stop him?" "He wouldn't listen," Luna replied coldly. "His fate is now his own." Duff grew anxious, "But he's from the Reinher family. Remember his father? If Tao von Reinhofer decides to move against us, we'll be in trouble." Luna was completely unfazed. "That won't happen. I will make sure of it." She scoffed. "Do you believe Tao is filled with fatherly love?" Duff had to agree. For now, they would only watch. She knew the young warrior had a card up his sleeve. Duff followed her lead. The beasts swarmed him, but he moved like a tempest, cutting them down with impossible grace. The world was stained red. This was the lunar trial, just as the legends foretold. He felt his stats rise, but more than that, ... his very form was evolving. He was taller, broader, reaching a level his peers could only dream of. Then there was the berserk status. One of Lunatic's most dangerous secrets. A power that awakened only under the Crimson Moon. A power he intended to use all along. A system window appeared. His unique genius traits had neutralized the Crimson Moon's wicked influence. He now held 3 titles: Swordsmanship Genius, Combat Genius, and Mana Sensitivity Genius. The system clarified. The effect was only nullified for a short time. For him, the path forward was crystal clear. By this world's standards, his talent was utterly unfair. He held all the advantages, and a horde of monsters had already fallen. He then unleashed black execution, dispatching his foes with terrifying efficiency. Luna and Duff could only watch in awe and envy. Another notification popped up. The Black Flame Rings effect activated. Lifespan extended by 2 days and 7 hours. He glanced at Luna with a smirk. "Got a problem? Try being terminally ill yourself." His speed became a blur. A single swing of his sword now felled countless beasts at once. Soon, only a mountain of defeated monsters remained. He walked toward Luna. Is the trial finished? Just moments before, as the young swordsman fought for his life, Luna had turned to Duff. I believe we have no choice but to acknowledge him. Talent of that caliber is nearly unheard of, Duff admitted. Only a handful on the continent could compare. Luna addressed Knox. You have passed. You can stop. But he didn't. He continued his relentless assault. Had the frenzy finally consumed him? Duff whispered. Should we end this right now? After clearing the chamber, the warrior returned. Now, Luna and Knox finally stood face to face. She declared that his trial was officially over, adding that Tile had unleashed a true monster. Defet could only agree. The young master felt a surge of triumph, while Luna found him to be a fascinating puzzle. She handed a special robe to Duff, a garment worn only by Lunatic's most noble members. The system confirmed his new equipment, displaying the info for the Lunatic member's robe. Duff presented the robe to Knox, who donned it. This marked his official conquest of Lunatic. He reflected on the passive skill, Oath of the Moonlight, a power that would be invaluable anywhere. It was a shame it could only be used at night, but even so, it was a rare passive that boosted his attack power by 1.2 times. A legendary skill even in Lunatic's inner circle. He quickly checked his stats. An extra point in willpower? He had achieved the absolute best outcome. Their gaze was locked for a moment before she asked, Is there something more you desire? He replied that, to his knowledge, no newcomer had ever matched his performance in the lunar trial. And for that reason, he felt he deserved special consideration. She smiled slowly. Not bad at all. Such a bold rookie. She wondered just how long he could maintain this audacious act. She then signaled Duff to bring her something. He returned holding a pristine white mask, a newly acquired artifact. It's called Moonshadow. As its name implies, it creates a perfect clone. It will aid your mission as a spy within the academy. Now, are you satisfied? Knox bowed deeply, confirming his satisfaction. He was genuinely thrilled to finally have Moonshadow in his possession. A system notification appeared. He could now use the artifact Moonshadow to create a clone of the player. It then prompted him to enter a name, traits, and basic information for the double. This was it. The primary reason he had contacted Lunatic so early in the story. With an artifact that could create a player's clone, he could now take on the roles of both the protagonist and the villain. This item made everything possible. He thanked her respectfully, addressing her as Captain Luna. Listen well, she warned. There are 5 ranks within our organization. Excluding the captain and vice captain, members are ranked from 1 to 3. As a newcomer, you will begin at rank 3. The young master simply agreed. Remain on standby for your first mission, she ordered. And do not disappoint me. After he departed, she turned to Duff. That kid is pretty interesting, isn't he? She then asked if he agreed. Duff nodded, admitting he had no idea how the boy endured the madness of the Crimson Moon. She replied that she understood. After all, those who aren't geniuses can't even withstand it for 5 minutes. And even for a genius, fighting without the robe meant he possessed the courage to risk it all. Duff agreed with her analysis completely. For now, she commanded, just keep an eye on him. She wanted to see if he would provide them with some entertainment, and if he would prove useful to their cause. Knox emerged from the portal, finding himself back in the very same bar he had left. Karen saw him and remarked that it seemed he had handled his business. Knox confirmed he had. He knew others would call him crazy, wondering if he truly dared to challenge the altar. And that's exactly what he did. The only perfect way to withstand the berserk state is to possess 2 pacifist genius traits. Simply put, he was the only one capable of wielding the Crimson Moon's full power. Karen guessed he got what he came for. The young swordsman then asked Karen if he needed something. Karen replied that it felt a bit unfair and suggested they introduce themselves. He then clarified that he meant they should tell each other their names. The boy introduced himself as Knox von Reinher and asked if that was all. The bartender nodded. We'll see each other again. It will be tough to keep up with the academy, but for you, Hiding your strength will be even harder. He also offered a piece of advice: don't draw too much attention to yourself. While leaving the bar, Knox considered this. It seemed the plan was unfolding perfectly. But when he returned to his room, he discovered Lavilia waiting for him with an angry expression. She demanded to know how he could sneak out on his very first day without his dedicated maid. He thought to himself that this was not supposed to happen. He was sure she was asleep when he left. She asks her young master if he's even paying attention. She pleads with him, just as she always does, to avoid doing anything reckless. Whispers and rumors are already spreading through the family, after all. But there's still a path to redemption. He just smiles, asking about her day and mentioning the lessons for the staff. She insists that nothing of note occurred, but her expression betrays her. Something definitely happened. He wonders if this situation is truly hopeless. The lessons are filled with maids and servants, mostly from lower noble families. And now that Lavilia is a commoner, she's become their perfect prey. He hands her a small pouch. If trouble finds her during class, she's to open it. Her curiosity is piqued. He repeats his command. Only when she's in real trouble. It's an item that will solve everything perfectly. She asks if she can peek now, but he firmly denies her request. She quickly obeys her master's will. She promises that if such a moment comes, she will use it without fail. He praises her obedience, urging her not to wait. The moment danger appears, she must act. She agrees. The system chimes. He has successfully entered Eldane Academy. The first main story, ... cleared. Another notification follows. A new message has arrived. Would he like to see it? He gives the command to open. The mail materializes before him. It's a bizarre message with no sender listed. It starts simply, "Hello, it's been a while." If he's reading this, it means he made it into the academy. The sender writes that they never doubted Knox would succeed and that they are truly happy for him. But the young master feels a chill run down his spine. The letter's tone feels omniscient, as if the writer can see his every move. This person knows him. The message continues. The real trials are only just beginning. The writer knows he's faced hardship, but warns that the path ahead will be far more agonizing. No one else can do this. Only you, Knox. Because only you can witness this story's end. It may sound irresponsible, the sender admits, but they promise to offer what help they can. And as a small token, they've attached an item to the mail for him. Knox sighs to himself. The message is just as cryptic as ever. It's time to get his thoughts in order. There's a high chance the sender is an inner lunatic game master. Their ability to freely manipulate the system and send items is undeniable proof. It's the only conclusion that makes sense. So his path is clear: focus on the main story, reclaim his memories, and finish this game. Worrying about things beyond his control is pointless. For now, he'll check the gift. He opens the character, viewer. A list of names appears and his eyes widen. Even Talia's name is on the list. And there, a complete profile of his father, Tayo. This feature is incredible. In the original game, Insight required direct eye contact, but this lets him check anyone he's met anytime. This kind of gift could only come from a GM. He checks Tayo's stamina, 25.2. He's shocked. It's risen by 2% in such a short time. At his age, Tayo is already a sword emperor, yet his strength continues to soar. As Knox stares at the stat growth, a realization hits him. This world may resemble a game, but it is not one. And that fact makes everything infinitely more complicated. Still, he's grateful his class selection was successful. Next up, team magic techniques at the academy. Meanwhile, Lavilia arrives at the maid's classroom. The moment she enters, the whispers begin. That's her, they murmur. The one from the Levia family, a fallen noble. One maid scoffs to another, wondering how she has the nerve to follow her master to a place like Eldane. They question her true intentions. They assume she's just looking for a chance to climb the ladder again, gossiping that with a pretty face like hers, it would be easy to charm someone. They sneered, calling her the maid of a worthless heir. One of them stepped forward. whispering venom about her master's wicked reputation, and accusing Lavilia of planning to use it to her advantage. Her family was powerless, so they could mock her freely. Cruel laughter filled the air. Lavilia had endured countless insults like this. A fallen noble couldn't expect kindness. But she would never let their words bring trouble to Master Knox. With quiet determination, she faced the maids, asking for a moment of their time. One stepped up, introducing herself as Giselle, a count's daughter serving Master Kane. She sneered, asking why she should waste time on a mere commoner. Lavilia calmly replied that she'd overheard the lies about her master. Giselle just smirked, shamelessly asking what of it. She claimed the rumors weren't her fault and Lavilia shouldn't expect an apology. With that refusal, Lavilia knew her young master had been right about this place. Status was everything. So she opened the pouch Knox gave her, and a projection of him appeared. A wave of fear washed over the servants. Even Lavilia was stunned by the sight. The holographic Knox addressed the entire trembling group. He said he didn't need the details. If she used the pouch, one thing was certain. Someone had disrespected her. His voice turned to ice, promising they were in deep trouble. He declared their families would receive a very clear message. Then, the hologram vanished. Lavilia stared blankly. Was this his idea of a peaceful solution? Unbelievably, it worked. Giselle fell to her knees, desperately asking for Lavilia's name. Every other servant was now terrified of her. Lavilia calmly stated her name. Giselle trembled, realizing Lavilia's displeasure could erase her entire family in an instant. She lowered her head to the floor, pleading for forgiveness. She promised to never be disrespectful again. All the servants bowed deeply before her. A wave of relief washed over Lavilia. It happened just as her master predicted. But this outcome worried her. It would only feed the negative rumors about him. She wondered what he was thinking. Without another word, she simply walked away. That night, Lavilia walked with Knox. She glanced at him, worried for his well-being. The dark circles under his eyes were deep. He just rubbed his eyes, insisting he was fine. He knew it was just the strain from completing the class selection. Suddenly, a servant approached. Knox watched him with suspicion, wondering who this person could be. The boy introduced himself as Rick, a servant of Miss Eleanor, saying it was an honor. Knox's mind raced. Just then, the system announced his acting genius skill had been activated. A moment later, the system confirmed his composure was restored. He instantly knew this face. A dangerous character was approaching. Rick, the deceitful. This was the very man who in the next 3-story arcs would betray his own master. He was more than a traitor. He was a worshipper of demonic forces, the very snake who would turn on Eleanor. And Knox knew an enemy's enemy was not a friend. He understood perfectly. This boy was the worst kind of person imaginable. Getting tangled up with him would only lead to disaster. Rick offered a small box, a precious gift from his lady. Knox's reply was like ice. Get lost. He was curious about the artifact, but he knew it was a poisoned apple he could never accept. Rick stood completely shocked by the rejection, confused and speechless. Knox's hand rested on the hilt of his sword as he glared. Do I have to say it again? With his back turned, Knox strode away. Lavilia hurried to keep pace. Your body is so fragile, she worried. What if you collapse from moving too fast? He glanced back. Just how weak do you think I am? She shot back. You just had chills and a flu at the same time. Her voice rose with frustration. Frustria, I've never seen anyone as frail as you. He couldn't argue, but assured her, I'm fine now. I'm not going to suddenly disappear. She nodded, still looking concerned. But you're always at the center of every incident. You could say I'm quite the popular guy, he mused. But it was more than that. Knox was the one who had saved her life, and her devotion meant she grew anxious when he was out of sight. Her curiosity finally won. Why did you act that way towards that person? He paused for a moment. ... You mean Rick? Yes, she confirmed. You seemed more emotional than usual. He looked serious. Listen to me carefully. Having Rick anywhere near you is a bad idea. She wondered, is this about Miss Eleanor? Still, she knew her master had a good reason. There was always a reason. I understand, she replied, promising to keep her distance from Rick, just as he asked. Knox's thoughts turned grim. They'd have to avoid Eleanor too, or risk drawing unwanted attention. He told Lavilia, from now on we must move with extreme caution. Entering the lecture hall, he grumbled to himself. Why were trials being thrown at him from day one? An old professor announced, today you will form the teams you'll have for the entire year. He continued, you will also engage in team bonding exercises. To form a party, you must first understand one another. That single statement made the young master's heart sink. He had been far too optimistic. He never imagined being a loner would actually be a handicap. The professor addressed the cadets again. Those who are close, form teams of 4. You have 30 minutes, Knox thought. That's impossible. As the Academy's official outcast, how could he possibly find 3 teammates? He raised his hand. Professor, what happens if someone fails to form a team? The professor's reply was blunt. You get an F and you can't repeat the course. Remember that. Then he snapped. Working alone is forbidden. Knox nodded, wondering what an F truly meant. Graduating from Eldane was incredibly difficult. A single F meant immediate expulsion. That was an outcome he absolutely could not accept. All around him, students scrambled to help Princess Penelope. The classroom buzzed with cadets asking each other to team up. But Knox sat frozen in his chair, a total outcast trying to figure out how to make a single friend. A boy approached Eleanor. Join my team. I'm more athletic than I look. Another girl chimed in. I'll treat you to my family's special cuisine. But Eleanor paid them no mind. Without a word, she walked directly toward Knox. It seems you disliked my gift, she said. So, will you give me a chance to repay my debt? He stared at her. What are you talking about? Let's form a team, she offered. It sounded arrogant, but a part of him knew this was fated to happen. As if on cue, Talia also appeared, wanting to join his team. Great, he groaned internally. Asterisk, another burden has arrived. Atlenia noted Talia's connection to him. She wondered if Talia had feelings for him. What a sad fate, to care for her own. This is driving me crazy, the young master muttered. Eleanor commented, how unexpected. What's that supposed to mean? He questioned. She smirked. I find it fascinating that someone like you has a friend. After everything he'd done, he couldn't deny it, but for some reason, her words sparked his anger. Talia pressed again. So, are you going to team up with me? Knox just smiled as Eleanor noted, we just need one more. He finally spoke up. Does my opinion not matter here? Eleanor looked at him coolly. It's not like you have any other choice. He smirks, telling her that her sharp intuition is never wrong. Knox knew that to regain his memories, staying at Eldane Academy was his only path, and for the crucial first episode, he needed outstanding results. He had to rank in the top 10. In the first battle against an arched man, this would be his debut as both the villain and the hero. Just then, a boy named Pell approached Eleanor, asking if he could join their party. Knox breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, their last member seemed like a normal person. But a quick system check revealed a shocking truth. Pell possessed the power of blessing, a skill usable only once. Seeing this, a strange calm washed over him. Pell's stats were average, but that wasn't what mattered. The power of blessing was one of Inner Lunatic's most legendary skills, capable of forcibly awakening a teammate's hidden potential. There was one catch. It couldn't be used on the main character. Still, something felt off. Why did a regular academy student have a sacred skill? One meant only for saints from a monastery. He pushed the thought aside for later. Pell just smiled, saying he looked forward to working with them. Eleanor introduced herself first, hoping they'd all give it their best. Talia followed, expressing her excitement to be on the team. But the young master scoffed, questioning the need for introductions and warning them not to be a burden. The old professor announced that the teams were set and they should get acquainted before next week. He added that these teams would last for the entire semester before dismissing them. Knox muttered, "Crazy old man." Talia leaned in, whispering that he might have just said his inner thoughts out loud. He just shrugged. He knew, and he'd wanted the professor to hear it. She insisted it was wrong to insult a teacher. As he walked away, he told her it didn't matter now that the teams were formed. Talia hurried to catch up, asking about his class schedule. She quickly added that she wasn't asking for any particular reason, of course. He couldn't believe her act. It was so obvious what she was really after. She insisted she was just curious. He called her out, saying she was just trying to find the easiest classes for high scores. Did she really think he'd give that info away for free? She denied it, but he wasn't falling for her tricks. He made it clear, no freebies. Later, at the Academy's 4th District Market, Lavilia remarked to her master that Eldane Academy required a fortune. All the grimoires, equipment, and textbooks added up. She finally understood why they said commoners struggled to graduate simply due to the cost. He replied coolly that it didn't concern him. He figured that any student with real talent would attract sponsors. Even a commoner could find support unless their gift was completely useless. Money was rarely the true obstacle. The marketplace was buzzing with noise, much to Lavilia's dismay. He warned her that this district was a melting pot where anything could happen, but he assured her they had nothing to fear. Then, his eyes landed on a familiar face, and he froze. A shopkeeper was yelling at a young man, telling him to leave if he wasn't buying anything and to stop blocking the way. The young master recognized him instantly. It was Leon von Marvis, the young patriarch of one of the top 3 dark families. He recalled hearing that the Marvis family had recently lost everything. Leon must be completely broke. Knox felt a twinge of pity. Leon was a good person deep down. He hoped he would overcome this. Leon apologized to the shopkeeper, explaining he was just trying to make a careful purchase. The man exploded, shouting that he was just weighing the same items over and over. He screamed at Leon to get lost, ranting that Eldane's standards had fallen to accept a beggar. The word beggar struck a nerve. Leon's eyes blazed with fury. "My family may be poor, ... but I will not forgive that insult," he roared as dark energy gathered around his hands. Knox's eyes widened. Has he lost his mind? He started running, knowing this couldn't happen, not here. The young master was furious. To use Forbidden's magic in the crowded 4th District. It was madness. He told Levi that the kid had snapped. Those eyes promised nothing but destruction. He had to be stopped. The shopkeeper shrieked at Leon, "Are you crazy? Do you know what you've done?" Just then, 2 skeletons materialized from the shadows, their empty sockets fixed on the terrified man. Knox steps forward, his voice like ice. "Leave now, or face the consequences." The shopkeeper scoffs. "You insolent rascals. Do you have any idea who I am?" He foolishly grabs Knox's shoulder. "And just who are you supposed to be?" The young master glances back, his eyes sharp. "You don't get to ask me that." Later, Talia paces in her room, venting to her maid, Emma. "We're partners, but he won't even share his schedule. Is this puberty? Is he just shy?" She looked at Emma, desperate for confirmation. Emma sighed softly. "My lady, his mind is a mystery. Please, just try to calm down." "But I've tried so hard to be mature. I gave him his space and tried to understand him. And all I get in return is this icy wall?" Seeing her so distraught, Emma felt a pang of regret. Perhaps I praised Master Knox too much. What have I done? As their carriage rolled on, Talia's thoughts spiraled. Emma ... Why is my own so distant? "It's puberty, my lady," Emma stated simply, causing Talia's eyes to widen in surprise. "Boys at that age are often like this," Emma explained wisely. "They're grumpy and put up walls around everyone." In her heart, Emma reflected, looking back, "I think that was when my own feelings began to deepen. I never imagined it would become this complicated ... Should I have been more cautious with my advice?" One thing is certain. Miss Talia truly cares for Master Knox. Seeing no other choice, she spoke up. My lady, I don't believe his coldness is what's truly in his heart. What do you mean? Talia asked, a spark of hope in her eyes. Well, Emma began, since he is your... Double quotes, ... Perhaps he's just trying to draw a line between his academy life and his personal feelings for you. Talia grabbed Emma's hands, her eyes sparkling. Emma, you're a genius at romance? Back in her room, Talia was beaming. You're my official love guru from now on. Emma panicked slightly. My lady, I must confess, I've never actually dated anyone. Just then, a figure appeared at the door. I am Emma, maid of the still Reinher household. My name is Eleanor, the visitor said. I'm on Talia's combat team. May I have a moment? Emma stood her ground. Without a prior appointment, you will have to arrange for another time. Eleanor smiled knowingly. I'm here to talk about Knox. At that name, Talia instantly rushed over. We meet again, Eleanor noted with a smirk. Meanwhile, back at the shop, the young master stood between the owner and Leon. His voice was dangerously low. Do I really need to tell you who I am? The shopkeeper stammered, white hair, purple eyes. Suddenly, it dawned on him. Wait, from the Reinher family? Knox's gaze sharpened. I don't enjoy repeating myself. The man immediately bowed low. My deepest apologies. The robe concealed your identity. Consider this my generosity. Vanish, Knox warned. Don't make me say it a third time. The shopkeeper quickly fled. Leon spoke up, a bit annoyed. Hey, I was handling that. As a skeleton crept forward, Knox grabbed its head, crushing it to dust. You might as well ask the Empire to lock you up, he said dryly. Leon flinched. Using magic before adulthood was forbidden. Right. I guess I don't always think things through. He bowed his head deeply. I'm sorry. And thank you. If you understand, Knox replied, then buy what you need and disappear. And if you're short on funds... it. A heavy pouch of gold landed at Leon's feet. He stared at it, confused. Why? Why are you doing this? If you think this makes me owe you anything, he declared, you're wrong. That's pocket change to me, Knox replied coolly. But I won't say I have no reason. Leon recalled his skeletons. So this is hush money. Leon's eyes narrowed. I can sense it. The distinct power of the Marva family... radiating from you. Leon picked up a single gold coin, flipping it in the air. In that case, our deal is off. He looked Knox dead in the eye. Now tell me, why do you have my family's power? Across the table, Talia and Eleanor sat down for a talk. Talia remembered Eleanor had something important to discuss. Eleanor watched her, noting this was not the reaction she'd imagined. Talia carried herself with such grace. Could Knox truly care for her? No, that seemed impossible. A man like him would see any engagement as a cage. She had to be direct. Eleanor's voice turned serious. Knox is a dangerous person. He comes from one of the 3 great dark families, she explained, and the whispers about him are endless. But Talia's faith was firm. I don't believe he's a bad person. Eleanor was stunned. Why would someone so genuine care for a rogue like Knox? She saw the fierce emotion glowing in Talia's eyes. Sensing the other girl's protective anger, Talia spoke clearly. He may be rough around the edges, ... but I know he wouldn't do anything truly wrong. He seems cold, but that's just a small part of him. I've also heard about your marriage talks. However, that political arrangement isn't why I stand by him. She knew it herself. Noble pacts could shatter in an instant. That's not the reason I trust him, Talia declared. Eleanor scoffed. People don't change so easily. Perhaps, Talia replied, but you must remember one thing. Knox saved me. Without him, I wouldn't be here. I'm sure you already know this. So why do you still suspect him? Eleanor sighed, conceding defeat. It seems I've misspoken. Let's end our chat here. Thank you for your time. Talia's goodbye was pure ice as Eleanor departed. Outside, Eleanor's strong facade crumbled. Rick found her looking troubled, a rare sight. She turned to him suddenly. What is a merchant's most vital trait? A sharp eye, he answered without hesitation, one that always doubts others. That very trait had earned her the titles Fox of Wealth and Star of Finance. But lately, she felt she had changed. Her heart ached. She still had feelings for him, even after all this time. Meanwhile, Knox and Leon faced off. Everyone, get out, Knox commanded. It's barrier magic, he warned as people scrambled away. This situation had spiraled. There was no way a power this immense could remain a secret for long. If you came to negotiate, Leon said coolly, you should have brought something worth my time. Knox knew what he meant. This wasn't about a simple trade. This concerns my family's honor, he stated. That's not something you can bargain for. Why do you speak as if you know me so well? Lion questioned. Leon von Marvis, Knox began. Your family was once one of the great three, a rival to my own. I don't like your use of the past tense, Lion warned, his voice turning cold. You already know, Knox said calmly. Your family has fallen from what it once was. I know how they betrayed the patriarch of the Marvis clan and seized your lands. Are you trying to use my family's desire for vengeance? Lion snarled. My ambitions are my own, Knox clarified. My only goal is the revival of my family. To see a new patriarch recognized and our name rise to the top of the continent. Is that not your true objective as well? Lion's expression softened. A worthy goal. You do know me well. But that raises a question, Leon pressed. How did you acquire the power of the Marvis family? I came upon it by chance, Knox explained, and only recently discovered its origin. Lion accepted his word. You won't question me further? Knox asked. No need, Lion replied. You've given me my answers. Knox understood. Leon didn't care how he got the power. He wanted to know how much Knox knew and why he chose to get involved. I'm glad we understand each other, Leon said, a hint of a smile on his face. Thank you for your help. Consider it a debt. I will repay you one day. Just not with money. The young master waved it off, expecting nothing in return. The next day, he walked into Noah's office. She was his lifeline, his light. It was time to strengthen the hour of the genius, the most powerful skill of all. Meanwhile, Chun was in his room, completely absorbed in the game. This felt like a secret expansion pack for Inner Lunatic. His room was perfectly clean. A system alert flashed. He was the first to clear the game 10 times, unlocking a hidden trait. His character gained a new power, the Hour of the Genius. A warning followed. This skill required 2 genius traits to even exist. In the beginning, it was just a game he loved to play. He had no idea what secrets the extra content held. Without that choice, he would have been gone. The thought alone sent a shiver down his spine. Back in the game, he faced Noah. You were incredible this time, she commented. Were we raising a monster all along? She mused. He shot back, a monster? Isn't that a little harsh? She simply stated, I didn't say anything wrong. She stood, asking how else he could fight an ice troll so calmly. Why would someone so powerful be called useless? I just don't get it. She wondered aloud if the Sword Emperor, Tayo, had poor judgment, but she dismissed the thought. Impossible. He felt her suspicion. It was expected. The original Knox was utterly useless. He activated Acting Genius. The system confirmed his composure was restored. Whoever I was before, he said coolly, shouldn't matter to you now. She smiled. Your talent is thrilling. It makes me want to steal you away. Dean, that's not appropriate, he replied, choosing to ignore the comment. He knew she had followed him, disguised. You noticed, she admitted. Let's see how long you can hide your secrets. She held up a letter. He finally understood. This, she said, is why I called you. It was a skill-strengthening scroll, an item of immense value. I've never seen one, he said. Come and take it, she offered. He stepped forward and accepted the scroll. A faint jolt of energy shot through him. Was that real? It must be the excitement. The system announced he'd obtained a new artifact. Information flooded his screen. The skills strengthening scroll was ready for use. The system asked, "Would you like to use this item now?" He accepted. Choose a skill. He selected Hour of the Genius instantly. The artifact was used. Skill strengthening. Complete. Because he acquired it so early, he received additional effects. Its power was now doubled, and its duration extended to 10 minutes. Hour of the Genius was a skill almost impossible to make stronger. Yet, this scroll was one of the few ways to do it. Getting this now was the best possible outcome. "Did you get the results you hoped for?" Noah asked. He knew he had to keep his distance from her. "I did," he replied. "If there's nothing else, I'll be going." She nodded. "You must be tired." He realized she already knew he'd saved Eleanor. Hiding, it was pointless. "It just happened," he said vaguely. "Please, just ignore it." "I don't want any attention," she agreed. "Don't worry. Go and rest." With genuine gratitude, he thanks her for her kindness. She recognizes the danger he poses. As he departs, he vows to remain cautious. Noah eagerly awaits the monster he'll become. The next morning, a lecture begins. The professor speaks of the properties and traits of each element. Knox realizes this is basic magic, untouched by the original story. But the class itself is unimportant. He quickly analyzes Professor Ras. After reviewing his profile, Knox understands this man will be a pivotal figure. Ras isn't incredibly strong, but knowledge is power. Knox smirks. It's impressive. RA's even became a professor with those stats. Professor Raz notices Knox's proud aura, wondering about the talent hidden beneath it. He also recalls Dean Noah's stubborn nature. He explains that all humans possess elemental mana. Today, they will manifest their own. The first name called is Cadet Knox. The professor asks if he knows his element. He answers, darkness. The professor probes further. Knox explains it's a corrupted power that doesn't mix well. However, its destructive potential is far greater than the other elements. He continues, explaining the trade-off. It is notoriously difficult to control. Ras then asks about its opposing element. Divinity, Knox replies. The professor poses a question. If they clashed, who would win? Divinity, he answers without pause. The professor is intrigued by this unexpected humility. Ras decides to ask one final question. How would he fight someone with divine mana? The swordsman's answer is chilling. I would eliminate the threat permanently. Before they even knew I was there, the entire room is stunned into silence. The professor can't believe his ears. Meanwhile, Rick injects a strange fluid into his arm, feeling a wave of dizziness. He mutters that he's just one step away from becoming a true demon. Suddenly, a demonic figure appears in his room. It confirms that he will soon cast aside his humanity. The demon promises an endless existence, free from sleep and age, surpassing all mortal limits. Rick expresses his undying gratitude, pledging to revive his master. He bows deeply before the powerful entity. Back in class, the professor sees the logic in Knox's ruthless strategy. Still, he admits he wasn't prepared for such a cold answer. The young master simply calls it the most efficient method. The system confirms his masterful performance, but his unwavering gaze and confident posture reveal his true nature. Now, Raz understands Dean Noah's apprehension. Prepare the imp. Immediately, he commands his assistant. After a moment of hesitation, Raz repeats the order for the magic adequacy test. He thinks to himself that such arrogance must be tempered. A fine blade must be forged in fire thousands of times. The students crowd around as a cart is wheeled in. Inside a small cage, they see a tiny, snarling demon and IMP. Ras explains that while they are fierce, their low vitality makes them easy targets for the cadets. A student protests the sudden test. Another whispers that this must be the infamous standard of Eldane Academy. The professor's voice rang out. Focus! You are the chosen elite of this academy. Never forget it. Your purpose is not to be a knight or a mage, but to cleanse this world of every last demon. To do so, you must first understand these ... creatures. Now pour your mana into this imp. Force it to submit to your will. The young swordsman faced the cage, replaying the professor's instructions in his mind. But a nagging feeling told him something was terribly wrong. In the original story, this trial wasn't supposed to happen until the 2nd year. This timeline was off. Condense your mana, the professor instructed, then let it flow into the target. Your test ends in 15 minutes. The professor smirked to himself, certain of the outcome. Even a Reinher wouldn't expect an imp in their very first lesson. The boy would surely fall for the creature's mental trickery. It was time for a lesson in humility. But suddenly, the professor watched in shock as the demon lowered its head, prostrating itself. "What is happening?" he roared. Talia quickly turned away from the scene. It wasn't just the demon. A strange influence swept over every student in the room. One student tasted a sweet imaginary pie, while another felt her consciousness begin to drift. Talia continued her apologies to Emma. The young master calmly raised his hand. "Professor, may I have a different imp?" He added, "I haven't done a thing, but this one already seems terrified." Professor Rash's shout echoed through the hall. A faint smile touched the swordsman's lips. Such a loud noise in this sacred classroom. "How did you force that imp into submission?" Res demanded. "As I said," Knox replied coolly, "I haven't done anything yet." Ross felt like a complete fool. "Your talent, it's astounding," the professor stammered. "I will grant you a special opportunity. A chance to become my top student." Knox paused. "Top student?" he wondered. "Or a glorified errand boy?" "He's so lucky," the student whispered in envy. "To be Professor Race's best student." But the young master's answer was firm. "Being your best student sounds suspiciously like being your personal slave." The professor's face turned crimson. "What did you just say to me?" The other students stared, still dazed. He was the only one standing completely unaffected. Just who was this boy? Hours earlier, in the gallery, Mr. Vernon had given a warning. That white-haired kid, Ross, he's a monster. I guarantee it. He's not just strong, he's unpredictable. But Roz had scoffed. "He's a new student. It's too soon to make such bold claims. You shouldn't place such high expectations on a first year." Vernon had warned him, "Your problem is your stubbornness." Even Dean Noah told us to keep an eye on Knox. His talent was recognized by one of the 4 great sages. What more proof could one possibly need? "I'll see for myself," Roz had declared confidently, "and then this matter will be settled." Back in the classroom, the professor's confidence was shattered. "You refuse?" he asked, completely stunned. "Do you realize what you are throwing away?" A wave of disbelief washed over the students. "He's turning down Professor Raz? The greatest authority on magic?" "People would wait in line for years for that chance," one whispered, "and he just threw it away." Another student sneered. Just what you'd expect from the failure of the Reinher family. He was handed a golden opportunity and simply ripped it to shreds. "This is why worthless nobles like him shouldn't be here," someone shouted. But their insults were meaningless to him. His decision was final. "Eleanor's already a headache," he thought. "Why does everyone around me love creating trouble?" A hand shot up from the crowd. "Professor, may I speak?" Given permission, the student challenged, "Why would you offer such an honor to a Reinher when there are far more outstanding students present?" He claims his strength lies in the arcane arts, adding that the princess and Echidna are also worthy contenders. The swordsman scoffs at his desperate attempt to curry favor with a powerful family. But Knox saw a cunning schemer who knew exactly which hands to shake. "I'll remember him," Knox thought. Raz then announced the choice was his, but knew they wouldn't be convinced. Rumors of favoritism would surely begin to spread. So, he would prove his decision. "I will now reveal why Knox is the only one fit to be my disciple." Knox simply muttered, "I already said no. This professor is completely unhinged." Professor Ross began his case. First, he perfectly suppressed the imp's mana. Knox predicted his logic. First, for some reason, Knox managed to overpower the imp. Even for a lesser demon, that was no simple feat. No wonder the professor was so fascinated. Second, his own mana sensitivity was at a genius level. A veteran mage like Ras could instantly recognize that kind of raw talent. For these reasons, the professor declared, it is only right for Knox to become my apprentice. And I already refused, Knox replied flatly. Reconsider? Raz insisted. Don't be so hasty. The swordsman sneered. Clean yourself up before you speak. Find someone else, and don't expect our thanks. Professor Raz was left utterly stunned and confused. Princess Penelope whispered to her friend, he's nothing like the rumors. Echidna bowed her head. My apologies. It seems my information network is failing me. A spark of curiosity ignited in the princess. Would he be a guiding light for the Empire or a gathering storm? Knox escaped the classroom, wondering what had gotten into the professor. The way Raz stared at him, like he was some kind of honey-drenched dessert. The thought was revolting. Why isn't anyone normal an inner lunatic? Still, he'd shaken him off for now. He could finally enjoy some peace. For a little while. That evening, Lavillian noticed his expression. Did something happen? Knox took a deep breath, ready to tell his tale of horror. Professor Ross, he's following me everywhere. In the halls and the classroom, ... He sits behind me, whispering, be my disciple over and over. He does it in the cafeteria, too. And the worst part? In the restroom, he climbed over the stall door to ask me. When I came out, he was waiting. So, have you made a decision? He asked. Knox had snapped, calling him a lunatic to his face. But the professor just laughed it off. He even claimed to like Knox's sharp tongue, saying he found it charming. This professor is relentless, Knox fumed. Lavilia paused. That's hardly a proper way to speak of a teacher, ... But do you mean Raz, the greatest magic theorist in the world? Knox gave a grim nod. How strange, she murmured. That doesn't fit his reputation. She recalled him being known as a brilliant professor. Why would he act like that? He's not a bad person, Knox admitted, but he is obsessive and paranoid. He has a fragile heart under a cold shell. That's the real problem. Later, shouts echoed through the estate. Stop him! It's an order from the patriarch, a guard yelled to his comrades. Our orders were to keep Master Garen out of that chamber. But there stood Master Garen, his blade stained crimson, advancing without fear. How cruel, Garen smirked. This is no way for a father to treat his son. After silencing the guards, Garen strode into the office, where Tayo and Rodwell awaited him. Rodwell was frozen. How had Garen's power grown so immense in such a short time? I never thought you'd return to this family, Tayo said. A man needs no reason to return to his home, Garen replied. Is this truly your home? Tayo challenged. Father, Garen warned, I told you to give up. Your time is running out. Tayo's voice turned to ice. That is none of your concern. Garen gave his father a chilling warning. A demon lurks within his shadow. Once you show weakness, it will rise and devour everything. And you seem to want that to happen, Tayo scoffed. My purpose here is simple, Garen replied. Tell me where you hid the sword. He was talking about the first patriarch's blade. Garen's eyes blazed with impatience. The patriarch's sword, where is it? Where, he demanded, did you hide Stormbringer? The legendary sword of Jean von Reinhofer? At that name, Tayo's fury exploded. You dare speak the name of the first patriarch? Has my son gone completely mad? But Garen was unfazed. Is that what truly matters now? What's important is becoming stronger. That is the only path for a true noble, he declared. You know nothing of what truly matters, his father roared. Garen's voice turned to ice. Oh, and you know so much? Then why did you let that woman perish? The loyal Rodwell clenched his fists. That name was forbidden in the patriarch's presence. Tayo went rigid. That woman? A terrifying coldness filled his voice. You have profoundly disrespected your mother. My mother is Priscilla von Arwal, Garen shouted. She is and always will be my only mother." He gestured to a portrait on the wall. "That woman was your greatest mistake. A mere guest in the house of Reinher." Tio's voice dropped to a dangerous whisper. "Leave! At once! Before I am forced to strike down my own son." Garen shot him a final, defiant glare. "You will regret this. Soon you'll learn this family exists for my sake." With that, he stormed out of the office. Rodwell turned to his master, his face etched with concern. "My lord, are you well?" Tio sighed, the fire in his eyes dimming. I lost my composure. I revealed an unsightly side of myself. "Please, my lord, do not say such things," Rodwell pleaded. "I have sworn eternal loyalty to the Reinher family." However, he admitted, if the world learns about the demon, things will become terribly dangerous. He then voiced a difficult truth. "Perhaps it is time to consider a new successor." Tio listened, his expression unreadable. "Speaking of which, we've received some good news. Master Knox ranked first on the Eldane Academy entrance exam." Tio's eyes widened. "Eldane? Isn't Noah the new dean there?" Rodwell continued, "Indeed. One of the 4 sages has acknowledged his incredible talent, although his current growth is still insufficient. But if that potential is real, one day Master Knox may even sit in your very chair." The next day at the academy, Professor Raz was at it again. "Knox, my boy, become my apprentice." And Knox's answer was the same as always. "Not interested." "I'll give you enormous funding," Arias offered. "You can graduate from Eldane completely free." The young master just sighed. "Professor, I have plenty of money. Have you forgotten I'm from House Reinher?" "Then what about fame?" Ras tried again. "What good is fame to a good-for-nothing like me? It's a luxury I neither want nor need. Please, I'm begging you, reconsider." Knox felt his ears might start ringing. The professor's nagging was truly on another level. That night, Lavilia brought up the topic. "You know, Professor Ras seems awfully sincere. Shouldn't you at least hear him out?" "I looked into him a little," she added. "This behavior is completely unlike him. They say he's an educator who focuses on helping weaker students." Knox nodded, intrigued. "I can't just ignore that. No matter how persistent he is, he'll give up when he sees what I'm truly lacking." "I agree," Lavilia replied. "Something about him just feels a little strange." The next morning, Knox went straight to Race's office. "I've thought about it, but I still don't get it. Why does a professor like you want me as an apprentice?" Ras simply smiled. "Because you are outstanding." "I want the real reason," Knox insisted. "There are plenty of outstanding students. Why me?" Professor Raz paused for a moment. "Do you have some time to spare?" Knox shrugged with a wry smile. "I'm a good-for-nothing, Rimmer. I have all the time in the world." The professor chuckled, a sharp retort. "You got me. In that case, would you be willing to listen to a long story? I promise you'll enjoy the tea. It's the finest herbal blend from the rival in merchantry." Professor Race's expression then turned serious. "The reason I need you, Knox, is because only you can complete my research." Intrigued, Knox wanted to understand his research. The professor shared his lifelong quest to find someone powerless, unable to wield mana. He needed Knox to prevent another tragedy like the one that took his own son. The swordsman realized the game never showed him these hidden, personal stories, and it always seemed a new, unexpected event was just around the corner. Professor Raz began his tale. Born as the first son to the Viscount Celesta family, he had no special talent, but his brilliant mind alone earned him a place at Eldane Academy. Despite his intellect, his peers only saw his practical weakness and looked down on him. No matter how well he scored, he could never escape their scorn. Research became his refuge. Through sheer effort, he became a professor and even started a family. Yet, not a single person truly acknowledged his incredible achievements. His groundbreaking work and theses were all published under someone else's name. But through all the hardship, he was blessed with a son, his one and only child. His son was brilliant, overcoming every trial to graduate from the academy. The boy promised his father he would work hard to make the world recognize his greatness. He joined the Emperor's elite squad, fighting on the very front lines. He fought for victory, to raise his family's name and his father's honor. But on that field, he was lost. It happened in an instant, struck down by a simple arrow carrying a whisper of mana. The professor looked at Knox. "Do you understand now? Why I must help the weak?" Knox knew this world was filled with 100 such tragedies, but this felt different. The professor before him wasn't a character on a screen. His pain was real, and for a moment, Knox felt he could almost grasp the depth of the man's loneliness. After hearing the story, Knox spoke with conviction. "Professor, I'm sorry, but I'm not the one you need. You deserve someone who can truly listen." He explained, "That is the kind of person who can truly help you now." As he left, Knox turned back. "I will see you at our next lesson." Alone, the professor gazed at his son's portrait, murmuring, "The resemblance is uncanny." But when Knox returned to his room, he was met with nothing short of disastrous news. The shock was overwhelming. Lavilia repeated the name. Master Garen, the first son, had returned. And because of his return, several bodyguard knights had already fallen. Pure rage ignited in Knox. The game's ultimate bad ending maker had finally made his move. He turned to his maid. "Lavilia, you've been to the main estate?" She confirmed. "Head butler Rodwell summoned Rona and me." Knox's mind raced. Garen despised Knox's mother, the woman his father truly loved. If Garen's hatred extended to him, then Lavilia could be in serious danger. "So many enemies," he asked urgently. "Did Garen do anything to you?" Her reply was chilling. "He tried to scout me." She explained how Garen had appeared in the hall, his eyes locking onto her. Garen had approached her, demanding to know who this unfamiliar face was. He dismissed formalities, declaring, "I want you to be my maid. You're capable." He continued, "You have the kind of ambition that will satisfy me." She politely refused. "I am sorry, but I already served Master Knox." Garen's face twisted with arrogance. "Do you have any idea who I am? How dare you refuse? Is that Knox brat paying you so much?" She stood firm. "It is my wish to serve him." He roared with fury. "A mere commoner doesn't get to decide." Lavilia explained that her master treats her with respect. While Garen was an unknown, one thing was certain. She wished to remain by Master Knox's side, to witness the path he would walk. Garen was stunned. Her wanting to serve a mere boy? How peculiar. He even offered her triple whatever Knox was paying. She gracefully declined. The young master knew this wasn't about money. The real story was only just beginning. He knew he couldn't afford a bidding war, but the thought of losing Livia was unbearable. So he made his move, promising to match Garen's offer and pay her 3 times more. He told her not to worry and to focus on her duties. She let out a small laugh, leaving him completely puzzled as she apologized. The swordsman's mind raced. Did she just laugh at him? Had she already decided to leave with Garen? She quickly assured him that his imagination was getting the better of him. "I will not be following Master Garen," she confirmed, "and my current pay is more than enough." He insisted. "Then why did you laugh?" She replied simply, "That is something I cannot tell you." He ordered her to explain. "Something amusing just came to mind," she offered. He saw right through it. "You've become a terrible liar." Whatever the reason, he thought, at least she was staying. As for Garen, he would pay for this later, but that would have to wait until he became stronger. The next morning, the academy grounds were filled with students in physical training. Eldane Academy had 5 mandatory classes that every new student was required to master. The first was the history of the Archeim Empire, telling of the creator god, Arden. And a powerful unified kingdom lost to time. Second was horsemanship. Third, the Academy's code and etiquette. The fourth was basic imperial magic. And finally, the subject Knox dreaded most, the cursed stamina training of endless running and chin-ups. As usual, his stamina completely gave out halfway through the training. "It's odd," his trainer remarked. "You're like a mayfly." The young master was confused by the term. The trainer explained, "You're exceptional when it comes to short-term bursts of power, ... But your endurance hits a massive wall that you simply cannot overcome." As expected from an Eldane Academy instructor, his observation was perfectly accurate. Due to a unique trait Knox possessed, his stamina was stuck at 15, barely half of the maximum potential. The swordsman shot back, "Aren't you supposed to be an instructor? Why say such discouraging things?" "My apologies for being blunt," the trainer said. "But take this as a warning. If you move so recklessly, ... you might just shorten your own time," Knox agreed grimly, promising to remember. He was already aware of the countdown on his heart. How could he possibly ignore a warning that hit so close to home? His own system panel confirmed it. His unique condition was causing his lifespan to decrease at an alarming rate. It was infuriating. He didn't notice that Perisilis had been standing just behind him, observing his condition intently. Perisilis, the Grey Wolf, was deeply suspicious. Why would Knox dominate the admission test only to hide his true stamina now? This was definitely part of his act of pretending to be a good-for-nothing. Knox met his gaze with a smirk. Annoying pest. Next time they fought, he'd show him. After his classes, he slipped into the marketplace, cloaked and robed. He spotted Rick and greeted him. "I didn't expect to run into you in a place like this." Rick recognized him immediately. An internal rage boiled in Knox. This man, this plot-destroying variable. In his mind, Rick's friendly smile was nothing but a sinister mask. "It has been a long time," Rick said. But Knox knew his true name, Households Denford, the worst bad ending maker in the story. Knox quickly accessed all of his detailed information through the system. This man was destined to cause ruin and betray Eldane, making him the #1 person to avoid at all costs. The young master began his performance. "Were you the one who sent that gift? What business do you have with me?" A system warning flashed. "Acting genius skill is wavering." Rick replied coolly, "It's nothing serious. I simply saw a noble of the great Reinher family walking alone, and I was merely puzzled." "That's none of your concern," Knox snapped. Rick just smiled. "Let's call it fate that we've met again. I have some free time," he offered. "Why don't I assist you with your purchases?" The swordsman doubted that was his only mission. This encounter felt like a carefully laid trap. Rick notes that, historically, great nobles have overlooked their servants' small indiscretions. Knox senses a hidden agenda. He must discover what this man is truly plotting. The young master issues a cold warning. He doesn't like people who talk too much. Rick just smiles, vowing to remember. At the academy dorms, Eleanor's maid delivers a stack of requested documents. Knox's picture is among them. She wonders why he saved her. There was absolutely no reason for him to intervene. The Reinher and Revalen families have almost no connection. If he wanted something, he should have accepted Professor Burnand's offer, but he refused. The youngest Reinher she knew wasn't this kind of person. Something about him changed after he resolved that missing child incident. But what could have caused it? And Rick's recent actions have been suspicious too. He's gathering people within the merchantry, but she figures he can't accomplish much. She closes the file, her mind drifting to a memory of her father's anger over a childhood argument. With Knox, he told her that if necessary, she should have been prepared to give up everything. She even recalled the day her mother passed. Back in the present, Rick is expertly helping Knox shop. He tells him not to waste money on a high-grade orb for class. After all, he'll get a much better one for free when he becomes a second-year student. For alchemy supplies, he steers him toward tools made of especially treated iron. Rick explains that since the labs are basic, he only needs to meet the minimum standards. He then points out a shop with ties to her family's merchantry, ensuring an affordable price. The young master hates to admit it, but Rick's talent is the real deal. His con artist trait is genuinely powerful. If he wasn't aligned with a demon, Knox might have tried to recruit him. After a while, Rick announces that they've probably bought everything needed. Knox agrees, but the main issue remains. I still don't know why you were looking for me. Receiving only silence, Knox seizes him by the collar. Tell me why you approached me. Rick plays dumb, but a rough shake tells him the act is over. Wasting my time is not in your favor. Rick's tone shifts. It seems our chat will be a short one. I'll get straight to the point. In that instant, a barrier shimmers into existence around them. A sound-blocking spell. Rick makes his proposal. Betray the Reinher family. Become a servant of the first prince. Tearing open his shirt, Rick reveals a dark mark. Knox's eyes narrow. The one you serve isn't the prince. It's a demon. Rick smirks. You certainly know a lot. I don't think my master will like that. Knox scoffs, questioning if this master can truly deliver on its promises. Rick's confidence never wavers. The young master hopes Rick won't regret his choice, adding a final threat. Insult his family again, and he will be silenced for good. Rick simply says he'll keep it in mind. With that, Knox leaves him there. In the forest, Professor Vernon calls his students together to begin their lesson. Oh no, it's the crazy instructor from our first lesson, a student groans. The bald one, another more innocent student, tries to offer some advice. You see, it's okay to call someone bald if they have hair. But if they're actually bald, it's really disrespectful. Vernon resists the urge to crush these little sprouts over a comment about his hair. He announces the location for today's class. They are heading to the Clarial Plains, a famous location at Eldane Academy filled with rare flora. It's the perfect place to learn the basics of horse riding. He gives the order, mount your assigned horse or the one you brought with you. A student complains they haven't had a chance to look around yet, while another points out the students with personal horses. It seems a few of them have never ridden before. One girl huffs, "Why do we have to learn horse riding at Eldane Academy?" "We don't have a choice," her friend laments. "It's a required class. Get an F, and you're expelled." The young master calmly stands with his horse, Carl. "All right, class," Professor Vernon announced. "Get on your horses, and try not to take a tumble." His eyes landed on Pericillus. Well, now, he mused, we have a natural. He figured all that time in the East made him an expert with mounts. A few girls stared at Knox's horse. Is that an obsidian? How could a nobody like him get one? The Reinhafers have money, one whispered, but not that kind of money. Our swordsman smirked, a classic veteran player perk. Vernon called out, "Good. Now connect with your steeds." Once everyone looked ready, he grinned. "All right, time for the main event. Let the race begin." "A race," some students groaned. "But we just started riding today." "That's not fair. Mine tried to launch me into orbit." Another wind. "This is madness," someone muttered. "Think he's mad we called him Baldy?" In a flash, Vernon's hand flew, and the student went down for the count. "The rules are simple," he declared. "Ride to the edge of the nameless forest and come right back. First one here gets bonus points." Knox thought. Simple rules, just like his hairstyle. Talia approached, but he cut her off. "Mind your own business." He knew this wasn't just a riding class. Today's event was critical. This was the chapter where the first demonic human appears. An event scripted for the story's hero. This creature was supposed to trap all the students inside the nameless forest. Then the protagonist would team up with everyone to overcome the challenge. That was the original story anyway. But this time, there was no protagonist. With all these clashing egos, he wondered who, if anyone, would step up to lead. He had to think fast, but act even faster. "Knox," Talia called out. "Want to team up? Not that I'm scared, but the forest is dangerous, you know?" Eleanora scoffed. "Worried about others during a race? How very confident." "Don't bother me," Knox said flatly. As Eleanora left, Talia remembered this was a competition. "Well," she sighed, "I guess you should hurry back as fast as you can." "You go first. I'm not a great rider anyway." He just replied, "The race isn't what matters," and rode off. What does he mean by that? She wondered. Suddenly, Vernon yelled, "Go!" and the students surged forward. A noble sneered to his friends. "I'm not losing to commoners who just learned what a saddle is." Just then, a system window appeared only for Knox. Mana sensitivity genius has activated. A hidden magic circle is now visible. The ground lit up beneath them and everyone gasped. Knox yelled, "It's a teleportation circle. Nobody move unless you want to get wiped out." In a flash of light, they vanished, reappearing before a massive, monstrous figure. At last, the creature growled, "My revenge begins." Just moments earlier, Knox had tried to warn them. He'd leaped off his horse, shouting, "I'm counting on you, Carl!" And the horse instantly bolted clear. In that one chaotic moment, they were all whisked away to a strange forest. "Ugh, my head. Double," quotes someone groaned. "Where are we?" As panic spread, Knox calmly assessed the situation. This was definitely teleportation magic. But it wasn't stable like the Dean's. This felt dangerously flawed. The princess demanded, "Do you know what's happening?" He coolly replied, "I'm working on it. One thing is certain," he added. "This isn't an academy test. We have outsiders." Echidna stormed forward. "What are you talking about? If you know something, spit it out now." He gave her a cold look. "Know your place. You're not the princess, and I don't answer to you." Eleonora stepped in. "Teleportation magic from outsiders? Is that what you're saying?" He simply nodded. Her mind raced. How can he be so sure? Talia was just as confused. Couldn't this just be a surprise test from the professors? She wondered. Knox mused that this was why the comfortable never survive. They are far too complacent. He knew this situation was pure madness, a game priding itself on extreme difficulty. He warned them that the magical energy was dangerously unstable. Activating his inner genius, he declared, "This formula is chaotic. It completely ignores safety for the sake of function, and that's the proof." Leon agreed, "The formula is truly strange. Our professors would never endanger us like this. There is no way they'd risk so many children from Eldane's great houses." He felt Knox was right and turned to the others for their thoughts. The princess, hating to admit it, knew he was correct. The unstable magic meant an outside force was at play. Could her brother be behind this? Leon urged, "We have to leave this place immediately." And most of the students agreed. Echidna shouted, "The dark families are making a move. You need to prove what you're saying." The princess silenced her. "Echidna, they are correct. If we remain in this vortex of unstable mana, it will be our end." Leon realized the way the magic circle was deployed was incredibly bizarre. His friends agreed. He reminded everyone that the princess was sharp and had studied magic far longer than them. All this time, Paracelsus the Grey Wolf listened quietly, until his sword was suddenly drawn. "What are you doing?" Echidna demanded. He shot back. "Can't you smell that foul scent in the air?" He explained, "It's a monster, intermediate rank or higher, and it's right above us." In a flash, a massive shadow beast lunged from the canopy. Knox roared, "Get ready! Take it down!" He declared, "In this crisis, I will take command." But many students protested, calling him a good-for-nothing. The princess was in shock. A monster she hadn't even sensed, and he was the first to notice. She wondered, how did he suddenly become so different? Elsewhere, Professor Vernon waited at the finish line. Is this year's class truly that bad at writing? He was stunned. No one had returned yet, setting the worst record in history. Suddenly, Raz ran towards him. "Professor, we have a major problem." Vernon asked, "Why are you here? Shouldn't you be with the second years?" "That's not important," Aries insisted. "Where are the students?" Vernon replied, "On the plains for their writing lessons." Race's face was grim. 3 hours ago, someone using demonic magic was spotted. "We tracked a huge magic circle right to those plains." Vernon paled. "Of all the times for Dean Noah to be away, we must go now." Just then, a horse galloped into view. They recognized it instantly as Knox's horse, Carl. It carried an urgent message. The message from Knox read, "Demonic user at the Nameless Forest entrance. We need immediate assistance." "Hurry, Vernon!" Ross yelled. But the forest was a 2-day ride. and another teleportation was impossible. Ras could only hope they would be safe. In the nameless forest, a quiet tension hung in the air. Echidna finally spoke. I hate to admit it, but Knox, your judgment was correct. He simply told her to forget it, saying he didn't need a forced apology. This incident is related to the last one, he said. By imperial law, I request command authority over all students. She hesitated, weighing the potential danger of his request. At last, she announced, I, the princess, will personally take charge. Knox knew this would only create more trouble. He instructed Pelly to recite the manual for emergency situations. Pell announced, the highest priority is protecting a member of the imperial family. Command authority is granted to the most exceptional knight or mage. Knox looked directly at the princess. You are the only member of the imperial family here, and your power will be crucial against the demons in the future. It is because of your lightning mana, the power of punishment. An ability passed down only through the imperial line. The law of the empire states that your life must be protected, even if everyone else here falls. Knox knew he was the one who had made the quickest judgment and reacted fastest during the ambush. Once more, he asked for her complete authority. He demanded the power to decide the fate of everyone there, even her own. Talia realized his aim, to lead them with everyone's futures in his hands. He was the very model of a true knight. She looked at him with admiration. He simply wondered what was wrong with her, and declared that if no one objected, he would take command. If they disagreed, they could prove their own strength. If they did, he would gladly step down. The students were utterly silent. Leah knew that protecting the princess was a heavy burden. Any mistake meant the leader would face a terrible punishment. Leon thought that, even if he handled things perfectly, something would go wrong eventually. Knox was willingly accepting a poisoned chalice. You mindless fool, Lion muttered. Do as you please. But when Knox glanced his way, Leon flinched. The young master announced that the matter was settled. From now on, his word was law, and disobedience would be punished. He gave his first order, move out immediately and stay close. Wait a moment, Talia called out, asking if he planned to tell them their destination. He admitted he wasn't great with explanations, so they'd just have to trust and follow him. Knox thought to himself, if they only knew how many times he'd cleared the stage, they'd be stunned. He was a master of this cursed game. Deep inside a cave, the demonic Rugger observed the students through a crystal orb. An order echoed from his dark master. Devour the humans of Eldane. Uproot any sprout that fails to bloom. The demon promised to share its power, a gift he didn't truly deserve. Rugger bowed low. My lord, I will handle this perfectly. With this new power, he would eliminate them all. He whispered with a grin, this mission is perfect for me. He would make Professor Raz pay for abandoning him. Elsewhere, the students hunted down 3 giant boars for supplies. Knox announced it was time to assign roles, calling on Leon and Pericillus to assist him. Pericillus conceded, You've bested me, Knox, I'll follow your lead, for now. Leon stepped up. My skills may be lacking, but I will give my all to help. The young master was pleased to have the strongest rookies by his side. He explained that there were 2 ways out of the forest. Either the barrier is broken from the outside, or they find the caster within the forest and defeat them. The princess inquired about the second path. Knox confirmed it was dangerous, but their only real option. It would take Professor Burnin about 2 days to reach us, even at top speed. Their best bet was to survive and hunt down the one who trapped them. But Knox knew the truth. The first method was impossible. To escape, they had to defeat the caster. He also knew the caster's identity, Rugger, the demonic human who haunted this very forest. He instructed the students to gather supplies. The 2 huge boars they caught should last them for 2 days. Pericillus stepped forward. And what exactly are you suggesting we eat? Knox replied flatly, It's boar meat. Is there a problem? Pericillus scoffed. You may be skilled, Knox, but you're mistaken about something vital. You must think this is some noble's private hunting ground. We can't eat demonic beasts. They're filled with toxins. The swordsman calmly replied that he was aware, just as he knew the local plants were inedible. Stunned, Paracelsus demanded, "If you know that, why are you telling us to eat it? How are we supposed to consume something like this? Even at my most desperate, I never stooped so low. Do you have any idea how much our stomachs will ache?" The young master decided it was pointless to argue with him. "Be quiet," he ordered. "I have my own methods." He then told Leon to summon undead to stand guard. Lion immediately followed the command. Knox then turned to Paracelsus. "Guard the princess. Your skills are impressive, despite that mouth of yours." Paracelsus shot back, "I'm definitely going to beat you to a pulp one day." The swordsman knew it was time to begin. They carved the boar meat and prepared a fire. As he started to cook it, the meat began to glow with strange, unnatural colors. The students watched in horror, certain this meal would be their last. But as Knox sprinkled herbs onto the meat, a gasp broke the silence. The color was changing. He coolly informed them he'd merely used a special plant to tame the venom within the meat. The legendary crimson rake plant purges toxins from mid-rank beasts, and the horned boar was no exception. A scholar among them recalled reading of it in an old text. Then the princess approached him, her eyes filled with a single question. Why? A noble of the great Reinher family should never need such desperate survival knowledge. His answer was a simple, mysterious shrug. He cleverly changed the subject, asking how she liked her steak, rare or medium rare. The option for well done was pointedly ignored. He smirked. In the game's lore, overcooked meat was a culinary sin, fit only to be thrown away. Drawn by the irresistible aroma, the students gathered around the crackling fire, their hunger growing with every passing second. Elsewhere, Professor Raz sent an urgent message to Dean Noah. Their unseen foe was powerful, at least an intermediate-rank threat. The Academy was taking this seriously. He and Professor Brennan were en route, while the other elite professors were already on other critical missions. Suddenly, a strange sound crackled through the connection, like someone casually crunching on snacks. Brennan's eye twitched. The dean was eccentric, but surely she wasn't snacking during an emergency, right? Raz couldn't help but ask, "Dean, are you by chance eating at this very moment?" A soft chuckle escapes her. "There's no need to worry," she says. "The students will return without issue. However," she adds, "if they were second years, ... Brennan erupted, shouting that they were first years. Absolute fledglings who had just arrived at the academy. Raz grimly agreed. They hadn't even mastered basic defensive spells yet. After a moment of chilling silence, she simply disconnected the call, leaving the two professors stunned by her indifference. Fueled by frustration, Professor Brennan vowed to do whatever it took, spurring his horse onward with renewed vigor. But Ray's thoughts were on his prized student, Knox. He swore he would not let the boy fall in a place like this. And so he rode on with grim determination. Night fell, and the students settled around the campfire's warmth. They watched as Knox began pouring the horned boar's crimson essence in a circle around their camp. Paracelsus explained the clever tactic. The scent of a powerful creature would ward off lesser beasts. It was a common survival trick in the East, as travelers are most vulnerable when the sun goes down. Princess Penelope approached Knox, her expression sincere, and thanked him for protecting everyone. He warned her not to relax. Their true enemy was still out there, and the night was far from over. She understood. But the fact that no one had been lost yet was a miracle she owed to him. Then, she asked him to forgive Echidna for her earlier rude behavior. The princess explained it was simply a common prejudice against the shadowed houses. Knox felt a sense of unease. Why was the princess showing him such concern? He didn't like where this was headed. He told her not to waste her worry on an outcast who was disowned by his own family. The imperial family would be scandalized if they knew of their princess's conversation. "That's one way to see it," she replied, her eyes gleaming. "But to save the most people, I would join hands with a fiend without hesitation." A chill went down his spine. "Those are dangerous words, princess." She laughed it off as a joke, but he wasn't convinced. Had her infamous personality switch just been flipped? Princess Penelope was publicly known as the Princess of Kindness, but her true nature was one of cold, calculating utility. She was a dangerous idealist, willing to make any sacrifice for the greater good. Her kind title could instantly transform into the ice-hearted princess. Shaking off the thought, he ordered everyone to set up tents. He then offered fresh clothes for all from his own supplies. The convenience of a dimensional pocket was truly second to none. 2 students whispered in awe, one sharing a dark rumor that Reinher children are tested by being tossed from cliffs at age 5. Knox sighed. How did such absurd rumors even begin? Such was the fate of a family cloaked in shadows. He quietly told Talia to be careful. Careful of what? She asked, completely puzzled. He offered no answer, instead ordering everyone to arrange a night watch rotation. It was time for his own preparations to begin. He recalled a critical detail from the game's 2nd episode, a hidden complication lurking within this very ambush. Fiatsy time. Creator quickly. Otherwise, clearing the story would be impossible. With that thought, the students finally rest. Suddenly, a sharp sound awakens Pelliel. He shoots up, shouting for everyone to get up. Princess, we're in trouble, he yells. Countless mana signatures are swarming our location. In an instant, everyone prepares for battle. Echidna shields the princess, urging, "Stay behind me." "They're here," cries Paris Elsa. The Hornburst scent meant nothing to these stronger creatures. What do we do? "Knox isn't here," Talia shouts in alarm. Lion calmly steps forward. He went ahead. "He left this battlefield to me. He was so confident about protecting her," Echidna scoffs. "Yet he vanished?" "He didn't run," Leon explains, but doubt fills the air. "There are too many. This is too dangerous." Another student trembles, agreeing, "It's impossible for us to handle this." "Everyone, calm down." Lion begins his incantation. The princess watches in awe, wondering how he could possess such an absurd amount of mana. Leon's thoughts turn to Knox. Who was this person? And why had he been given this incredible responsibility? He remembers the moment before Knox left, handing him a brilliant magic jewel, and declaring him the new head of the Marvis household. Lion opens his grimoire, knowing the outcome of this fight rests solely upon his shoulders. Creatures that charge into his magic circle simply vanish into dust. Suddenly, magical warriors appear, turning the tide of the battle. Meanwhile, the young master arrives at Ruggard's dark cave. His system alerts him. Mana sensitivity genius has neutralized the restraint magic. Thanks to the lunatic robe, his attack power has increased by 1.2 times. He calls into the shadows, "Ruggard, how long do you plan to hide?" An amused voice echoes back as a figure emerges. "A mere academy student not only found my location," the figure sneers, "but has the nerve to stand against me?" Knox simply smirks. His acting genius skill activates. "Such bold words are for the truly worthy," he retorts. "It is you, Rugger, who needs to learn his place." Enraged, Rugger lunges, but Knox blocks the strike with a single clang of steel, sending the creature flying. "Who are you?" Rugger asks in shock. The young master replies, "You don't need to know." Rugger roars in fury. "I'll wipe that arrogant smirk off your face." He charges with full power, but in a flash of silver, Knox severs his arm with one clean swing. "This is where it truly begins," Knox says. He realizes the gap in their power is so immense he doesn't even need to use his skills, even with borrowed demonic power. Rugger is nothing more than a human playing pretend. His arm regenerates as he glares. "You think you've already won?" The swordsman analyzes him. Rugger is far weaker than his current self. He halts the next attack effortlessly as his swordsmanship and combat genius skills activate. The system confirms the enemy's assault is neutralized. "An attack like that is meaningless," he taunts, his acting genius flaring once more. He grabs the creature by its arm and slams him forcefully to the ground. Asterisk, I should have been cautious. Rugger thinks bitterly. Asterisk, that good-for-nothing from House Reinher has ruined all my plans. The young master twists the newly regenerated arm, pinning him down. How dare you humiliate me? Rugger screams. I carry the Archduke's lineage? Knox looks down, utterly unimpressed. This is farewell. I've had enough. But as he prepares the final blow, Professor Ras appears. Please stop, he pleads. Rugger is my apprentice. I am so sorry you endured this, Ras says, but it's true. He is my disciple. Rugger snaps back, don't be ridiculous. Was I ever truly your apprentice? Even for a moment? He accuses the professor. You abandoned me after I lost my arm in the Empire's war. You cast me out of the academy when I was no longer useful, Rugger shouts. And you dare to call yourself my teacher? The professor admits, I may have let you go. But it wasn't as you think. I made those decisions out of concern, he explains. I didn't want you to suffer the same fate as my own son. With Rugger so set on the battlefield, the Academy had no other choice. Rugger shot back that paths are self-chosen, calling Ross arrogant, known only as the Academy's castaway. But Ross replied that he never knew of such struggles, asking if this was the magic Rugger truly sought. He wondered if this was the dream they both shared. Rugger admitted it was far too late for him. In a flash, Rugger broke from Knox's hold, lunging for the professor. He vowed to take the professor with him to the other side. Rash cried out, knowing the deed was done. But before Rugger could land his strike, the young master appeared between them, halting his charge. He taunted the beast with his blinding speed, then instantly appeared behind him. A system window flashed. Acting genius had reached its peak, increasing player synchronization. The swordsman calmly told Rugger his display was unrefined. The system warned of a fracturing mind. With one clean swing, he ended Rugger's rampage. Professor Ras collapsed, sobbing over his vanquished student. What do I do now? Ras cried out. Knox wondered what he truly meant by that. Ras confessed his research was meant to help the weak. But now, he questioned its very meaning. He couldn't even protect his own apprentice. What was the point of it all if his life's path was now lost? Knox couldn't fathom his connection to this tormented man. The young master knew this was a necessary evil. He needed Ross's thesis published to unlock new systems in the game. For that to happen, the professor's research had to continue. But was that his only reason? He wasn't so sure. The system flared with a warning. Personal feelings were disrupting the character. Acting genius was wavering. He told the professor that such things didn't matter to him. Knox thought using Ras was the logical choice. He then declared that he found his research to be utterly worthless. Ras challenged him, asking if he didn't see how helpless he was. Knox agreed, calling his display pathetic. Then it clicked. Ras had breached his defenses. That's why he was wavering. Every word from the professor was shaking his resolve. The young master admitted to Ras that he was naturally lazy, asking him not to give him too much work. He also confessed he disliked tea, preferring coffee, money, and fame. They meant nothing to him. Professor Ross looked bewildered. What are you even saying? The swordsman then assured him that his research was different. He guaranteed it had immense value. He wondered if a game addict like him was envious of someone who helped others, if he was envious of the love in this world. Knox dropped to his knees before the professor. I will become your #1 disciple. Ras was completely stunned. The young master saw the same defeated back he'd only ever seen on a screen. It was just him and Ras, a genius outside the system. Could he truly stand with him? Could he reach that height? His heart ached, thinking of his own family. Rain began to fall. Elsewhere, Lane's magic tore through countless monsters. Paracelsus noted that Knox wasn't the only madman there. He gestured toward Leon, wondering about his army of undead. They were on a completely different level from the norm. Fundamentally different creatures. The princess admitted to Echidna she couldn't believe an undead legion of such power existed. The capabilities of the dark families, she mused, were beyond imagination. Though she hated to admit it, the rumors of House Marva's return seemed true. They would not forget the name Leon. Echidna bowed, promising to monitor his movements closely. Leon clutched the high-grade mana crystal from Knox. Without it, he knew victory would have been uncertain. It felt as if Knox could see into the future itself. Suddenly, Professor Vernon arrived. "Is everyone safe?" he demanded, grabbing a student, asking if there were any losses. The princess reported all students were accounted for, but that one had already departed the battlefield. Apologizing for his hasty greeting, he urgently asked who it was that left. She revealed it was Knox, but insisted he wasn't a threat, since they owed him their lives. Vernon questioned if that was true. Leon confirmed it, explaining Knox's monochrist had been their salvation. Paracelsus added that Knox handled everything, from their tents to their rations. Another student murmured that perhaps he wasn't the trash they all thought. He had a terrible reputation with women, acting like a spoiled brat and treating servants horribly. Someone whispered about a rumor that Knox had cornered Elanier's servant in an alley. Another wondered if he harassed men too. With all these complaints, Vernon just pictured a spoiled, white-haired punk. He also recalled the barrier. It had simply vanished. He knew such a barrier could only be broken from the inside. He couldn't fathom how it happened. Not enough time had passed for Professor Raz to handle everything, especially with his known weakness. The next morning, he activated his ordinary persona mode. The system confirmed his resolve wouldn't falter. After that incident, becoming the apprentice was his only option. That night, while students gossiped about Knox, Professor Raz appeared and announced his incredible feat. Back in his office, the system's warning echoed. Ordinary persona active. Professor Raz entered, gently taking his hand. He knew Raz's research was crucial for unlocking the artifact system. In the original story, Professor Raz was invincible, but this world was different. He understood that if he didn't protect the professor, he'd be the one to pay the price. Suddenly, Raz leaned in to kiss his hand. A sharp elbow sent the professor reeling. He apologized instantly, explaining it was a pure reflex to the unwanted touch. The professor, clutching his nose, just laughed. "It's all right. I know you did it on purpose. No need to act coy." With that, Raz burst into a fit of laughter. The young master sighed. "You knew what would happen, yet you provoked me. The Empire has laws against this, you know." Professor Raz smirked. "For someone playing the part of a household's good-for-nothing... You're saying some surprisingly sharp things?" He paused, considering. "When it comes to nobles and commoners... you'll find those laws were shattered a long time ago," he countered. "Such words don't seem fit for a professor of Eldane... an academy under the imperial family's direct command." Raz just shrugged. "It doesn't matter unless you report me," Knox thought. This man is genuinely unhinged. Raz then changed the subject. "I've recommended you, along with Lion," he clarified, a recommendation to the imperial family, "for a chance to enter Eldane's treasure vault and claim an artifact." He presented a bracelet. The young master's eyes widened. Did Raz really pull that off? Raz confirmed it with a grin. "As you know, I can be quite persuasive." "Think nothing of it. This is a small gesture for my top apprentice. Don't feel pressured." Anger flared in his eyes. He shot up from his chair. "Who said I felt pressured? Since you went to all this trouble, I will gladly accept your gift." Raz noted with amusement that he seemed even more thrilled now than when he first became his apprentice. Eldane's treasure vault, an unexpected jackpot. As he stepped inside the legendary vault, he recalled that this place was co-managed by the imperial family in a rival household. Countless amazing artifacts were here, but he knew exactly which one offered the greatest power. If he could obtain that item now, his growth would accelerate beyond imagination. Suddenly, a voice cut through the silence. "I never imagined you'd be the one to open Eldane's vault." It was Eldane. "It seems you found yourself a very capable teacher," she added. He just shrugged. "Think what you will." So, Eleonora, backed by the merchantry, was his partner. He just hoped she wouldn't be a nuisance. She spoke again. If you think I'm unwilling to part with the artifacts I donated, you're mistaken. I fully intend to repay you for saving my life. He sighed. She always had to make things complicated. Did Professor Raz explain how this works? She produced a key, unlocking a massive door. So which artifact will you choose? Excitement bubbled within him as he mumbled his choice. She leaned closer. What was that? You'll have to say it again. Why would he want an old antique? A strange hobby for a rich family's son. He demanded the item before another word. She halts his advance. She has a test for him, to see if he's worthy of her artifact. He raises an eyebrow. This wasn't part of our deal. She smiles sweetly. As the donor, it's her privilege. Besides, her rival already dominates Eldane. In a flash of light, she casts a spell. He instantly recognizes it. Space teleportation magic. A familiar sight from his gaming days. Not surprised, she teases. He scoffs lightly. I've seen far stranger things. She gestures to a chair. He accepts the unspoken challenge, and the two of them take their seats. Let's begin, she says, getting straight to it. He sighs inwardly. She's making him earn this artifact. It should be a quick formality. Her first question is a familiar one. Why did you save me? Is this the test? I decide the questions here, she retorts. And I've already answered, he says firmly. She cuts him off with a chilling smile. Oh, I forgot to mention. Lies don't work on me. A flicker of irritation crosses his face. There's something he's overlooking, ... A system message appears in his mind. The acting genius skill can see through all deception, which means Eleanor is telling the truth. You're a real piece of work, he grumbles. She smirks, unimpressed. Didn't you say that already? He's backed into a corner. What now? You look quite frustrated, she observes coolly. Be quiet, he snaps, his voice like ice. You lied about wanting to give me this personally. Does that matter now? She counters. What matters is you'll lose everything if you don't answer. He can't risk it. He's come too far to leave empty-handed. Trying to escape would only raise her suspicions. Better to face this head-on. He takes a breath, his decision made. Why did I save you? Because it was necessary for me. Necessary how? She presses. I need you for my plan, he reveals. She leans in, intrigued. And what plan is that? I don't see why I should tell you, he deflects. Just one more question, she requests. He gives a slight nod. What happened at the ballroom back then? Did you save me because you felt you owed me? No, he states, without a hint of hesitation. Her eyes widen in surprise. It wasn't about that incident at all. She's truly part of his plan. ... But what on earth could it be? Everything I've said is the truth, he declares. And your ability already told you that. It's not good to have so many secrets, she muses. You're one to talk, he fires back. People say you've changed, she begins, but I don't believe it. Even after you saved me. I remember your words from that day. Think whatever you want, he says with a shrug. His indifferent attitude catches her off guard. You can blame me, hate me, he continues. Feel however you wish. It's your right. Your feelings towards me won't change a thing. And that's how it has to stay, he thinks. He rises from his seat, the artifact in hand, if that's all. I'll be taking my leave. Her eyes follow him as he departs. He really has changed. Later, in her private room, she sips her tea. Why did he choose that specific artifact? There were so many better options. It wasn't a bad item, but far from the best. Rick, her attendant, is just as baffled. Why would a knight need an orb? I can't begin to guess what's on his mind, she sighs. She replays the options in her head. Legendary swords, powerful elixirs, masterwork armor. Yet he chose that dusty, old-looking orb. This couldn't be a ploy to make her feel indebted. Rick interrupts her thoughts. Perhaps we're overthinking it, my lady. It's not like he's caused any trouble. Can we really afford to be so simple-minded? She wonders. But for now, What choice did she have? She changes the subject to business. Rick reports that their merchantry is thriving. Nobles from the capital are buying their products in bulk. It is all thanks to your leadership, he says with a bow. A smile touches her lips. Continue to watch Knox, she commands. Report anything unusual. As you command, my lady, he replies. I will not let you down. Meanwhile, back in his room, Knox examines the artifact he fought for. A system window appears before him. Advanced grade artifact obtained. Orb of the Great Sage. Its details and a powerful new skill fill the screen. What incredible luck finding this treasure now. It activated, floating mysteriously. Eleanor clearly didn't know its true potential, or the secret way to use it. A system alert flashed before him. The conditions were not met. The artifact's full power was still sealed. To unleash it, he needed the true name of its original owner, a name that would upgrade it to the highest grade. Its owner was one of the 4 sages from the future. In the game, she had been his most trusted mentor, but unlocking it now was too dangerous. It would reveal his identity to her. For now, this level of power would have to be enough. Lavilia questioned his choice. Why that orb? Eldane's vault had countless other items. I heard there were plenty of treasures for knights. Did I forget to mention I'll be using magic too? He smirked. Her eyes widened in disbelief. Knox just laughed. My mistake, I guess I forgot to tell you. Worry clouded her face. What am I going to do with you? Isn't mastering 2 paths at once nearly impossible? He simply shrugged. If I fail, I'll just live off my family's fortune. No big deal. But I was just boasting to everyone about how hard-working you've become, she exclaimed. A small smile played on his lips. I never asked you to do that. You can be incredibly frustrating, you know that? He just reminded her, I'm a good-for-nothing, remember? And you're such a player, she complained. Those are just rumors, he deflected. Oh, I've heard all about it. They say the patriarch was quite the womanizer himself, and now he's atoning for it. Is that so? He feigned ignorance, falling back onto his bed. By the way, she said, there's a letter for you. It's from the imperial family. They requested you read it personally. He shot up in an instant. The imperial family? Why would they contact me? Princess Echidna herself asked me to deliver it. He grumbled, why is that princess so focused on me? He couldn't allow any more unexpected variables. Taking the letter, he broke the seal. It began with a thank you for his recent actions. ... an act that had saved her life. As per imperial law, she wished to grant him a reward. He was formally invited to the capital, Talon Feather, to receive it. He was to depart in 3 days at 9 p.m. Lilia pleaded, please accept it. But he saw the truth. The princess wants someone from a dark family to enter the capital. What kind of reward is this? He wondered aloud. She warned, remember the conflict between our families and the divine family. She then voiced his thoughts. This could be a trap. It's too dangerous, you shouldn't go. But he knew, if they truly wanted him, they could summon him at any time. Stay here, Lavilia, he commanded. He knew the capital was the heart of the Emperor's power. Talon Feather, a city controlled by the divine family. For someone from a dark family, it was enemy territory, and the princess was personally inviting him into the lion's den. What in the world is she thinking? He muttered. His mind flashed back to the rules of the game, inner lunatic. The first rule was making your primary attribute useful. A combat genius would follow the way of the sword. A mana genius would walk the path of a mage. The second rule: involve the factions. A player had to choose a side in the great conflict and lead them to victory. Now Knox sat in a carriage on his way to the capital with the princess herself. Why did you come? She asked softly. Someone as insignificant as me has no business with a princess, he replied coldly. Please, don't say that, she urged. He knew this game well. The most powerful players were the Imperial faction, led by the princess, and the opposing radical faction, led by the dark families, his own family, and finally, There was the merchant faction, which used its immense wealth to manipulate the continent's fate from the shadows. Each side had its own methods, its own ambitions. But one thing was certain: the terrible bond between the Reinhofer household and the imperial family. He didn't know the details, only that the relationship was the worst. She warned him he was walking into a trap. Was she testing his resolve? His pride flared. He couldn't back down now. He sighed, admitting he wasn't happy about this visit. She laughed, trying to soothe his nerves. "Don't be so worried. Think of this as your reward trip." He saw right through her act. She giggled. "Okay, you caught me." They finally arrived at the palace. He needed to know her real plan. As they stepped down, a young man greeted them. "I heard a guest was coming. I was so looking forward to this." "This is unexpected," the princess murmured. It was her brother, Prince Louis. Knox introduced himself as the last of House Reinher, offering a respectful greeting. The princess questioned her brother. "Weren't you supposed to leave for the Northern War?" Louis smiled. "Somehow, it was cancelled. I must play host for our important guest. I'll tell the Emperor you're here," he added. "I hope we can meet often." Knox politely agreed, but inside, his thoughts were screaming. This lunatic. Seeing him again sounded like a nightmare. He knew exactly who Prince Louis was. The first prince of the Empire. The only one ranked higher than Penelope for the throne. And the notorious bedending maker of inner lunatic. Prince Louis finally departed with his servants. Echidna rushed to the princess. "Are you all right?" The princess assured her. "I'm fine, just a little startled." She turned to the young swordsman. "That must have been a surprise for you too." "Let's go inside," she said. "We can continue our conversation there." He followed her command. He mused on the terrible sibling relationship, just like in the game. He would use this situation to his advantage. He had to survive. Later that night, he lay thinking of his reward. For now, all he could do was rest. He whispered to himself, "As long as no crazy assassins show up, I'll be fine." Moments later, a noise shattered the quiet. He leaped up, sword in hand. But it wasn't an attack, just a knock at his door. Princess Penelope's soft voice drifted through. "Is it all right if I come in?" He opened the door to find the princess and her maid. "Your Highness, what brings you here so late?" "It isn't wise for me to stand in the hallway," she explained. Without waiting for a reply, she swept into his room. Echidna followed, announcing, "The princess has a proposal." "I'll stand guard," the maid added. "The palace has many eyes." The princess gestured for him to sit, and he obeyed. He was deeply worried. Why would she come here in person at this hour? A terrible idea began to form. "I won't take much of your time," she began. "But I need you to promise me one thing. Depending on your answer, you may never be able to return to Eldane." She corrected herself. "You may never return to the Reinher estate. In my name, I order you to be my agent in the shadows." The young swordsman had seen this coming. "You need someone to handle the first prince," he stated. "Someone who can sever your ties to the Dark family." He understood now. He was a tool she could use. She wanted him to become her pawn. "Yes," she confirmed simply. But he met her gaze, his own eyes firm. "If you think I have no choice, you're mistaken." The next morning, he presented himself before the king in the court. King Esteban looked distant, barely raising a hand in response. This was the man once known as the Knight of Light and Lightning. He was a living legend of the Empire, but his light had faded. Now, he was known only by a disgraceful nickname, Esteban the Foolish. The princess makes her entrance, offering a graceful greeting to Esteban. At that moment, Prince Louis breaks the silence. He presumes the young master's request is for a reward, for saving a member of the imperial family. The swordsman simply replies, "I only did what was necessary." He notes that Prince Louis is the new head of the house. He must remain on guard. The prince declares that a gift will be bestowed upon the one who saved his precious sister. "Is there anything you desire?" he asks. "Speak your mind." Knox boldly requests permission to enter the legendary Ark River. A collective gasp fills the entire court. The Ark River is a sacred place. able to randomly increase a person's abilities. Prince Louis sneers, calling him a worthless nobody who acts far too arrogantly. Just like all from the dark families, a minister shouts. That can never be allowed. Another objects, the Ark River for someone from a dark family? It's simply not right. A court member murmurs, isn't that river reserved for the divine households? Unanimous agreement. But he had foreseen all of this. In truth, this was merely a clever way to refuse any official reward. Suddenly the princess shouts, how audacious! Silence yourselves before his majesty. She proclaims there is no law stating only divine households can enter the Ark River. A sense of unease creeps over the swordsman. Why is she taking his side? He thought she would have given up on her scheme by now. She warns the court that she does not appreciate such a noisy scene. Her cryptic words from the previous night still lingered in his thoughts. A time to choose will eventually come. His path remained clear. If forced to pick a side, he would support the princess over the bringer of a bad ending. But he could not reveal his allegiance. Your Highness, he asks, do you agree to my request? The prince hesitates, then admits his sister has a point. There are no laws forbidding a descendant of a dark family from entering the river. However, he adds, it would be wrong to break a tradition we have followed for so long. And so, he proposes a trial. A test to see if Knox is truly worthy of the Ark River's blessing. This was an unexpected turn. He recalls Ella Lenore and her trial, wondering if everyone here is obsessed with tests. Tell me the test, he says. The prince smirks. You will spar with me. The swordsman feigns confusion, asking for clarification. The prince boasts that he's heard of Knox's exceptional skill, making a duel fitting. The Ark River is sacred, he explains, open only to the competent. The swordsman sees the prince's game, but he has no intention of being a pawn. He accepts the challenge. The prince grins. See you at the training grounds in 1 hour? Knox bows respectfully, promising to give it his all. As he leaves, the princess chases after him. Are you trying to get yourself eliminated? Do you realize what he's planning? She warns him that winning or losing this fight does not matter. He's just trying to show off. He wants to crush you to humiliate your family. The young master replies, I already know. If I win, he'll accuse me of trying to harm royalty. And if I lose, ... his reputation will soar for defeating a rising talent. That's his entire plan. Curious, she asks why he accepted a no-win scenario. He counters, what if there was another way? Intrigued, she asks what he means. A path, he says, where I win and don't get taken out, and asks for her support in that choice. Meanwhile, Prince Lou's attendants prepare him for the spa. Suddenly, his gaze turns to ice, fixing on a maid. Tell me, he commands, who am I? She immediately kneels, stating he is the second son of the Empire, Prince Louis von Arnheim. A cruel smile plays on his lips, correct? He has a powerful position, and no one dares defy him. However, his thoughts drift to Knox, a detail that feels out of place. The maid suggests Knox is beneath his notice. In a flash, a sharp slap echoes as he sends her to the floor. The prince lets out a cold laugh. Worry? I never worry. Especially not over some whelp from a lesser family. As the maid begs for forgiveness, he warns his entire staff to be smarter. His attention then shifts, asking about his father, Esteban. He muses aloud about the emperor, wondering how much time he has left on the throne. Soon, he declares, the empire and all its glory will be in my grasp. He explains that today's theatrics are a necessary part of his plan. The terrified maid promises to never make such a mistake again. He dismisses her with a cold command to his butler, ignoring her pleas for a final chance. The prince scoffs, telling her chances are a luxury only for the chosen like himself. He reminds her that even for a noble, her lineage is nothing compared to the imperial families. Her cries for mercy fade as 2 servants drag her away from his sight. The prince's thoughts return to Knox. No matter how talented he is, he cannot escape a predetermined outcome. He can't wait to see the look of despair on his face. At that moment, in the arena, Knox and Lewis stand face to face. In the royal gallery, the king and princess watch as the massive crowd buzzes with anticipation. The prince wishes him well, certain that Knox will be forced to play a part in his grand performance. The referee's voice booms, announcing the start of the duel between Prince Louis and the challenger, Knox. As they draw their swords, Lewis scoffs internally. Knox could never stand against the imperial family. He is nothing more than an insect from a lesser house. With that thought, he charges forward. He's convinced the boy won't even dare to raise his blade in this sacred place. But to his utter shock, Knox parries his attack with a flash of steel. "The insolent fiend!" the prince roars. "How dare you raise your sword against me?" "Your Highness," Knox replies calmly, pushing him back with surprising force. "You told me to do my best." The power behind the move is astonishing. The prince seethes. This upstart ... actually dared to fight back against me? Against the first in line for the throne? He's just a bug to be crushed. The young master coolly states he's simply following the prince's instructions. Enraged, Louis snarls, "If this is the game you want to play ... then so be it, you've chosen your fate." No more mercy. He steadies himself, convinced that a mere commoner could never defeat a prince forged by the finest imperial training. The referee announces the rules. The match ends when one falls or surrenders. Again, the prince lunges forward, and again the result is the same. The swordsman blocks his every move effortlessly. He realizes that for all his talk, the prince's skills are lacking. His talent is decent, but it's nowhere near Knox's level. After another moment, Knox suddenly halts the duel. Lewis stares, confused by the sudden pause. The swordsman explains that while the match is fine, it feels boring. There's nothing at stake. The prince demands to know what he's planning. Knox suggests a wager to raise the stakes. A sly grin spreads across Lewis's face. This was playing right into his hands. The prince agrees, amused. Knox proposes they set the terms of the bet after the match concludes. "My apologies," the prince cuts in smoothly, "but I'm far too impatient for that. Let's state our terms now." The young swordsman simply nods, unbothered. Lewis declares his prize. "When I win, you will leave the princess's side and swear your loyalty to me." "Enough with the charade," the prince sneers. "Has my sister completely enchanted you? Is that the real reason you played the hero in the forest?" This prince is completely delusional, Knox thought. He hasn't a clue. He explains, "I merely upheld the imperial code by saving her. I have no other motives nor any reason to." "Good! That simplifies things," the prince replies, offering him a new path. "Become my personal knight." He declares, "I want you to become my shadow. Swear your loyalty to me, not the Reinher family." Knox agrees coolly. "If I win this match, your wish is my command." If Knox gets injured, Louis mused, I'll just pin the blame on Eldane, the Reinhers, and Penelope. "You should blame your own foolishness," Louis taunts. "This duel was decided from the very beginning. A single glance tells me your sword is useless against my artifacts." With that, he launches a fierce attack. Knox knew it was impossible to break that enchanted armor, but then the system alerts him. The great sage's highest grade orb is glowing. State the owner's name to unleash its power, the system instructs. You have only one chance. Will you take it? Everyone will be shocked, he realized. How could I possibly know the name? But it can't be helped, he resolved. Survival comes first. Louis' assault is relentless, but Knox evades every blow. There's only one way to shatter that ridiculous armor. He speaks the name aloud. The owner of this orb is Astrid von Wood. System confirmed. The great sage's orb shines with brilliant light as the username is registered. The orb now recognizes him as its second master. For a short time, his mana skyrockets. What is this trickery? Louis demands. Knox simply smirks. You called this a match. A powerful gust of wind erupts around him. And there's no rule against using magic, is there? Knox informs the prince. As the orb hovers menacingly, Louis's confidence finally shatters. You already know what this is, Knox says. A magic missile. The orb circles the prince, tearing a portal open in the sky. From the ominous rift, countless creatures descend upon Louis. A small smile plays on Knox's lips. Let's see you dodge this. Sinister tentacles lash out from the portal, and the prince scrambles to evade the vicious onslaught. But in the chaos, something feels terribly wrong. A tentacle whips him from behind. How is this possible? Louis cries out in disbelief. Asterisk, the Reinher family, a legendary house of swordsmen. How could they resort to this? Knox's voice cuts through his panic. I know what you're thinking, but there are no shortcuts to true power. Certainly not like the full suit of armor you're hiding in. Enraged, Louis screams, How dare a nobody from a dark family ridicule me? Knox calmly retorts, Weren't you the one who started this? Didn't you mock my family and discredit my achievements? Isn't that why you demanded this duel? You picked a fight you couldn't win, he declares. And now the pride of the imperial family lies shattered on the ground. In a flash, Knox exposes a hidden artifact within the prince's armor, revealing it for all to see. It's a small cube-shaped device. He holds it high for the entire audience to witness. The prince shrieks, calling him a madman as pure panic flashes in his eyes. He never wanted this secret revealed. Knox smirks. And what, prince, were you planning to do with this little toy? Furious, Louis retorts, you have no right to ask me that. I heard the rumors that you're unhinged, he seethes, but I never imagined you'd dare to defy me. After this, the Imperial Knights will end you, he threatens, before turning to his communicator. Dean, are you going to let your student meet his end here? A woman's voice replies bluntly, First of all, Knox isn't cute. But since you've made a formal request, I will intervene. Louis freezes. He knows that voice. It's the new dean. We've met, she says. And while he may not be cute, Knox is a precious student of this academy. So, if you are trying to crush him using your imperial authority, as one of the 4 sages, she vowed on her very honor to personally put an end to him. Before all this, Knox had visited the dean, revealing a rumor that the imperial family planned to reward him. They called it a thank you for saving the princess. The dean simply scoffed. Knox explained that this reward was a trap. No one from a dark family had ever returned from that place. She nonchalantly agreed while munching on her snacks. Exasperated, Knox snatched them away, asking if she could be serious for once. She protested that the snacks were innocent victims trying to reclaim her prize. He pleaded for her intervention, saying a single word from her would make the princess back down. She reminded him that in that case he would forfeit the grand reward. He shot back that losing a reward was far better than losing his head over it. He wondered aloud how everything had spiraled so completely out of control. She mused that modern magic could easily reattach limbs, though she wasn't so sure about heads. He stared in disbelief. Was she really saying that to her own student? Then she proposed a different path, a way for him to claim his prize and return unharmed. What would he choose? Then she presented a communication crystal, leaving Knox stunned. It was a magical artifact that let people converse over great distances, just like a modern phone. But this was no ordinary communication device. Mana itself could be channeled through it, a connection so powerful that not even the prince could interfere with a call to one of the 4 sages. Knox remarked it was rare to see her so helpful. Her voice echoed back, I can hear you, you know. Don't need my help anymore? He immediately backpedaled, insisting he absolutely did. Elsewhere, Prince Louis was desperately trying to smooth things over, claiming it was all a big misunderstanding. She cut him down with a cold glare, asking who his dean was and warning him not to act so familiar. I knew your father, not you, she clarified. And you are not yet my student. Calling him a brat, she commanded him to beg for mercy. The prince immediately crumbled and asked what he could do. Her terms were simple. Beg Knox for forgiveness, and she would let this slide. Knox watched, an amused smile on his face. With tears of humiliation in his eyes, the prince mumbled his apology. Knox replied with a grand gesture that he would graciously accept it. Calling the prince shameless, Noah declared she would be watching to ensure the fight finished fair and square. She then ordered the barrier to be taken down. As Louis gathered his power for another attack, Knox vanished. In the blink of an eye, he appeared behind the prince and ended the fight with a single, decisive strike. Louis crumpled to the ground. The crowd of nobles erupted in fury. How dare a member of a dark family touch the prince? The shock was universal. How was such a thing even possible? Even the princess was completely stunned. She wondered how Knox had done it. A strange thought crossed her mind. What if he had 2 lives? The princess voiced her suspicion. Knox couldn't be running on pure nerve alone. He had to be hiding a trump card. Could the authority of his dark family truly extend into the heart of the empire? No, she decided. That should be impossible. This meant he was relying on some other, unknown power. Whatever it was, she vowed to uncover his secret and make it her own. Her aide had to agree. Knox's abilities were the real deal. She remembered his strange power in the forest, and again during the entrance exams. Now, after this overwhelming victory, it was clear he would never bow to Prince Louis. The princess smiled slyly. There is something that must be done immediately. When her aide asked what she had in mind, the princess leaned in and whispered her plan. Echidna's eyes widened in shock. Are you truly serious? In the arena, the royal guard was already moving. The prince was to be taken to the infirmary at once, ensuring no lasting damage was done. The head butler gave the servants a single, chilling order. You will not speak of what you witnessed here to anyone. And the very same maid the prince had carelessly tossed aside was now trying to rouse him. Knox slipped away, unseen. Later that night, in the solitude of his room, he tried to rest. He replayed the day's events, the close call with that maniacal prince. Now he understood why they called him the bad ending maker. His eyes fell upon the orb, a truly invaluable treasure, not just for now, but for the trials ahead. Without a doubt, it had been his saving grace against the prince, but he knew lightning wouldn't strike twice. Just then, a sharp knock broke the silence. His heart hammered. The prince? He came back for him. Knox's hand flew to his sword as he called out. But to his shock, it was Princess Penelope and Echidna. Echidna stepped forward, announcing the princess wished for a private audience. A wave of relief washed over him. At least, it wasn't the prince. Right now? He asked. Echidna's reply was firm. It must be now. He felt a familiar sense of trouble brewing. Still, he opened the door wider, letting the princess enter his chambers. He got straight to the point. If this was about his clash with Prince Louis, ... then that matter is already concluded. But she simply gazed at him. Why would I do that? There's no need to play innocent, she stated calmly. His eyes narrowed. What was she implying? She offered a question instead. Can you picture my brother and I sharing a meal? She gracefully took a seat as she spoke. He glanced outside. It's nearly midnight. Surely this can wait. We can find a better time to speak. She dismissed his suggestion immediately. No. Now is the perfect time. How could she just barge into his room so late? If word of this got out, he'd be the one to face the consequences. Are you worried about a scandal? She asked. He didn't hesitate. Of course I am. Her presence in the room of someone from the dark family was a disaster waiting to happen. A small smile touched her lips. Then our thoughts are aligned. A scandal is exactly what I came here for. He stared, completely baffled. His mind screamed at her to make some sense. But he controlled his expression, politely asking for an explanation. She met his gaze, her own unwavering. I need you. And with absolute certainty, she dropped a bombshell. Marry me. Meanwhile, in the lunatic stronghold, Luna presided over a meeting. Is it true? Our new recruit is headed for the Ark River? Def confirmed the report. It seems the imperial family reached out to him first. Luna was intrigued. He trusts them that easily? Is he not worried about the humiliation that awaits him? Marin, a top executive, scoffed. This is why you can't rely on children. I'm sure Captain Luna has her reasons for choosing him, but I remain entirely unconvinced. The vice captain, Kyle, cut in. Watch your tongue, Marin. Does the captain now require your approval for recruitment? Marin shot back, flustered. That's not what I meant. Kyle's voice was cold as steel. Insolence is something we cannot afford, especially when the Empire already despises us. Enough! Luna commanded, silencing them both. The discussion about the rookie is over. Just then, Courageal strode into the hall. Actually, he began, I think Marin has a point. We haven't accepted a new member in years. Why suddenly bring this boy into our ranks? Luna's answer was simple. He caught my interest. That is all. Courageal smirked. Surely you haven't developed a crush on a mere boy. Or does this have to do with his famous family? Luna's expression hardened. This has nothing to do with House Reinher. It's true, Tayo worked with us in the past. But this new recruit seems to resent his own kin. Kyle found this revelation fascinating. Marin saw an opportunity. Perhaps we should investigate the Reinher household's connection to our criminal enterprise? I believe it's worth a closer look. Captain Luna considered it. Marin is right. A decision was made. We will give our new recruit his very first mission. This mission will prove his worth. Or expose his treachery. Marin recalled her own first year. She never received a mission this early. A pang of envy struck her, but she understood. This was his ultimate test. The team agreed. Then, Captain Luna's gaze fell on Marin. You'll be his senior on this mission. Marin's heart soared with excitement. Senior Marin. It sounded perfect. She vowed to be the most amazing senior this new junior had ever seen. So what exactly was the mission? Luna revealed their target, a secret floor deep beneath the academy. Intel reported that a legendary artifact was hidden there, the Essence Stone of Palin, one of the 72 demons. The new recruit would create a diversion from inside the academy. While he did, their team would infiltrate and seize the stone. Luna tasked Marin with providing support. Can you handle it? Yes, ma'am. Marin beamed with confidence. Just then, Eel swaggered in. Congrats, Marin. You're not the rookie anymore. Don't mess it up. Marin shot back a confident grin. Elsewhere, a princess had a very serious proposal for Knox. Marry me, Knox, she declared, his eyes widened. Is there a specific reason for this? You're aware of my precarious situation within the imperial family. And just like that, he understood. This wasn't about love. It was about power. For a moment, that thought terrified him. She explained that the imperial family was fractured. Whispers filled the palace. King Esteban's health was failing and the throne would soon be empty. One faction was led by her powerful brother, Prince Louis. The other, was her own. Why are you telling me this? Knox asked cautiously. She admitted her own faction was dangerously weak. Prince Louis had a stronger claim and the backing of countless nobles. In fact, many were already planning their rewards for when he inevitably took the crown. So you want to become empress? I do, she confessed, but more than that, I cannot let my brother destroy this empire. You've seen his cruelty, she reminded him. He sees people as mere pawns. Knox couldn't deny it. He knew firsthand why Louis was called the bad ending maker. He had experienced it himself. I need a power my brother can't touch. One he wouldn't dare challenge. His eyes widened. Her gaze was fixed on him. Yes, Knox, I'm talking about you. He panicked internally. Getting tangled in royal politics was the last thing he needed. He had to refuse. But she saw right through him. Don't bother with excuses, she warned. Not about your strength or any arrangement with another family. I won't accept them. A system warning flashed. His ordinary acting skill was failing. This woman was deadly serious. Was there any way out of this? Are you sure about choosing me? My reputation, it's not the best. That doesn't matter, she said firmly. Now listen closely. Here is our plan. She brought up the time he saved her in the nameless forest, a hero from a dark family risking it all to protect her. The story was perfect. Maybe a little too perfect. We'll tell everyone you fell for me first, she suggested with a sly smile. Or, I can be the one who fell for you. He couldn't believe his ears. Was she for real? She took his hands, her touch sending a jolt through him. Imperial law is on our side, she whispered. Royals can choose who they marry. A soft smile played on her lips, and who knows, I might just fall for that handsome face for real. Later at the academy, Lavilia stormed into his room, waving a newspaper. The headline screamed in bold letters, Princess falls for the knight who saved her life. A full-page photo of him is featured in the article. He smirks, noting the article is out already. The princess, he remarks, moves at a terrifying speed. Lavilia admits she's heard the rumors. But the situation has spiraled out of control. Knox, however, sees the truth clearly. He's merely a pawn in the imperial family's vicious war for the throne. Her eyes widen in shock. He explains the princess's grand scheme, to block Prince Louis's ascension and claim the crown herself. His sudden engagement, he adds, is a key part of her plan. Lavilia confirms that Prince Louis has been amassing powerful allies. But for the princess to partner with a dark family like the Reinhers, it was simply unthinkable. That, Knox explains, is precisely why she publicly shamed him as a troublemaker. His voice fills with a cold fury. The princess is using him because his own family has cast him aside. He was the perfect, disposable tool. Rage boils within him as he grabs his sword. Quiet, he commands Lavilia. Something is wrong. He feels it. A hidden presence listening in. He darts to the window, but the spy is already gone. On a nearby roof, Maren watches, unseen. So, she thinks the rumors of his looks were true. But he's just a boy, far too frail to ever gain the approval of Miss Luna. Still, she must test him herself. Does he truly have what it takes to become the new face of Lunatic? The next morning, the young knight sits in the library, his mind racing. Professor Rath's sudden departure feels wrong. He knows he has to investigate. Just then, the professor himself appears, urging him to find the dean at once. Raz apologizes for leaving Knox with all the cleanup work. Knox is about to retort, but Echidna quickly stops him, warning him to show respect to a professor. He scoffs. Does she have any idea what a graduate student endures? She looks utterly confused, having no clue what he means. Knox sighs internally. Being the top apprentice is more annoying than he ever imagined. Just be quiet, he snaps, his patience wearing thin. She immediately backs down. Yet he can tell she still has something she wants to say. He warns her not to waste his time, but she insists this is important. She muses that they just can't seem to get along. He tells her to look at her own behavior. Her head drops. She apologizes for the princess's actions, saying she doesn't expect him to understand. Her earnest apology catches him off guard. He looks at her, demanding to know her true intentions. She knows he has a... Does she think the princess proposed just to make his life difficult? Is she talking about the marriage arrangements? He admits it was surprising, but why is she the one apologizing? Her reasoning is simple. She isn't asking a member of a dark family to join their cause. She just wanted him to know the princess isn't a malicious person. He notes her deep loyalty. He's faced with yet another character who defies all his in-game knowledge. This is a variable he has never encountered before. A strange frustration builds inside him. Is this excitement? Or perhaps ... gamer's empathy? He dismisses the feeling. She must have had her reasons. Now all he can do is organize these books. He tells her to just leave him be. Thank you, she says sincerely. He awkwardly tells her to stop being so formal. As he speaks, he pulls out a book that looks completely different from the rest. His eyes catch the name on the spine. Marin. Inside, a hidden message. Contact made. Mission assigned. He never expected them to use such a method. He tells her he needs a minute. He has to check something. As she walks away, he opens the book to a shocking revelation. Deep beneath the academy, a demon lies sealed since that tragic night. His mission is crystal clear: infiltrate and retrieve the Essence Stone. First, he must map the Academy's defenses and neutralize the faculty. A message from Luna: the curtain has finally risen. This is it, ... the first main scenario. The world of Lunatic begins to move. Meanwhile, Emma enters Talia's room, her voice filled with concern. It's been 2 days, my lady. Should I call for a physician? But Talia remains silent, hidden from the world. Emma wonders, ... how did Master Knox captivate the princess? His family's dark reputation makes him an absolutely impossible match. And more importantly, if the patriarch ... who cherishes his daughter, finds out, he will surely crush Master Knox. A war between their houses could ignite. Please, my lady, Emma pleads, it's time to stop grieving. Suddenly, Talia sits up. Her face is pale, but her eyes burn with a new fire. Today, she declares, I have grown up. Stunned, Emma listens as Talia explains her chilling realization. I have learned that what is mine can be stolen. Her father's words echo, you must become strong enough to protect what is yours. A dangerous glint appears in her eyes. A shiver runs down Emma's spine. A single thought screams in her mind. Master Knox must escape. Now. In another part of the city, Archduke Paimon is revealed, the mastermind behind the loss of Knox's mother. He even turned back Noah's time itself. For our young knight, the first great trial is simple. Defeat him. Knox prepares to move out, knowing that taking on Palin alone is a fool's errand. His only true advantage is this hidden place, the Ark River. Here, his power can grow unexpectedly. A system alert confirms it. Hidden piece discovered. You have entered the Ark River. A random stat has increased by 2. You have acquired Dragon's Tongue, the lost ancient magic. A truly epic haul. If only it weren't for this whole marriage business. He reaches the rendezvous point. A girl greets him, right on time. I was starting to think you'd get lost, she teased. He eyed her coolly. You're Marin? Cody named Marin, she confirmed, her brow furrowing. And you speak far too casually. I'm your senior and your support. Got it, rookie? Ah, Marin, he knew her reputation well. A system window opened, displaying her profile. And there it was. The one trait he couldn't stand. Personality, bossy. With her nose held high, Marin announced. From now on, you will call me senior. He just stared back. You're incredibly bossy. Her face flushed with rage. What did you just say? As she began to lecture, he cut her off. You have a habit of talking too much. She sputtered, completely flustered. Show some respect. I have seniority. I joined years before you, and I'm older. I heard you, he said calmly. But why do you need respect from a good-for-nothing like me? He was about to bring up the organization's leaders, but paused. Wait, someone's coming. We should get to the hideout. Annoyed, she snapped. Fine. Since it's your first mission, I'll let this slide. We'll go, she agreed. But first, you tear up that scroll. He recognized it instantly. A low-grade dimensional teleportation scroll. So, he thought to himself, the rules of the game still apply here. Without hesitation, ... With a rip of the scroll, space warps around them, pulling them instantly to their hidden base. She stumbles upon arrival, groaning about the chaotic feeling of dimensional travel. She can never get used to. Her voice sharp, she points to a chair and orders him to sit. She begins the briefing, advising him to pay attention even if he's heard the mission details before. The Night of Laughter. Have you heard of it? He confirms he has, recalling the tale of Dean Noah, Sword Emperor Celsus and his father, Taio. who barely managed to seal away the mighty Archduke Paimon. That legendary night, when three heroes united against the great evil, became known as the Night of Chaos. She nods grimly, agreeing that Paimon is a being of immense danger, a force so powerful that even the continent's greatest champions struggled to contain him. The real crisis, she reveals, is the crystal containing Paimon's essence went missing, only to be found right under the academy. The pieces click into place for him. Their mission is to create a diversion while the real team destroys the demonic crystal. Surprised by his quick understanding, she remarks that despite his casual tone, he might actually be a valuable asset. He waves off the compliment, eager to get to the point. He asks when the operation begins. She replies that the time is drawing near. The plan is set for Eldane Academy's nighttime self-study period. His role is simple: keep all the other students and faculty gathered in one area, a task he feels is manageable. Still, he has doubts. What if destroying the crystal revives Paimon even for a moment? A thought crosses his mind. Perhaps he's underestimating just how powerful Luna truly is. She explains that Luna, the youngest of the three Sword Emperors, is the savior of their world. With unwavering confidence, she assures him that Paimon's revival is an impossibility. He keeps his thoughts to himself, but he knows better. The story doesn't go as smoothly as she believes. He's lived this chapter before. He knows this is the scenario where Paimon awakens, even if not in his complete form. One tiny misstep, and the academy, along with everything around it, will be wiped from existence. He's trapped in the opening act of the main story, a chapter infamous for being a newbie crusher. The night of labyrinth and chaos. To protect everyone, he realizes he must play the part of both the hero and the villain. Firming his resolve, he tells her he has all the information he needs to proceed with the operation. In a shadowed hall far away, a man named Rick kneels before the Archduke, reporting that all preparations are complete. Now all that awaits is for the Archduke to cast his shadow over the world once more. The Archduke is pleased. He tells Rick that while a full return is currently out of reach, this temporary form will be more than sufficient. The demonic entity peers down and asks if the follower's name is Rick. Rick affirms his name. The demon promises that if their plan succeeds, Rick will be reborn as a true demon, shedding his human shell. He ends with a chilling warning, telling him not to be a disappointment. Meanwhile, Knox finds himself in a tense standoff with Princess Eldane and Talia. The princess apologizes to Talia, hoping for her understanding. She explains with a sigh that human emotions are wild things that cannot be tamed by will alone. As Knox looks from the princess to Talia, the latter suddenly erupts in a fit of manic laughter. He freezes, realizing he completely overlooked how Talia would react to this situation. With the two girls glaring daggers at each other, he can only wonder how things went so wrong. Nearby, a student's voice cuts through the tension, asking if anyone heard about the top 7 students' scores. Another joins in, mentioning the special night study session and the bonus points awarded to those chosen. One student sighs in frustration, believing he might have been chosen if his scores were just a little higher. His friend dismisses the idea immediately, reminding him he wasn't even in the top half of their class. He complains that the nobles locked up the top spots from the very beginning, making it impossible for commoners to ever reach the top 7. The other student retorts, asking if he thought he didn't already know that harsh reality. He admits he was just venting his frustration with a system where nobles preach equality while only ever helping their own. They both wonder aloud what truly separates the academy from the unfair world they left behind. But how can we know what the top brass is really thinking? Who even picks the chosen 7, and by what standard? It must be about academic scores. Your family doesn't matter. Only your grades open doors here. Listening from the sidelines, the young master found a shred of truth in their words. The moment they spot him, the chatter stops. Look, the useless heir of Reinher, one scoffs. A familiar sting of sorrow hit him. Somehow the talk always came back to him. He never wanted the spotlight, but it was unavoidable now. He thought of the newbie hunter. To clear the stage, his grades were everything. He had to get an A+. An impossible goal, he knew. But without stellar results, he'd miss the special night study session. Failing that meant letting the other characters jump ahead in the story. Then, another harsh voice cut through the silence. Think you're special with that faith and your family name? A friend tried to step in, but the guy exploded. He's the enemy of every man here. Don't you dare defend him. Another student whispered, haven't you heard? He's the princess's now. Crossing him could have dire consequences. Knox heard every word, but remained perfectly still. He couldn't afford to break his connection with Lunatic. They were his only ticket out of the Reinher estate. One thing was certain, Pallone must not be revived. When the exam results were posted, Knox was first. Leon, second. His plan would unfold on the final night of the 7-day study event. In the hall, he stood with 4 girls, the princess, Talia, Eldane, and Echidna. It dawned on him, ... He never checked the rankings below his own. Now the girls were bickering. He sighed. Was this some kind of TV drama? The classic showdown between the ex and the new girl. The worst part, he hadn't done anything. Talia met the princess's gaze. I understand, she said. It may be forward, but Knox is a good person. I see why you're drawn to him. The princess simply smiled. Thank you for that. But, she added, don't think I'll give up. In my family, we win everything. ... And everyone. The princess wished her luck, then turned to Knox. So, I heard about our engagement. It seems someone is taking this more seriously than I thought. Knox looked at Talia, his voice low. This isn't how I wanted this to go. Suddenly, a message from Marin. The hideout. Now. We have a mission. He rushed over to find her radiating fury over the engagement rumors. Have you completely lost your mind? She seethed. He confirmed the rumors were real. I don't know the details. It seems the princess is using me as a pawn against the prince. Marin scoffed. You think I called you for an explanation that obvious? Knox tried to redirect her. Let's focus on the mission. But she erupted. No, tell me everything. I care about Captain Luna too. I won't accept a mystery on this team, he calmly stated. The decision came from above. Marin shot back, I'll be the judge of my junior, thank you. She needed to know, was he worthy of Lunatic ... or a traitor in the making? Knox drew his blade. He might regret this. Marin unleashed an arrow. He dodged and another flew instantly. I'll go easy for now, she declared. Just try not to get taken out. He realized immediately she wasn't bluffing. This girl was a descendant of the legendary marine race. With their bloodline, the force of her water shot was unimaginable. Not even Captain Luna could block that head-on. He had no choice. An activated acting genius at full power. He knew instantly, ... Provoking her further was not an option, but with his current power, earning her trust was impossible. This encounter could end in disaster. In that case, this battle required one thing, an absolute, undeniable victory. She scoffed, reminding him that the captain's approval meant nothing. To her, he was still the rookie. She questioned his arrogant attitude, demanding answers about the princess and the mysteries surrounding him. Can you honestly claim, she challenged, that all of this is just a coincidence? He coolly replied that her mind was already made up, and if she refused to believe him, then there was nothing more to explain. She warned him, let's see how long that confidence lasts. With a furious cry, she unleashed a raging storm of water magic. He simply smirked. Did you really think a little trick like this would work? With a single slash, his sword cleaved the storm in two. The shockwave that followed was so immense she could barely keep her feet. But she never expected it to work. All she needed was a momentary opening. As he turned his back, she lunged. In that split second, he activated his skill, Hour of the Genius. The system confirmed it. His perception of time had slowed to a crawl. He hated revealing his true abilities so soon, but he understood it couldn't be helped. She launched another powerful spell, but he dodged it with ease. She was stunned. From less than 10 meters away, he evaded it so effortlessly. He then vanished, moving at a speed her eyes couldn't possibly track. Where in the world did he go? She panicked, just as he reappeared directly behind her. She objected. This isn't the kind of power a 15-year-old should possess. What are you after by joining Lunatic? She demanded. But before he could answer, she decided it didn't matter anymore. She would uncover the truth herself. Their fight resumed, but every time she attacked, he gracefully dodged. And each of his counters sent her reeling back. She finally understood. He was incredibly dangerous. Even if he wasn't an enemy, his raw talent posed a future threat to Captain Luna, should he ever betray them. But the most unsettling part was the chilling feeling that he was still holding back. Was he toying with her to exploit their weaknesses? Or was he showing mercy to a fellow member? He taunted, "Are you just going to stand there thinking?" His own restraint was starting to wear thin. That confirmed it. He really was looking down on her. Rage boiled inside her. How dare you treat your superior like a fool? She knew now she couldn't win. Was this overwhelming difference just the gap between their talents? The truth was, she no longer knew. One thing was certain, however. If she didn't give this her all, she would surely be defeated. Then, an even more terrifying possibility emerged. He might be strong enough to take them all down. "Young master," she declared, "I cannot acknowledge you as one of us. You are exceptional, there is no doubt, but I cannot comprehend the intention behind your actions. For that reason, I will follow protocol and handle you as a threat." She unleashed the secret technique of her people, water shot. He knew in an instant, if that attack landed in his current state, he would be finished on the spot. He wasn't even sure he could dodge it. He was out of options. Suddenly, a flash of steel intervened as Luna neutralized the attack. "Marin, what do you think you're doing?" "Your mission was to work with your junior." Then she asked, what part of that order included trying to eliminate him? The young swordsman respectfully greeted his captain. She warned them both, "If I don't get a proper explanation, I will punish you both." She focused on Marin. "Your task was to cooperate with the newcomer and draw the attention of the academy." Marin lowered her head in apology. She explained that she felt the need to confirm his loyalty to their organization. Luna's voice turned to ice. "The authority to make such a judgment belongs to me, the captain. Not to you." She also noted that Marin's blade was chipped, despite her final attack having already gone off course. Luna's eyes narrowed. With that much power, Marin was aiming to end him. She glances at the blade she used to block that final strike. Luna needed to know if her suspicion was on the mark. She admits to understanding Marin's side. The new guy is a mystery, yes, but even so, Marin absolutely crossed the line. Luna's voice turns to steel. There is only one circumstance where a member can take another's life. A rule she knows Marin remembers. Marin softly confirms it. Only in the face of betrayal. Luna issues a sharp warning to never repeat this mistake, adding that it applies to Knox as well. The young swordsman accepts the captain's judgment without a word. Luna then suggests they go for a walk, and he agrees. While walking, she explains that reprimanding them both was necessary for maintaining order. A faint smile touches his lips. He's done so many awful things and fallen so far that a simple scolding barely registers anymore. He clarifies that he isn't complaining. It's fine. He gets why Marin wouldn't trust someone like him from the start. Luna assures him that this isn't the real Marin. The details are complicated, but Marin had her reasons. She hopes he can understand. And there's one more thing. He owes Luna his life, because if Marin's arrow had found its target, his journey would have ended right there. He lets out a dry chuckle, replying that it sounds terrifying. She studies his calm expression and asks aloud why he isn't surprised. He explains that after the life he's led, brushing against fate feels completely normal. She laughs, calling his attitude rather dull. Then she admits she finally understands Marin's hostility. It was all about that single arrow. The reason Marin joined their ranks was because of that one arrow and the sheer destructive force it contains. An arrow she takes time to prepare is on a completely different scale. She confesses that it's so powerful, not even she could block it head-on. At last he understood why his sword was obliterated. Still, something feels off. If Marin is that strong, why isn't she part of the main story? In truth, Marin is the last descendant of a legendary race that mastered water and the bow to their absolute peak. That was the source of her devastating power. He vaguely remembers reading about the marine race, one of the special clans that mysteriously disappeared. They existed in the background lore but never appeared in the main plot. He mutters to himself that next time, he won't give her the chance to prepare that shot. She overhears his whisper and calls him a little rascal. Luna pokes his forehead, warning him not to even think about a rematch. Does he realize how dangerous Marin is when she loses control? She reminds him once more how close he came to the point of no return. He swiftly changes the topic, commenting on the size of their surroundings. He thinks to himself that a powerful attack like hers would be an incredible card to have when the time is right. As he turns to leave, Luna stops him. She tells him he's strong enough to have subdued Marin before she completely snapped. Beyond that, he possesses the cold rationality to cut down his foes without hesitation. He just smiles. Are you trying to flatter me now? It's because of that, she says, that I have a favor to ask. If Marin loses control during this mission, he must be the one to stop her. Permanently. And only he can do it. Back in the Academy's lecture hall, a professor addresses the class. To become a great knight or mage, one must unlock the upper, central, and lower energy cores. And while talent is a factor, in the end, only tireless effort can unlock them all. In the classroom, the young master is sitting beside the princess. He can feel Talia's burning gaze on him. He wonders what he could have possibly done this time, wishing she would just let him explain. The princess jokes that Talia's glare looks sharp enough to pierce steel. He cuts her off instantly. Don't even start. He makes it clear he wants to be anywhere but next to her. She explains that since they are, for all practical purposes, engaged, sitting apart would only raise suspicion. But Knox insists on keeping things strictly professional. After all, she is a royal princess. But she just waves it off, at least now, as her Prince Louis couldn't harm him so easily. Still, he was utterly speechless. Just then, Ian Vonnet approached. He knew her instantly. The next matriarch of the Succubi clan, Cedar. Her family was legendary. Their charm could drain a man's very spirit, empowering themselves or others. He quickly looked away. Behind him, Leon sighed. Night, self-study. I'm completely wiped out. He groaned about their endless schedule, but Echidna noted, if I recall, we have 3 more classes to go. She wondered if he would be okay. Knox smirked. I doubt those classes will happen. What do you mean? Leon asked. Suddenly, the entire room trembled. Panic erupted in the hall, but Knox understood immediately. The main scenario had begun. The subjugation of Palin was underway. Deep below, Rick faced his target. Rick grinned. It's finally time. Elsewhere, the young master questioned Marin. Is our mission a diversion for lunatic? Marin smiled, impressed by his sharp insight. She explained, once the regional barriers activate ... this place becomes a maze the students must solve. Your job is to buy as much time as possible. Back in the lecture hall, the world shook violently as debris rained from above. He thought, Marin is doing great. Now it's my turn to stall. His objective was clear. He warned the others it was dangerous to stay. Leon shouted, there are 2 active spells. First, a dimensional barrier. It has sealed us off from the outside world. And second, a transformation spell. It's randomly shifting the building's layout. The young swordsman was stunned. How had Leon figured it out so quickly? He asked, so we focused on the transformation spell first? The princess confirmed it. Breaking the dimensional barrier is impossible for us right now. Iana added, it seems to be a common type of structural transformation magic. He was caught off guard. Iana wasn't supposed to interfere with the scenario at all. Why did she keep getting involved? Had the original storyline already collapsed? Talia and Knox agreed. This magic has a clear objective, Knox stated. The young master wasn't surprised by Talia's insight, even if she usually avoided deep thinking. He told the others to escape. We either fulfill the spell's condition, or we break it. Leon added a warning. Brute force attacks will likely just be nullified. Knox took charge. First, we need to check the building's condition. We'll split into 2 teams. Let's regroup in exactly 1 hour. Meanwhile, a cloaked Marin slipped silently into the academy. Knox truly is competent, she mused. No wonder he managed to best me. He remained unfazed by the large-scale magic and already commanded everyone's trust. Reaching the academy basement, she thought, time to begin the labyrinth of the second area. She stood before a statue called the Labyrinth of Dreams and Delusions, pouring a crimson essence from her vial onto the floor. She recalled how the illusion, powered by imp life fluid, traps travelers within their sweetest dreams. As the essence spread, arcane sigils began to glow across the stone. Not even Eldane's sharpest students could endure this easily, she thought with a smirk. The amount she had used should buy them at least an hour. Now Knox just had to get through it. But as she peered through her scrying tool, she saw all the students, Knox included, unconscious on the floor. She stared in disbelief. This was not part of the plan? Her magic should have been at a level he could resist. Something was terribly wrong. She realized she had no choice but to intervene. High above, under the moonlight, Luna and Def observed the situation. "It is time to begin," she declared. Def immediately moved to obey her command. They touched down inside the academy. Def questions their odds against the fearsome Noah. Luna has to agree. At last, they reach the warrior's resting place and step inside together. Inside, Noah is already waiting. "I knew you would come," she smirks. Hanaug, captain of Lunatic, and a new sword emperor. Luna knew her as the final heir of the lunar sword style. Luna demands she step aside, explaining that Crystal will only bring ruin to the world. Noah simply smiles, knowing her answer is already decided. Luna draws her sword, unleashing a spell. But in a flash, Noah vanishes. An attack erupts from nowhere. Luna's blade shatters the strike. Noah laughs. "I do enjoy a worthy opponent." She tells Luna that Palin was the mightiest foe she'd ever faced. So, is Luna awakening Palin for a rematch? To prove her own strength? Noah asks, what if that's the very reason? Luna's voice turns to ice. "Then I will stop you." Noah scoffs. "Why go to such lengths?" In an instant, their blades clash. Elsewhere, Rick proceeds with a dark ritual. Suddenly, he's on a strange beach, completely lost. And there, an angelic figure. He pleads with the angel to let him go, but receives no answer. Determined, he starts to run. He knows this angel holds something he lost. Wading into the waves, tears begin to stream down his face. A voice suddenly calls his name, urging him to wake up. He opens his eyes to Talia, sitting beside him. He realizes he's been crying, and she confirms it. He was truly crying. Something happened in that dream. He struggles to remember what he saw. The memory is a blur, but he recalls a woman's face. It felt like she was trying to tell him something vital. Alilinor and Talia watch him with curious eyes. He sighs, feeling he's shown them a pathetic side. "Just forget it," he says, forcing himself up. "There's no time to waste on dreams." His mind flashes back to the second labyrinth, to the swarms of monsters that appeared. Leon had summoned his skeletal warriors, and a fierce battle unfolded. Observing the creatures, the young swordsman realized this stage wasn't a major threat. Mid-fight, he accidentally clips Echidna's foot. As she glares, he apologizes instantly. "Gotta drag this out," he thinks. After the last monster falls, Leon remarks that they somehow cleared the second labyrinth. The princess observes that Leon seems worn out. Iana blames herself, feeling she still lacks the strength to pull her own weight. She then turns to Knox, asking if he's all right. "I'm fine," he snaps. "Don't group me with these weaklings." Elena reminds him it hasn't even been 3 hours since they saw him in tears. She then wonders aloud if he's trying a bit too hard to act tough. The princess intervenes. "Do not speak to my future husband that way." Eldane quickly apologizes. Echidna asks nervously what awaits them in the third labyrinth. The second was already so difficult. "I have no idea," the young master replies, but a faint smile plays on his lips as he thinks, "It's finally my turn." In truth, he knows exactly what lies ahead. The boss of the third labyrinth is him. Meanwhile, Rick informs Pawn that the revival is complete. Just then, Rick gets a call from Prince Louis. He reassures the prince that everything is going perfectly. The prince warns him not to fail. This is the prince's chance to become a hero. Rick agrees obediently, though it's all a grand deception. Inwardly, he scoffs at the fool for thinking he can become a hero this way. Rick laughs at the prince's simple mind, as if a newly revived being would be an easy opponent. For Rick, the situation is perfect. He hurls a vial of crimson liquid onto the form, and in an instant, it awakens. Rick greets the revived creature with a twisted grin, introducing himself as a demonic human. He reveals his true name, House Denfor. But Payman is furious, revived in such a pathetic vessel. He scoffs. To be reborn in this form is a twisted miracle. Rick pays his respects to the demon, a familiar scent, beyond the wall. It's one of the 3 who sealed him. Rick confirms his dark suspicion. A system window appears. The moon shadow artifact activates ... creating a perfect copy. Now to design the shadow's appearance, this is the final labyrinth. But strangely, there is no boss. He customizes the shadow's look. He'd already handled the boss, eager for its rewards. His stats flash on screen. A reward, 0.3 random stat points. He quickly scans his traits and skills. But a grim warning appears. Only 147 days left. Yet, this affliction boosts his stats. His mana grows stronger each day. His true mission, keep the students trapped in this labyrinth. His plan, use his Moonshadow clone, disguised as someone else. He'll send it to the boss room. The shadow is even stronger than the original. Back with his team, Talia confronts him. "Where were you?" "None of your business." He'll do whatever it takes to stall them. Suddenly, a stranger blocks their path. "Stop right there." They have no idea who he is. His shadow can think for itself, but it's still a reflection of him. If it talks too much, they'll definitely get suspicious. Leon senses a chilling aura. Knox is shocked he could feel it. "I knew it!" Echidna shouts. "That face? It feels so wrong." The young master is puzzled. Eleanor demands to know his identity. In truth, Knox knows exactly who it is. It's his own shadow. The clone introduces himself as Shane, a wandering mage. "You look familiar," Eleanor says, suspicious. Knox panics. The shadow is talking way too much. "He's just a monster," Knox insists. "Don't talk to it, just take it down. If this keeps up, his entire plan will fall apart." Knox draws his sword and charges. "Be careful, he's strong," Eleanor warns. She unleashes a powerful blast of magic. He's slower than I thought. Skeletons and blades rush toward Shane. Shane dodges them all expertly and shatters the skeletons. He evades Talia's first strikes, but a powerful kick sends him flying. They all notice Knox is hesitating. "What's wrong?" they demand. He realizes he made 2 critical mistakes. First, the shadow only has 50% of his power. Second, he feels all of its pain. This plan just became a disaster. Can he even hold on? Elsewhere, Luna and Noah's battle rages. A massive explosion. Palin smashes right through the wall. Luna turns on Noah, furious. "You've ruined everything," she screams. Luna finally unleashes her true power. Her sword glows with immense energy. Noah is stunned. Luna was holding back this entire time. She turns to the demon. She's tried to defeat this creature before, but to truly destroy it, you must face it after its full revival. She never thought it would return so soon. Seeing Luna's power, Noah prepares her own trump card. Together, they unleash everything they have. Luna lands a direct hit, but it does nothing. The demon roars with laughter. "Is a witch and a child all you have?" He sneers, declaring that if this is their best, they will all perish here. Across the field, a storm of attacks rains down on Shane, but he moves like a seasoned warrior, countering every blow with flawless grace. Leon roars that no one with such sinister power shall pass, vowing to stop Shane himself. The young master sees a thrill in Shane's eyes, but he's just glad the distraction worked. As he begins to chant, the very ground beneath them starts to tremble and crack. What is this sudden tremor? Without warning, the earth splits apart, revealing a dark chasm. Alalana loses her footing and plunges into the abyss. In a flash, Shane dives in after her. He catches her midair, pulling her clothes and leaping back to safety. Alalana stares, stunned. Why would he save her? Shane's face is etched with worry as he asks if she is hurt. The young swordsman watches them, a shadow of doubt crossing his mind. He wonders if the one who just saved her was the real Yu Chan before his soul was overtaken. He knows it's true but can't help but find that side of him ... a bit soft. Still, something else troubles him. That rupture in the earth. It was no natural event. That energy could only belong to the arched man, Pawn. The pieces clicked into place. He suddenly turns and bolts. Talia shouts after him, asking where he's going. He now understands the situation has spiraled out of control. His thoughts race as he runs. Where did it all go wrong? Only one thing is certain. If they fail to stop Palin now, everything is over. Elsewhere, Palin toys with Luna and Noah. A giant boulder hurtles toward Death. Luna rushes to help, but Death yells for her to stay back, telling her to focus only on Palin. Both Luna and Noah are injured, their power fading. Yet, Luna looks at Noah, demanding an explanation later. But Noah just scoffs, calling her a naive girl for sounding so calm. Does she really think they have time for idle chatter with a demon standing before them? Despite his casual tone, Luna knows her mana is almost gone. She realizes she can only cast her ultimate spell 2 more times. The demon laughs, amused by their desperate struggle. Their efforts were entertaining, but now he has a better idea. He gestures into the distance, pointing out another group. Perhaps her students are among them. Noah's expression turns to ice. She replies that he's become even more twisted than she remembers. The demon's grin widens as he continues his torment. He tells her to watch closely and witness the true weakness of humans... how they can never defy him. Refusing to surrender, Luna and Noah charge the demon once more. They unleash everything they have left, but Palin swats them aside like flies. As she tries to stand, Noah is consumed by agonizing memories from her past. On that day, she failed to protect them, her own family. So many were lost. A fire ignites in her heart. She cannot lose anyone else. Not after seeking this power for so long, only to protect what she loves. And yet, is all this strength still not enough to even touch him? Luna lunges at the demon again, but Noah knows it's hopeless. Before her attack can land, a blindingly powerful spell slams into Palin, sending the arched men flying. Both women are frozen in shock, unable to process what just happened. Then the young master appears. He looks at his dean and asks if she plans to give up again. He reminds her of the family she already lost. Will she now stand by and lose her students too? If she does, he warns, she will truly have nothing left. Noah is stunned. How could he possibly know? Knox raises his blade, swearing on the sacred oath of the black sword that he will be the one to end Palone. A mysterious mask appears in his hand. He realizes now. Saving Shane was never the true objective. His mentor rushed over, shouting that Palin was awake. His power rivaled the captain's. They were completely outmatched. "I swear, as your mentor, I will protect you." But he shattered her resolve, insisting the Reinher family never runs. Marin argued it was too much, but Knox pressed her. "Will you let Luna be lost? After she saved you?" Her voice trembled as she sought an answer. "Palin is too powerful," he commanded. "Then shoot your bow. We'll stop him together." "Did Luna tell you?" Knox's tone grew urgent. "Something bigger is happening. Why hesitate?" Marin confessed her fear. "My water shot is my limit. I'll lose control of the bow." Knox's voice boomed. "You inherited the full power of the sea folk." "Stop underestimating yourself," he declared. "I will not fall because of you." Noticing her expression, Knox teased, "What's wrong? Getting attached?" She warned, "You'll regret this." He simply replied, "No, I won't." Marin marveled at his unyielding spirit as their powers prepared to collide. Stormbringer flared, draining Knox's mana. A system message flashed. Marin drew her bow, counting down. 3. Both unleashed their ultimate power. Water and fire erupted, and Stormbringer fused with her shot in a blinding explosion. Knox held his ground while Marin summoned another arrow of pure water. She fired. "That's a disqualification," Knox shouted. "You don't aim an attack like that at your junior." Another arrow flew, forcing him back once more. He darted towards a ripple in the air. "Show yourself, Ayana Voner. Are you, the heir of the 3 dark families, following me?" Ayana emerged from the shadows, confirming his guess. "I have a request," Knox stated. "Use your enchantment." "Stop, Marin." She agreed, but on one condition. "Help me replenish my dark magic later." He accepted. "Begin." As Ayana's spell spread, Knox stepped into the ruins. A woman was there, barely able to stand. He knew her family was gone. He gave her hope. "I will defeat Palin. Lend me your strength." Palin felt the change in the attack. He sensed the magic and saw the sword. He lunged as a system notice appeared. A chilling fear swept over them. The pressure was immense. Then Palin's eyes widened. He recognized Tio's son. The system updated. The steel mentality trait has neutralized the fear effect. The young master unleashed a blinding ray, but the demon deflected it. The son of Tio. So what? He called out the demon's title, Archduke Palin. "I heard my father sealed you away," he taunted. "He said you were a weakling who didn't deserve a grand title." The demon seethed. Such interesting words. For a mere brat. The swordsman knew he'd struck a nerve. Just like the game description said, this demon was incredibly emotional. His system displayed the demon's information traits, stats, and skills. The power radiating from this foe surpassed anyone he had ever faced. He analyzed the attacks. Hellfire steals life force, while the disaster flame was an unpredictable and dangerous power. This was bad. Condemnation was a skill that formed a sword of pure flame. This demon possessed only monstrous abilities. Suddenly, Luna arrived. "What are you doing here?" He knew Luna and Noah could handle Pal on ... but only after they found their special items. For now, he had to win on his own. "Luna, work with me," he pleaded. "I have a way to win," she demanded. "Is Marin safe?" "She's alive," he confirmed. "Just as I promised." The demon roared with fury. "How dare you get distracted!" A massive fireball hurtled toward them. He blocked it with his sword as a system warning flashed. The rare genius of acting trait was wavering. Knox instantly recognized the skill. This was condemnation. He explained his strategy to Luna. "I need Marin for my plan. She must conquer her trauma and unlock her true strength." Luna charged forward, her blade clashing with the demon's. "Don't forget that I'm here too, Palin," she shouted. After a fierce clash, she backed away. "Fine, I'll leave him to you. It's better than all of us being lost here. He gave the order. You have 2 wide area spells left. Deploy a barrier around us. Don't let anyone in. She agreed, wondering if his goal was to protect the students. Think whatever you want, he replied coldly. She just smiled. You're so dishonest with your feelings. It's actually quite charming. Meanwhile, the demon fighting Luna scoffed. A cute trick. Did you really think you could stall me? He sneered, lunging at the young master in a flash. A dark sword blocked his path. Is this all an archduke can do? The swordsman mocked. How pathetic. The demon roared with laughter. You parried a few hits, and now you think you're your father? Another alert flashed in his mind. His opponent had cast fear upon him. Don't be mistaken, the demon warned. Your father was far stronger, and even he could only seal me away. He promised Knox, I will grind you into dust in an instant. A relentless storm of steel rained down. The system announced that the steel mentality trait had nullified the fear. A defiant smile crept onto his face. We won't know unless we try, will we? The system warned that the artifact Stormbringer was at its mana limit. He blasted the demon back, wondering if Noah's barrier was ready. They had to be close. This was their one and only chance to stop Palin. He saw Luna charge the demon again. He thought, please wake up. I'm at my limit too. Across the field, Yana thought, Marine. You might be an extra who's supposed to disappear in this story, but I don't want you to. Then she corrected herself. Don't wish, for it sounded so powerless. Suddenly, Knox's system blared a warning. His remaining mana was critically low. The system then announced that his life force was being converted into energy, causing his vitality to plummet. Iana focused her thoughts. You have a right to live, Marin. The right to control your own destiny. Please wake up. As Iana's plea reached her, Marin collapsed, and her past rushed back. She remembered floating in a massive tube as scientists ran endless experiments. The first breath she ever took was not fresh air, but the chemical stench of the laboratory. All around her were glass capsules and horrifying instruments, which she saw them use on other children. Knowledge was brutally forced into her mind. She understood her purpose even before she understood language. This lab was her home, her entire world. To survive here, she had to prove her worth. She had no name, only a number, H210. One night, a scientist led her to the section where they disposed of useless subjects. It was then she understood. She was a test subject, meant to manifest the power of an ancient race. And she knew countless other war orphans had been used for the very same purpose. A scientist commanded her try to move that block. She always smiled, always acted like the most useful one there, to prove she was the best user of the Ocean Tribe's power. It was the only way to avoid being one of the children who simply vanished. But one day, someone new arrived. A woman told her she would be living with her from now on, introducing herself as Jay, a lab researcher. And so, Moran's new life with Jay began. Of course, she had no choice but to obey, following wherever she was led. This lab is no fun, is it? Jay said softly. You must have endured so much. Then she asked, what do you like to do? Jay told her that H210 was too stiff for a name. Since her hair was blue like an aquamarine gem, she would call her Marin. Marin expected nothing. To everyone else, she was just a test subject, an animal in a zoo. But Jay was different. She took her home and treated her like a person, not a tool. They even played games together. Then one day, Marin asked her, why are you so kind? Everyone else calls me a monster, a weapon to be used and discarded. Jay simply smiled. Since you've shared your secret, allow me to share one of my own. Jay confessed her family was being held captive. Moran's heart ached, asking if she missed them. Then Jay asked a question that hung in the air. Would you miss me if I were gone? Tears welled in Moran's eyes as she hugged Jay fiercely. This, Jay whispered, is what family feels like. Marin looked up, her voice trembling. Does that mean we're family now? Jay nodded, a gentle smile on her face. but there's another reason I want to keep you safe. Children are meant to be protected by adults, she explained. Promise me you'll always look after those younger than you. Marin vowed to remember. With Jay, a newfound stability allowed her ocean powers to finally bloom. She would later look back on this time, unable to recall a moment of greater happiness, but such peaceful days are often the most fragile. One afternoon, the scientists surrounded them. Their cold eyes broke the warmth. How much longer? One demanded. They needed the ocean tribe's power to strengthen the imperial family's might. Her name is Marin, Jay roared, shielding the girl. She is not the ocean tribe? A scientist scoffed. It is not human. It's a weapon, and a war is coming. They seized Marin's arm, ordering her to rise. When Jay intervened, they struck her down and had the guards take her. For defying the Empire, they declared she would be removed without a trial. Stop! Marin screamed, tearing her hand away from her captor. A soldier laughed, a cruel, mocking sound. A mere weapon dares to have feelings? He made a vicious example of Jay. If you are a tool, he sneered, then you will learn what happens to those who disobey. Marin's scream was pure anguish. How could you? We may not be human, but we are still people. The soldier's expression remained cold. A weapon has no right to question me, he said. Marin's eyes blazed. No! You are the real weapons here. A torrent of magic erupted from her small frame. Jay tried to call out, but it was far too late. An arrow of pure energy shot forward. After a blinding flash, Marin awoke outside. The world completely changed. A woman's voice cut through the haze. That number? ... Is that your name? She introduced herself as Luna, leader of Lunatic. Marin's mind raced. Where was the lab? Where was she? But one question burned brighter than all the rest. What happened to Jay? Please, Marin begged, a woman with brown hair. She was taking care of me. Have you seen her? Luna's reply shattered Marin's entire world. She is gone. Then she added a chilling truth. And the one responsible ... was you. The girl stared in disbelief, her heart turning to ice. Luna explained her group, Lunatic, was there to raid the lab for its cruel experiments on children. But by the time they arrived, the chaos had already passed. She found Jay gravely injured. Her final wish was a desperate plea for Luna to find Marin. Marin had been unconscious in Jay's arms, overwhelmed by her own immense power. With her last breaths, Jay insisted it wasn't the girl's fault. She's just a child, she had whispered. She begged Luna to give Marin a normal life, a life free from the suffering they had inflicted upon her. Luna looked at Marin. Your power brought an end to everyone in that place. The weight of that truth crushed her. The power she used to save Jay had been the cause of her loss. She had become the very weapon they always claimed she was. Luna then made her an offer. A chance to join Lunatic and seek revenge on the empire that ruined her life. Marin thought of the fairy tales Jay used to read, of demons that appear before the brokenhearted. They whisper sweet temptations, offering deals when you are at your weakest. But with nowhere else to turn and no one left to guide her, she took the demon's hand. A heart filled with vengeance is a heavy burden, but she accepted it. I'll join Lunatic. The memory of Jay fueled her decision. In her despair, Luna's offer felt like the only form of salvation. From now on, call me Captain, Luna said. In this group, talent is all that matters. And you are very talented. It was a power she never wanted. Learn to control it, Luna promised, and you will rise through our ranks in no time. Marin knew she was drawn to Luna like a moth to a brilliant flame. Lost in these heavy memories, she awoke in a forest where Iana was waiting. In a flash, the memory returns, a wild surge of power... Had she lost control again? She looks at Iana, surprised they're both okay. Iana approaches gently, sensing her turmoil. My power calmed the storm inside you, she explains. It is the gift of my family. You have nothing to fear. It all clicked. This was why Knox entrusted her to Iana to protect her from herself. "Where is Knox?" Marin asks urgently. Iana's gaze turns serious. "He's on the front line." Without a second thought, Marin sprints toward the battle. A voice crackles in her ear. Sleeping Beauty is finally awake. "Luna and Noah are holding on," he says. She breathes a sigh of relief. "Glad to hear it, Rumi." Knox clarifies that Iana's power is shielding her, and now she must focus on the mission ahead. "What do you need?" she asks. His reply is insane. "I need you to shoot me." "The demon's too fast for a direct hit," he explains. "I'll pin him down. You take the shot. Through me." "You want to be a human shield," she yells. He scoffs. "Don't be so dramatic. Who asks someone to fire at their back unless they've given up?" "Just trust me," he insists. "I will not fall." She finally reaches the cavern, arrive into a scene of absolute chaos. "Can I really trust you?" He doesn't hesitate. "Yes." A smile forms on her lips. His confidence is her calm in this storm. "All right," she says with a grin, "then get ready. I'll make sure my aim is perfect." She draws her bow, aiming at her friend. The demon sneers. "In my prime, you insects wouldn't even be worthy of a glance." It found their desperate struggle amusing. Marin lets the arrow fly. Luna watches, muttering that arrogant rookie. He'd better know what he's doing. She shouts to Noah. "The defense barrier is about to break." It's not just the barrier. Noah's mana is practically gone. "Knox," she yells. "Noah can only block 1 or 2 more hits. So what's this grand plan of yours?" He replies calmly, "I just need you to create one opening in its barrier, a 3-layered shield of ancient magic. It's so strong it weakens the demon's attacks enough for him to survive. But that strength is a double-edged sword. If they can't shatter it, his plan is meaningless." "Let's hope this works." Luna grits her teeth. The demon roars, "Insolent child," and lunges right at her. She counters with her family's ultimate move, the Lunar Sword Art's 3rd form. A blade of light, powerful enough to split the moon itself, crashes against the demon, who swats it away like nothing. A decent effort, it booms, but not nearly enough. All her power ... only broke the 1st layer. Suddenly, Knox charges in. The demon sneers. "Are you tired of living?" That's when Knox gives the signal. "Marin, now!" With all her might, she releases the arrow. Knox smirks. Time to say goodbye. Skill. Hour of the Genius activated. He knows this arrow travels at over 400 kilometers per hour. From her position on the roof, ... the shot will take about 3 seconds to connect. His math is shaky, but his instincts are sharp. It's a gamble. He's betting everything on the instincts that have kept him going this long. 3 ... 2 ... 1 ... 2. The arrow zips past his head, striking true and piercing the demon's core. The creature staggers, its immense energy fading fast. It had burned through too much mana using its powerful skills back to back. Yet, it laughs. "You failed." The final barrier holds. "This is my victory." Knox just grins back. Who said anything about failing? Equipping artifact, lunatic member's robe. Stormbringer is absorbing maximum life force from user. Special effect of lunatic member's robe activated. Attack power has been amplified. And then ... he activates the skill. Limit break. Warning, the foe is immensely powerful. A tremendous amount of life force has been sacrificed for this final strike. Model. A chilling notification appeared. Using limit break with the black flame ring would prevent him from absorbing the enemy's life force. The system asked for his final confirmation to proceed. He accepted without a second thought. The demon sneered, "Your struggles are meaningless." The young master then exploded forward with shocking force, a blow that even startled the ancient demon. Knox unleashed the black sword art, slashing the demon with a perfect arc of his shadow blade, cleaving it in 2. As its essence faded, the demon lamented its fate. having just awakened once more. To be vanquished by a mere mortal was its final regret. The system then warned him of a massive reduction in his life force. With the demon gone, Knox collapsed. His lifespan was now less than 30 days. Marin watched in absolute disbelief. Was this truly the power of a mere cadet? Even Captain Luna praised her arrow speed, yet he dodged them from so far. She wondered if his reflexes were even human. Thinking of Knox, she realized a legendary warrior had suddenly become her junior. She worried his talent might eclipse even Captain Luna's, certain he'd already surpassed his father, Tayo. So why did someone so gifted keep such a low profile? Perhaps he knew his power could become a curse, choosing to let others call him a good-for-nothing. It was all an elaborate act to conceal his true self. That must be why his maid was always at his side. Racing from the forest, she headed for the underground chamber where Knox fought. A smile touched her lips. He wasn't just a handsome face, but a crafty fox, too. She hoped that with Knox and Luna, they could finally challenge the foolish emperor. But she worried if Princess Penelope would have to be confronted. Meanwhile, Luna and Noah located the demonic essence crystal. Luna's gaze was sharp. Is this why you allowed Palin to awaken? To destroy this? It made no sense. Noah had suffered the most from demons, yet she would unleash one? Luna remarked, if this was purely for revenge, it would be incredibly childish. I do want revenge, Noah admitted without hesitation, but my own power was not enough. Luna accepted this for now. Next time, she warned, explain yourself before you act. A soft, knowing laugh escaped Noah. I certainly hope so. Luna's final words were a warning. Recover your strength. Far greater threats are coming. Don't worry, Noah promised. I'll look after Knox. With that, Luna entrusted him to her and vanished. As the young master lay still, Noah sat beside him and whispered, "Thank you." Suddenly, the protective barrier shattered. Brennan and Professor Rass rushed in, asking if Dean Noah was all right. Brennan was frantic about the crystal's release. Noah just chuckled and said, "Well, things happen." "I could things just happen?" Brennan roared in frustration. Professor Rass then spotted Knox. "My top apprentice, wake up!" he cried out. Brennan wondered aloud how the powerful Palin was defeated, questioning if Noah had managed it alone. She simply smiled. "What do you think happened?" Brennan knew then that she would never reveal the truth. "The report to the imperial family, ... he began, then quickly ordered, "Race, you handle it." Rass instantly shot back, "Why me? Why don't you do it yourself?" While they argued, Noah's thoughts grew serious. The crystal's seal wasn't broken by chance. Could the imperial family be behind this? If so, that meant they were here. Fury ignited within her. How dare those demon worshippers bring their filth into her territory? Elsewhere, in the academy hospital, Talia worried. He's been unconscious for 3 days. Is he? ... Okay? She insisted we have to contact his father immediately for medicine. But Lavilia remained calm. We need to wait and see. Talia stared back, asking, why did he even go near Palin in the first place? Leon steps in, urging her to stop. He's certain there was a good reason. But Talia refuses, declaring she'll see for herself. Lavilia moves to block her path. Hearing their voices, the swordsman feels a new kind of fear, ... fear of opening his eyes. He's surprised. His body has mended at an unbelievable speed. A message appears. The moon's blessing and the blessing of ice ... are now with him. Of course, he thinks, since he holds both powers. He gets it. The Academy must maintain its loyalty to the Emperor for all to see. And yet, they're sheltering a member of a known criminal group. He suspects Noah's help was just a way to get information from him. He decides to play along, feigning sleep to buy more time. When he next opens his eyes, night has fallen, and Eldane is watching over him. The silence is strange. He's startled to find her sitting right there. He asks why she's come so late. She cuts straight to the point, asking about Shane, the man from the labyrinth. She wants to know his connection to him. Knox is momentarily lost. Eleanor's gaze is sharp. She points out that whenever he lies, his eyes shift and his hands tremble, no matter how calm he sounds. He's stunned. His talent for deception is useless against her incredible perception. He realizes his subtle games won't work on this girl. With his back against the wall, he decides to learn her goal. He admits Shane is connected to him. She presses further, asking if they're related by family, noting their similar eyes. She mentions hearing Shane is from a hidden branch of his household. She adds that the Reinhofer family is rumored to use their talented relatives like hunting dogs. She wonders if Shane is one of them. A small smile touches his lips. The Reinhofers are messy, but not quite that twisted. She continues, saying she felt something was off from the very beginning. Shane never seemed like a real threat. He finally asks her directly, "What do you want with Shane?" She simply replies, "I want to repay him for his help." She made her intentions clear. She wanted his man, Shane. So he asked, "You want me to just hand him over?" Her answer was unwavering. Talent like his is worth any price. His eyes narrowed. Poaching from the Reinher household? Did she really think it would be that simple? She set her terms. Have Shane visit my headquarters? He has 1 week. With that, she vanished. The next morning, he quietly headed for the academy. Lavilia trailed behind him, her voice sharp. "You were far too reckless, young master. I've told you before, but this time you went too far. The patriarch is surely concerned." He pleaded with her, "Please, don't tell my family. It will only complicate things." But it was too late. "I've already sent word," she said calmly. "It is my duty as your attendant." Alone in his room, the lock clicked shut. He sighed, thinking to himself, maybe staying unconscious would have been easier. Suddenly, a mysterious girl appears. She needs his help to restore her mana. He realizes she's a succubus, a demon known for draining a man's very essence. But his inner gamer knows the truth. This world is strictly PG. No strange business allowed. What a relief. So what's her grand plan? She wants to hold his hand for 10 minutes? He's baffled by the simple request, but agrees. Is that really all? But first answers. Why was she watching him? She admits she's from a similar dark family. She tells him he's changed so much lately. He used to be. He cuts her off, intrigued. Different how? She gets flustered, hiccuping adorably. He just sighs and gestures to the bed. Let's get this over with. She nervously sits beside him. He offers his hand, but she just hesitates. Her innocent act was flawless, but he knew her true nature. He'd seen this scene before. As she held his hand, he set the terms. 10 minutes. Not a second more. When the time was up, he stood to leave. Our deal is done. But she grabbed his shirt, her grip surprisingly tight. Where do you think you're going? I'm not finished with you yet. A system window flashed before his eyes, revealing all her hidden details. A critical warning appeared. Status abnormality detected. Dual personality. Her entire demeanor had inverted. With incredible strength, she shoved him onto the bed. Of course, he thought, right when my mana is completely drained. Calm down, he warned, his voice firm. You're going to regret this. A sly grin spread across her face. Don't you like me? How strange. No one has ever resisted me before. I'll show you a sweet dream, she whispered. His voice turned to ice. I said, stop. She leaned in closer, her voice hypnotic. Just for a little while. Come here and hug me. You'll feel so much better. Suddenly, Marin stormed in, shouting, You little punk. I'm handling business and you're in here playing games? Iana shot back, demanding to know who she was. Marin summoned a water bubble, launching it at Iana, who instantly slumped over, unconscious. The young master was stunned. Marin simply said she infused a bit of mana, assuring him Iana was fine. So, she smirked, are you happy to see me? He reluctantly agreed, unable to hide it. Are you okay? Marin asked, concerned. He admitted to sharing his mana, but insisted he was all right. You saved me, she pointed out. He coldly replied, I only did it to survive, and walked away. Her temper flared. That's your problem, you obnoxious jerk, she yelled after him. Do you think archers are a joke? I'm 2 years older than you. That night, at Knox Palace, Tayo faced Luna. Knox defeated Piman. Is this true? He demanded. She confirmed the shocking news. Rodwell grimly wondered what tempests this victory would unleash upon them. Tayo confessed his own confusion. He could only guess. It was for his mother. That tragic night, Knox witnessed his mother's final moments. He became a broken shell after that day, lost to the world. But Luna saw through his act. You're lying. This is about vengeance. She sensed a deeper scheme, but that unique power belongs only to the Reinher bloodline. Void revelation. A power that awakens only at the absolute limit. Now that Knox was one of hers, she refused to let Tayo play his games. After a heavy silence, Tayo remarked that parents can never truly know their children. She scoffed, as if you were ever a warm father to him. Then she dropped a bombshell. Your first son is with the Imperial faction, working with demons. Tayo sighed. A crimson storm is brewing on the horizon. Luna stepped closer. Remember our promise. If your son stands in my way, she warned, he will be removed. That is the lunatic way, and that is our contract. Discard your attachments. He knew this was all for a greater cause, to bring down the Imperial family and the 72 demons. Meanwhile, Eleanor smiled sweetly at Shane. Simply put, you've piqued my interest. She offered him a tempting proposal with the Revelin merchantry, promising great rewards. A contract appeared on the table, but Shane politely declined. My loyalty is to my family. Eleanor's smile never wavered. Oh, Knox already gave his permission. There's no need to worry. Shane knew instantly. ... That was a complete lie. He thought of the secret advantages he'd gained. Why would he ever join a rival? You can just call me Eleanor. But he respectfully insisted on using her formal title. Hey, you and Knox are quite alike, she noted. But I don't want to make this difficult. Model. His clan, the Shadows of the Reinher household, handles the unsavory tasks. If his secret mission at Eldane Academy were exposed, what would Dean Noah do? He accused her, saying he believed she was kind, not someone who preyed on the weak. I'm a merchant, she retorted. Kindness has no place in business. His mind raced. What was his next move? So, will he sign the contract? That night, Shane clutched the Fire Spirit pendant, wandering the academy grounds. He knew this was no ordinary jewel. It was a legendary artifact, a prize from the game's final chapter. Alalanner had given it to him, a reward for saving her, and a down payment on the contract she so desperately wanted. This was a cheat item, plain and simple, woven with layers of powerful, high-level magic. But this incredible power came with a price. It was being tracked. It seems Alenir's obsession runs deep. Inside Eleanor's chambers, her servant Rick noted her unusual interest in Shane. He'd never seen her personally recruit anyone. Her sharp reply cut him off. Since when do you comment on my affairs? He immediately bowed an apology, insisting he would never dare cross such a line. You know I am not so foolish, he added smoothly. She acknowledged his talent for words, but as he left, her thoughts turned cold. Rick's movements felt suspicious, especially after Palin's defeat. It was too soon for conclusions, but her instinct screamed that something was terribly wrong. She gave him a chilling warning. Tread carefully from now on. He simply replied, I will keep that in mind. The moment the door closed, his true thoughts surfaced. He was right. Knox was a threat that had to be erased, and he'd deal with that foolish prince at the same time. Knox's goals were irrelevant. A man with no future has no plans. Knox von Reinhofer, a new name, a new identity given to him in this world. In reality, it was a stolen name, a role he had learned to play all too well. Activating Hour of the Genius, the events of the last few days flashed before his eyes. He had vanquished countless foes and won the loyalty of powerful allies. Yet, with every victory, the loneliness only grew deeper. A system prompt appeared. Start a new game? His eyes scanned the tiny, cluttered room where he sat playing. He remembered his room from before. Would he really start over? As he stood, a splitting pain shot through his head. The answer was obvious. He didn't want it. But the more he thought, the more wrong everything felt. This was the tragic fate of someone whose entire life was just a game, trapped alone in a fortress of discarded memories. He sat again, contemplating. But who was he really? What was his connection to Knox? And why was he trapped in his body? Lost in the spiral, he tumbled from his chair. This life, this power, ... None of it was his. Deep down, he'd always known. He was just a shadow, haunted by the ghost of the real Knox. He reached for his medicine, but it slipped, clattering to the floor. And with it, his composure finally broke. He finally admitted the truth. Staring into the mirror, he saw not Knox, but an outsider named Chun. The bonds he'd forged had changed him. He was no longer the Knox anyone remembered. His father's voice cut through his thoughts. Why did you risk everything to face Paimon alone? He suspected it was about his mother. On that terrible night, Knox had watched his mother fall. From that day forward, his father knew his son had lost his way. What would the real Knox have said? His father's words were sharp. You pretend to forget, but we both know the truth. He couldn't stop wondering what the real Knox would have done, but he pushed the thought aside. He turned to his father. You once said I was hiding my true power. I did, his father confirmed. Gripping his sword, he unleashed a shadow blade slash into the empty air. This name, he thought. It was always meant to be his. Even if the world brands him a villain, even if his fate is to fall in the end, he would accept it all. Whispers echoed through the halls. Could it be true? Young Master Knox, first in the academy rankings? Impossible, the servants scoffed. How could that infamous good-for-nothing achieve such a feat? They claimed he must have cheated, bribing his way to the top. What else could a failure like him do? His victories were just luck and equipment. Others cried. He nearly met his end when his own father struck back. His father's voice was stern. This ... is the true way of the Shadow Blade. He may be living on borrowed time, but he was determined to see this story through to its end. Evading his father's assault, his genius trait ignited in a flash of inspiration. The counterattack was instant, revealing the depths of his own desperation. Yet, one great trial still awaited him, an inescapable fate that would soon make its presence known. The system's urgent plea echoed, restore your lifespan immediately. Days later, they gathered in the lunatic world. Luna's voice cut through the air, informing them they had arrived in the northeastern Chasers region. She challenged the swordsman, do you truly intend to continue down this path? His answer was firm, without a shred of doubt. A teammate warned him of the perils ahead. More than monsters, the true danger was the Tajilan kingdom, the sworn enemy of House Reinher. He simply explained to his team, that is precisely why we are going. With unwavering resolve, he declared, from this point, I will head straight for the Tajilan kingdom. He ordered Luna to send a message ahead, announcing the arrival of the son of House Reinher. He wanted them fully prepared for his visit. The system's chilling notification appeared. Only 27 days of his lifespan remained. Knox seethed with frustration. How had things turned out this way? After sacrificing so much of his time to vanquish Palin, this was the consequence. With his days dwindling, Eldane appeared before him, intending to recruit the awakened succubus Ayana, and his own clone Shained into her guild. He knew that if he failed to extend his time, everything would be over. He questioned why these trials constantly followed him. Just then, his system unveiled all the secrets of the pendant Alanaris offered to Shane. It detailed the special effects, but also issued a stark warning. Once equipped, Alananar could track the user's location at all times. He felt a sliver of relief. At least the tracking effect only activated after it was worn. In fact, if his mana surpassed 15, he could summon a high-rank spirit. And once his mana hit 20 while his stamina was over 15, he could even form a contract with the Spirit King Salamander. It was an absurdly powerful artifact. The only problem? It was a bound item, meaning his clone Shane couldn't equip it. And if Knox wore it himself, his entire secret would be exposed, revealing that he and Shane were the same person. He knew Elinar's talent for deception far surpassed his own. A simple lie would never work on her. Word was the Academy needed at least 2 weeks to handle the recent upheaval. First, he had to get back and devise a new strategy. He packed his bag and departed from his room. It then occurred to him that a significant amount of time had passed since he last visited the Reinher estate. He fondly remembered Rona, May, and Alina. It had been too long since he'd seen his unit. However, he dreaded Tio's inevitable barrage of questions. Leaving the academy, he entered the carriage heading home. But the most pressing issue was the clock ticking down. With only 27 days left, he had to do something, and fast. Elsewhere, Iana was trapped in a nightmare. Her mother's voice screamed at her, "You still can't drain magic from a man's body. And you have the audacity to call yourself a bearer of House Cedar's power?" Her mother's voice dripped with venom. "It would have been better if one of your half-sisters inherited the demon's gift. You are a disgrace. Get out of my sight." Iana's eyes flew open, her mind racing back to her encounter with Knox. She recalled asking for a quick kiss, offering an embrace. The thought made her cringe, chasing away any hope of sleep. Anger flared within her. She had failed to even captivate Knox. Lost in her frustration, she tumbled right off the bed. Getting up, she sat before her vanity. In the mirror, her reflection gazed back, a stunningly seductive girl in a short dress. Her reflection's lips curled into a smirk. "So," it whispered, "you're finally starting to see." Meanwhile, Knox and Lavilia arrived at the palace. Rodwell greeted them. "Young master, it has been some time. I hope you've been well." Knox gave a curt reply. "I have. I need to speak with the patriarch. Where is he?" Rodwell informed him that Tayo was in his chambers and quickly offered to escort him. As they walked, he could hear the maids whispering about a rumor that the young master had placed. First at the academy, another maid scoffed, "Impossible. He's a good-for-nothing." A servant muttered, "Maybe he bribed someone? What could he possibly achieve?" "He only won," another added, "because he had better equipment than young masters Allen and Hart's." When he entered Tio's office, the man was already waiting. Knox felt a chill. His father was an absolute monster. He couldn't fathom how his younger self ever found the courage to stand against such an overwhelming presence. A voice called his name, noting his calm demeanor. His father mused that the reports were accurate after all. But Knox knew pretense was pointless. His father saw everything. He's already given his word. He won't bring harm to the family name. But his father presses him. Is the rumor about the princess true? And did he really defeat Pimmon? A notification flashes. His normal acting skill is failing. "You're hiding something." He insists it was just a lucky final strike. Is this another act? Even the retainers are demanding consequences. "If you want to hold me accountable, I will accept it." His father's gaze is intense. "Do you know? The only way to silence the doubts is to become overwhelmingly powerful. So strong, no one would dare question him. Do you truly not want my position?" Knox confirms it. A smile touches his father's lips. "Then I'll show you what you've cast aside. Come with me." In the training hall, the order is given. "Draw your sword." Knox obeys without a word. "Let's begin." "Block everything you can." He's stunned. I don't have that kind of skill. But his father's blade is already moving. He barely parries the blow. "Don't worry, I'll go easy on you." Knox leaps back, creating distance. This is the second technique of our house, the Shadow Blade Chain Slash. "What do you think? Intrigued?" A grin spreads across Knox's face. "My turn now." He charges forward without hesitation. A fierce duel between father and son erupts. His father is impressed by his skill, but after a swift exchange, Knox is disarmed. "Is this really all you have?" A voice interrupts. "My lord, you're going too far, even for young Master Knox. Even Garen would struggle against this." His father pauses, admitting he got carried away. Still, Knox's talent is undeniable. "Let's end it here for today. Where do you think you're going?" Knox pushes himself up, defiant. "I haven't learned anything yet." Stunned, his father turns back. Knox lunges with all his might. The attack is blocked with ease. A smirk. Is he asking for another lesson? I'll take that as a yes. But once again, he's swiftly overpowered. His father has a question. "Why did you face Paimon alone? Was it ... because of your mother?" He remembers that tragic night when Knox witnessed the unthinkable. "After that day, you changed. You pretended to forget, but I knew." Knox challenges him. "You said I was hiding my strength?" And he attacks again with a shadow blade slash. His father parries, then counters. "No, this is how you use it." And in an instant, he understands. The second technique is now his. A system window pops up. His skill has leveled up dramatically. This time, his father is genuinely shocked. He learned the move just by seeing it, but his father's next strike is too much. Knox is on the ground again. "As your father and as patriarch ... I want you to remember this. One day, use that sword to surpass me, to become strong enough to protect everyone. The position of patriarch is yours. You are more than worthy of it." Then, a sudden flash, a message on a computer screen. "Start a new game?" He's back in his old room, the one from before all this began. A strange feeling washes over him. He stands, but the world tilts. This can't be real, it's too strange. He remembers a visit to the doctor, being let go by his family, losing his memories, a dire diagnosis. Could all of that have been real? He tries to remember his old name, but it's gone. His gaze swept over the chaotic room. A name surfaced from the fog. Knox. He awakens, now fully Knox, in his grand palace chamber. A vital dream, something important, lingered just beyond his grasp. He found his 4 maids waiting anxiously by his bedside. He gestured for them to speak one by one when Livilia began. "Truly, not a day passes without some new trouble." She sighed. "Any maid serving you would pass out from sheer shock." "Things simply unfolded that way," he replied calmly. But Alina insisted he must avoid such risky situations. She pressed his hand to her cheek, asking if he knew how much they had worried. Knox gently retrieved his hand. "I understand. Now please, let's talk properly." "Just a little longer," Alina pleaded, her eyes downcast. Livilia interjected, noting the young master's discomfort. He noticed Rona was strangely silent. But a more pressing matter required his attention. "Since you are all here," he began, his voice firm, "I have an announcement. Starting tomorrow, you will all accompany me to the Chasers region." This was a crucial step in the plan he'd crafted since his return. He had to extend his own lifespan, and his reserves were low after his last great battle. He remembered the system's chilling warning. The player has only 27 days remaining. "Understand my command. You may leave now," he ordered. Livilia bowed, promising to begin preparations. As the 4 departed, a soft knock echoed at his door. It was Rona. She returned with something important to share, and he permitted her to enter. Tears welled in her eyes as she took a seat beside his bed. She spoke of the tragic night his mother was taken, when the air was thick with despair. His mother had hidden them away, but the demons still discovered their refuge. "What you want is my life," his mother had declared, trying to stop the conflict. With her light magic, she tried to protect them, but the demon merely scoffed at her pathetic light and seized her. The entity sneered. "Did you truly believe you could stop us?" It explained their goal was far greater. As he held her, she whispered her final words to Rona. "Take care of Knox. He was born with too much strength. He will need your help." His mother's last wish was for Rona to watch over him, even if he forgot everything. So one day he could return. And then his mother was lost to the shadows? Rona looked at him. You already know what happened next. She confessed to spreading harsh rumors, all to keep him far from the family's dangerous power games. It was a heart-wrenching choice, but she had to honor the final promise she made. But now, she sobbed, someone like me has no right to remain by your side. That is all in the past, he said, his voice soft. She insisted she must leave. He then asked, do you know why I never resented you? He remembered every night she stayed by his side, watching over him for 2 long hours out of concern. She always defended him to others. He now understood it was all born from her guilt. The one you follow now is no longer me, he stated, a quiet understanding between them. He knew better than anyone how heavily meaningless whispers can weigh upon a person's heart. So many questions filled his mind about love, loyalty, and loss, but he chose not to ask. As Rona wept, he gazed at his own reflection, wondering, why must I become the villain in this story? Later that day, Tayo officially bestowed upon him new authority and power. With this newfound might, the young master issued a decree that would shake the cities. He made a grand declaration in the honorable name of House Reinher. He announced he had the patriarch's blessing to form an anti-demon battalion. He declared a trial for all hopefuls to be held at the training ground in 1 week's time. Defeat me or earn my acknowledgement, he proclaimed, and the Empire will reward you with gold. The news spread like wildfire through every town. Some citizens chuckled. The troublemaking young lord must be bored again. One man scoffed, surely no one will actually go. This is ridiculous. But the promise of gold was tempting, and many thought it was worth a shot. Laughter filled the air. Who couldn't best young Master Knox? Even a 4-year-old girl could give it a go, someone jeered. Suddenly, a mysterious man's voice cut through the noise. Are you all enjoying yourselves? Tossing a heavy purse on the table, he offered a wager. I bet almost no one passes his trial. A local stood up. He's just a pampered noble. What could he possibly do? Haven't you heard the rumors about the Reinhofer's youngest son? The stranger just smiled and turned away. An older man, confused by his certainty, stepped in. We only say these things because we are worried for the young master. The stranger let out a hearty laugh and removed his disguise. Are you sure you know who you should be worried about? The crowd gasped. It was young Master Grain? I thought he was training far away in Chaters. One man exclaimed. Grain smirked, assuring them their conversation was safe. And my wager, he added, still stands. His bet was a hefty 50 gold coins. Soon after, a massive crowd gathered, with Knox standing calmly at the center. Whispers rippled through the onlookers. Is that truly the infamous youngest son? They say he graduated at the top of his class. But he seems completely different now. Others were more skeptical. It's probably all a lie. He can't be that skilled. Knox himself was puzzled. Why had this suddenly become such a spectacle? He had only posted a simple recruitment notice for his new squad. He never expected this many people. Had his reputation somehow improved overnight? Then he saw him. His brother, stirring the pot from within the crowd, meddling as usual. He turned to his attendant. Is that everyone? A total of 1,192 men and 126 women have registered, my lord. Knox smiled to himself. This wasn't bad at all. With such a large group, there were bound to be some hidden gems. Suddenly, a mountain of a man raised his hand. So, what kind of trial are we facing? The young master's eyes lit up. He admired the man's bold attitude and powerful physique. He could also feel a tremendous aura radiating from him. This was no ordinary soldier. Knox suspected this man was one of his brother's pawns. He was almost flattered his brother was keeping tabs on him. But an opponent of this caliber was hardly a challenge. Finally, he addressed the crowd, his voice ringing with confidence. The rules are simple. You can use any method you desire. Attack me as if you truly want to take me down. Should you succeed, there will be no repercussions. The powerful man felt a chill. Something was off. Knox was supposed to be the family failure. Lord Garen had promised an easy job, yet the boy's confidence was unsettling. The two now stood face to face. The referee gave the signal. "Let the match begin," he roared. The giant charged forward like a bull, certain Knox wouldn't even react. How could someone so weak dare form a battalion? He was going to teach the spoiled brat the meaning of true strength. But to his astonishment, Knox sidestepped the attack effortlessly. "Your movements are far too wide," Knox commented coolly. "Is that all you've got?" Furious, the man lunged again. This time, a flash of steel sent his sword flying from his grasp. Knox stood unfazed. "I'll grant you another chance," he said, his gaze sharp. "This time, try to be serious." Knox's voice drops to a chilling whisper, "or you'll find yourself short one arm." With a swift kick, the young master sends the brute sprawling. "Can't you hear me?" he demands. "Pick up your weapon." The brute pleaded for mercy, but Knox answered with a single, thunderous punch, sending him into darkness. The swordsman scanned the crowd, his voice echoing. "Cowards without a shred of courage are worthless to me." "Who's next?" he challenged. A chilling silence was his only answer. Garen watched, stunned by his brother's growth. He realized there was nothing left he could possibly teach him. That bet with the villagers last night seemed like a simple way to make some extra coin. But now Garen saw the truth. Knox was his one and only lifeline within the Reinher family. He understood his brother was finally unleashing the power he'd kept hidden. From this moment on, his path would be clear. As Knox's legend grew, Garen's own fortune would surely follow. The men bowed their heads, admitting they were foolish to dream of becoming soldiers and would return to their farms, but just as they turned to leave, a sharp voice commanded them to halt. "Who gave you permission to go?" Knox asked. "You applied to be my soldiers. If you run now, I'll make you wish you'd never been born." He declared this on the sacred name of Knox von Reinher. Fear rippled through the crowd. In a blur, he moved among them, striking them down one after another. He stopped before one young man. "You pass." The boy looked up, baffled, but didn't I just get sent flying like a rag doll? "I decide who passes," Knox retorted, "and don't celebrate yet. From this day forward, I'll push you to the very edge." Another recruit whispered, coming here was a huge mistake. The next morning, the four girls, Villa, Rona, May, and Alina, began their journey in a carriage, with their master riding proudly beside them on his horse, Carl. Alina called out, wanting to ask a question. He simply told May, "Sober her up, then we'll talk." May quickly produced a potion. After a moment, a clear-headed Alina repeated her request. She asked why they were returning to Chaders, having heard he'd purchased land there. He revealed his intention to build something great on that land. "But that land is a barren wasteland," she argued, "crawling with monsters." He just smiled, assuring her it was all part of the plan. She blushed, calling him stubborn, but admitting she found his confidence incredibly cool and dashing. May instantly covered her friend's mouth. "Okay, you've said more than enough for one day." The young master mused to himself. He knew why the others came, but even Rona, the family maid, had joined them. He wondered if she still carried a burden of guilt over what happened to his mother. Then he remembered Rona's fondness for his horse, Carl, and her daydreams of riding him. He sighed, realizing he'd been worried for nothing. All in all, his private recruitment for the monster hunt had been a surprising success. One of the new soldiers admitted he knew little of the Chaders region. But Professor Race's latest research made him realize young Master Knox shared the patriarch's incredible visionary insight. "You're a true leader," he exclaimed. Knox simply told them to calm down. That particular soldier was Christopher, a towering knight over 2 meters tall. Skilled, but a relentless chatterbox. Arriving in Chaders, May was surprised. "It's developed so much since we were last here." Alina agreed wholeheartedly. Christopher, however, was less than impressed. "I expected more," he commented, "but I suppose it's a recent development." Now that a dark family owns it, he added, drawing people here will be a challenge. The young master nodded. Exactly, and that is precisely why I brought all of you. Christopher's eyes widened with understanding. Knox confirmed it. Before we can truly revive this land, there's a vital first step. And what's that? He asked. The swordsman's gaze hardened. The monsters of this region. We must call their numbers. Of course, Knox knew this was just a convenient pretext. The truth was, he couldn't care less about developing cheaters. A system alert flashed in his mind. He had only 10 days left, urging him to restore his lifespan. At this moment, his own survival was the only thing that mattered. As the convoy entered the castle, his brother Garen greeted him, offering a bag heavy with the gold from his winning bet. He tells Knox this reward is rightfully his, expressing deep gratitude for all his work. Knox once thought it was unfair. He did all the work while Garen got the credit. But now watching Garen hand everything over so easily feels a little too much like flattery. Still, a smirk plays in his lips. Garen was always part of his plan. He then asks how the development of the Cheaters region is going. Garen reports that settlers are still hesitant to come. After Professor Race's big announcement, many young men showed interest in moving. But the land is harsh, creatures are a constant threat, and the roads are wild. Potential alone isn't enough to convince people. Knox reassures him with a confident smile. That's exactly why I brought the anti-magic course. Garen's face lights up at the sight of the army. If you say so, young master, then I am relieved. He asks when they'll depart, suggesting they rest after such a long journey. But the young master is decisive. We leave immediately. There is no time to waste. Just a few days prior, Tayo had asked Christopher why a knight of his amazing skill would choose to follow Lord Knox. He also pointed out how well the house treated Christopher, seeing no logical reason for him to depart. Christopher explained that in Lord Knox he saw a brilliant light, an overwhelming and undeniable talent. He had found the key to perfecting his own swordsmanship. Now he wished to help polish Lord Knox's own formidable style. He even confessed this quest was not for anyone else's sake, but for his own path to mastery. The Northern Sword Technique? Tayo had guessed. Christopher's nod confirmed it, and with understanding, Tayo gave his blessing. Christopher's grand ambition is to forge Lord Knox into the greatest knight in history. So he's utterly stunned to see him suddenly use magic. He turns to Livia, searching her eyes for an explanation. She explains his new interest in magic, but admits that even she is shocked by this incredible growth. With a powerful spell, he draws a horde of creatures to the gate and strikes them with a purifying ray of brilliant light. May is in awe, amazed he's grown so much stronger in months. Alina clasps her hands, praying for her master's safety. A system window appears. He has defeated a null. His lifespan has increased by 2 hours. As he vanquishes another, the same message appears. A thread of worry appears. Gaining only 2 hours per foe feels slow. According to the Black Flame Ring, a null is a powerful mid-tier opponent. The system's rule is clear. The stronger the opponent relative to his own power, the more time he will receive as a reward. After gathering more power, he unleashes a final, enormous blast of light, cleansing them all. A new alert appears, remaining lifespan, 14 days. He's far from satisfied. After overcoming so many creatures, he only gained 4 days. With hardened resolve, he vows to find a better way. As dawn breaks, the young master walks back to the castle. Alina rushes forward to embrace him, her eyes bright. You are absolutely amazing. Christopher shakes his head in wonder. I thought you were a master of the sword, but to be so skilled in magic, I cannot fathom your limits. He realizes they had no idea about his magical abilities. Knox leads them inside, casually explaining he learned it from Professor Race's immense theoretical knowledge. Whether you believe me is up to you, he adds. Lavilia wisely cuts in. We're in the northeastern Shadars region now. She asks if he still plans to continue in the same direction. The young master confirms their northeast path. but Christopher warns him the creatures there are on another level. Suddenly, a grin spreads across Christopher's face, but that's not the real danger here. The true issue is the Tajilan kingdom. They are hostile to your family. It would be wise to avoid them. Knox's own smirk is daring, and that ... is the exact reason we are going. He turns to Lavilia. Send them a message. Tell them a son of House Reinher is coming and they'd better prepare for a visit. Early morning in the Tajilan kingdom. Prince Kushan rises and stares at his own reflection in the mirror. His servant delivers the news. That infamous youngest son of Reinher is approaching. His arrogance seems to have no end. The servant sneers, wondering aloud. Does he really think his father's name carries any weight in our lands? Prince Kushan's voice was cold as he asked his servant, You remember that day, don't you? The day Tayo took my family from me? But Kushan recalled every loyal soul who stood and protected him. He confessed to his trusted servant, Krera, the world may see me as just a regent. Double quotes, ... but I know you carried my burdens when grief was all I knew, just to lighten my path. Even a little. The prince's eyes narrowed, and the name. It was Knox, wasn't it? He declared that once Knox is dealt with, Tayo will finally comprehend the endless suffering he endured. The servant bowed deeply. I understand, my lord, and will prepare. Now that the choice is made, ... you must find some peace. Meanwhile, at the Tajulan palace, a guard demanded newcomers identify themselves. Knox appeared, looking completely bored. Is this formality truly necessary? The guard stammered apologies. The young master mused. All this heat is making me want to cause some trouble. The terrified guards scrambled to escort him inside immediately. As they walked, a system window appeared in his mind. He had only 9 days left and needed to hunt monsters to survive. He sighed internally. That trek through the desert really cost him. But it was all part of the plan. This was why he'd come to Tajilan. Once he secured the item from the ancient ruins and handled a certain creature, he'd gain more time and power up faster than ever. Suddenly, an urgent warning flashed. A penalty would be applied if his lifespan fell below 10 days. It notified him that the negative trait, Danger Close, was now active, reducing his physical abilities by 20%. Worse, the chance of his lingering ailment activating had skyrocketed. A bead of sweat ran down his face. Lavilia asked if he was okay, but he was too busy thinking about these infuriating new debuffs. He whispered to her, Say nothing. I came here to get stronger, not weaker. Inside the court, Christopher gave him a pointed look. Remember to be cautious. I will serve you faithfully, he promised. You have nothing to worry about. Knox stood before the prince with his entourage. The prince acknowledged, We received your message. In a flash, Knox drew his sword, shattering the marble floor with a single contemptuous strike. You are just a prince, Knox sneered, not even a proper ruler. Do you wish for your nation to be erased from existence? He commanded Neil. Now, or you will be the first to disappear. Back at the Reinher estate, Rodwell confronted Tayo. Why did you let the young master go to Tajilan? Tayo feigned ignorance. What are you implying? Rodwell pressed on. He is your heir. Tajilan is dangerous. Tayo simply replied, I trust he can handle it. He then smiled faintly. Your perception is as sharp as ever to read my intentions so clearly. Tayo's expression turned serious. You're right. I have decided to name Knox my successor. He will take my place. That is why it's dangerous for him to attract too much attention before he's ready. He remains vulnerable until he reaches a certain level of power. Rodwell realized, so that's why you sent the Black Sword Knights. This time, however, was different. Tayo explained, I prefer certainty. If a real threat appears, those elite knights have their orders. Rodwell bowed in understanding. A memory of training with Knox surfaced. Tayo's voice echoed as your father, and as the head of House Reinher. ... I want you to use that sword to pierce my heart and strike me down with your own too. ... Hands, for failing to protect your mother, you must take my place. You have the strength for it. Tio's gaze turned to the horizon. Rodwell, you must know. My end, the era of Tau van Reinhaford, is approaching. Rodwell's loyalty was unwavering. Master, I will stand with you, always. Meanwhile, our hero was accessing his gamer knowledge. There were 2 ways to instantly read a character's personality. The first happens when an equipment upgrade fails spectacularly. The system practically shouts it, so their reaction says it all. The second tell was a situation exactly like this. When a mediocre character with no sense of their own limits acts tough, he truly hated scenarios like this one. He glanced at the prince, who was still frozen. He knew his story, a tragic figure whose family, except for a sister, was eliminated by Tayo. He knew the prince harbored resentment for House Reinher, but for a mere vassal state prince to be so obvious, ... It was amusing. To win him over, Knox first had to break his spirit and make him compliant. The young master's voice cut through the tension, demanding respect. The prince left his throne and stood directly before Knox. Then, in a calculated show of submission, he knelt. The swordsman quickly scanned the prince's status window. The system confirmed it. His hatred was at maximum. Yet, Knox simply smiled and allowed him to take a seat. He recalled the prince's greatest weaknesses, being too self-critical and emotionally fragile. In a past life, the prince was utterly fooled by his regent Karmzer. He never realized the regent was a demonic human, which led to his own tragic downfall. But Knox was here now to prevent that fate. This was his true mission in Tajilan. The prince respectfully inquired about the reason for his visit. Knox's reply was simple: tourism and exploring ruins. That was all he needed to know. He gave a chilling warning: behave properly until he leaves. The prince confirmed he understood the implication. Just as Kushnay assigned Karmzer to be his guide, Knox interrupted, pointing at the young princess. She would be his personal guide. Kushnay immediately tried to object, but one sharp glare from Knox silenced him. The prince ordered his sister Arya to assist Lord Knox. She quietly accepted her brother's command. Rona and Lavilia panicked. The young master was interested in another woman? Alina was firm. They absolutely could not allow that. Not a chance. The situation was quickly spiraling into chaos. Knox sighed. He knew how this looked, but that wasn't the real issue. He could feel it. The princess was under some strange influence and was extremely dangerous. He called out to Elena, who instantly perked up. Knox commanded her and Christopher to accompany him. Christopher joyfully accepted the honor of escorting his master. Lavelia, still worried, wondered if her master would be all right without her. Knox dismissed her concerns. Everything was moving exactly as planned. As they departed, Alina finally asked about the princess. Before Knox could speak, Christopher explained she was Arya Adrene, Prince Kushan's only sister, famed for her exceptional beauty. Knox urged him to get to the point. Christopher revealed the shocking truth. The princess was afflicted by powerful illusion magic. A high-level dark magic curse. Was that even possible? He warned Knox of the consequences if he failed. They needed a more secluded location. After finding a discreet side street, they entered a small shop. A girl greeted them. Knox had 3 objectives here. First, he had to break Arya's curse. Second, awaken Alina's latent powers. And as for the third, he smiled. How are the rebellion preparations? Suddenly, the seemingly innocent shopkeeper lunged at him with a blade. Christopher intercepted her in a flash, scolding her for her poor manners. Alina jumped forward, warning the girl not to bother the young master. Knox calmly told the girl to listen. He knew this was the secret contact point for a figure named Elise. He recalled an old lesson. Dispel magic is simply the art of reverse engineering a spell's formula. He compares it to unraveling a tangled web. But he warns that neutralizing magic is no simple feat. Ras gives a final warning. Never attempt this power solo. He speaks of the elves, a rare and ancient race. Meanwhile, in the kingdom of Tajilan, a young master commands his men to stand down. But Christopher objects. She tried to strike me, my lord. Knox silences him with a single command. He desires a private conversation with the woman. Reluctantly, Christopher urges the others to obey. The young master tells him to wait outside, but the loyal guard protests. I am your sworn shield. Knox allows the mysterious woman to stay. If things get messy, he says, you'll protect me. She agrees with a cheerful smile, but Les' eyes narrow. Does this man truly know who he's dealing with? He speaks calmly as if stating simple facts. An elf, a warrior from the past, a member of the owl tribe, and a high-spirit mage. The moment the words leave his lips, La reveals her true elven form. With her secret exposed, there's no point in hiding. The swordsman simply commends her wise choice. She studies his features. That hair? Those eyes? You must be Knox, the youngest of House Reinher. He simply nods, confirming everything. Then he reveals his own secret knowledge. He knows about her resistance, and its headquarters hidden right beneath their feet. Stunned, Le can only ask one thing. Why have you come here? His gaze falls upon a young child. Arya, I need you to break the curse on her. La is in disbelief. She, a rebel, is being asked to save the kingdom's princess? The young master explains the grim reality. A rebellion now would mean the end of Tajilan. Success or failure, the result would be the same. The nation would be devoured by the empire. La presses him again. What do you truly want? He calls it an inevitable fate for them both, but his cryptic answer only deepens her suspicion. Why would House Reinher, the very family that ruined Tajilan, now try to break the princess's curse? The young noble sees her doubt, but his true goal must remain hidden, so he deftly changes the subject. Suddenly, a system window appears before him. Trait activated. Convincing performance. He looks at her with deep empathy. I understand what this land means to you. She's taken aback. What are you talking about? Her calm facade is a lie. He can see the storm raging within her. He knows a mage of her power doesn't hide without a reason. Her story begins long ago. A tale of a desert thief and a high-spirit mage. Even for an elf, a race born of mana... Les' talent was legendary from a young age. By 16, she had contracted a high-level spirit, earning the prestigious title of High Spirit Mage. But such incredible talent can sometimes be a curse. As a member of the rare owl tribe, La had no one to protect her. For years, she wandered the lands alone. Her spirit magic was a powerful gift, coveted by many. Her life became an endless cycle of being hunted and running for her life. Finally reaching Tajilan, she was ambushed by mercenaries and left at the brink of fading away. Just then, a helping hand reached out from the shadows. A woman offered her a safe haven, promising to lead the pursuers astray. Her name was Saren, and thanks to her, La finally found a place to rest. Saren was a natural leader, a hero to the children of the streets. La deeply admired Saren's dedication to the children. But a seed of worry began to grow in her heart. One day, La finally asked, must we continue to steal? Is there no other path? Serene's answer was heavy with reality. Without this, the children of the slums won't make it. Len knew it was a dangerous crime, but for the sake of the children, she walked that path. Still, she searched for a better way to help. Using her magic, she began to nurture the slums. Her dream was simple, to build a small inn. But that dream was shattered. Saren was taken by the kingdom's cruel judgment. Back in the present, Knox's voice is solemn. This kingdom is rotten to its very core, but a rebellion will only feed it to the Archive Empire. Hila challenges him. Why are there so many orphans in the slums? She reveals the true cause. It's because the throne of Tajilan sits empty. With no ruler, the nobles grew greedy, caring only for themselves. If they had restored order then, the kingdom wouldn't be in this desperate state. Suddenly, her composure breaks. She cries out, I miss Saren. Soren is gone because of them. The swordsman quietly agrees. Her anger flares. What do you mean by that? He calmly advises her not to let vengeance cloud her judgment. He urges her to consider how to truly protect everyone because her current path is failing. Knox then reveals, "I know you had a human friend who saved you, and that the war took that child away." However, he insists her actions are only making things worse. "So what's your plan?" she demands. He calmly replies, "I intend to put the prince on the throne. With the prince as a responsible ruler, the nation can begin to heal." She scoffs at the idea, declaring it's far too late for that. "If you had acted sooner," she accuses, "things never would have gotten this bad." He understands her desire to watch it all burn, but he knows her heart. Saren loved this place, he reminds her. Her mind flashes back to Saren's hopeful words. "Don't you think Tagelin could be beautiful someday?" Saren knew it would be difficult at first, but she refused to abandon this city. Not until they could watch the sunset in peace under the king's protection. Puzzled, she asks how he could know Saren's heart. He challenges her, would she want this kingdom in ruins? He states firmly, "I'll ask you one last time. Is that child truly the cause of all your pain?" Meanwhile, at the palace, Prince Kuzan is frantic. "What will I do if I lose Arya too?" Krazer reassures him, "Do not worry. We are doing everything in our power to find the princess." But privately, Krazer reconsiders this man named Knox. He was no mere thug. Knox is far more dangerous than anticipated, and must be dealt with to ensure the Duke's safe return. Prince Kuzan questions his own courage. "Was I a coward for handing over my own sister?" He should have protected her, even if it cost him everything. Krazer suspects a deeper reason for Arya's capture. The prince mutters a dark plan for Sir Knox's arrival that night. But his servant offers another path, presenting a dagger that belonged to the late king. He urges the prince to use it and remove the youngest Reinher from the picture. This is the only path to true revenge. Later, Krazer intercepts Knox with a welcoming smile. "Dinner has been prepared." The swordsman studies him. "And you are?" "I am Krazer, the court mage sent by the prince." He then casually asks about Lady Arya. Knox replies that she is safe at a nearby inn. At the table, his team begins their meal. Lavilia marvels at a parrot on her shoulder, telling Alina they are the most astonishing creatures. She is completely amazed as the bird mimics every single word she speaks. She tells May she would love to bring one home if she ever gets the chance. May notes the desert is also home to many rare herbs and materials. Rona checks on her master, who says he feels fine. Krazer smiles warmly, glad they've enjoyed their time. Then, he announces a special dish to make their experience even more delightful. "Would you care to try it?" he asks Knox. The silver-faced scorpion. "A delicacy for our most honored guests." With a tone full of meaning, Krazer adds, "I truly hope it is to your taste." Late that night, Prince Kushan silently slips into Knox's darkened room. He repeats to himself one swift move and it's all over. This is for his family. If Krazer's plan worked, Knox should be weakened by the poison. Now is the perfect moment to end this in a single strike. He looms over the bed, dagger in hand, whispering, "You can blame your father for this." But the man in the bed is not asleep. He was expecting this. With breathtaking speed, he evades the strike and demands, "What is the meaning of this, Kushan?" before sending the prince flying. Kushan desperately launches himself forward once more, but Knox smashes him into the floorboards with a single, crushing blow. Dazed, Kushan can only stare in disbelief. How can he still move? A smirk plays on Knox's lips. Knox leans in. "Curious how I'm still standing after that nasty toxin. I don't share secrets with those who try to end my life." Our hero, of course, saw this coming from a mile away. To understand how, we flash back to earlier, just as he was leaving the inn. On the way back, he calmly informs Alina it's silver-faced scorpion venom, harmless on its own, but mixed with certain foods, it becomes a fast-acting poison. "Kushan will use this to make a move on me." He tells her to prepare an antidote. Confused, Alina asks, "How could you possibly know that?" He offers no answer, thinking to himself, "I've played through this exact scenario dozens of times." His gaze turns cold. Since when do you question my orders? Just do as I say. She can only mutter, so overbearing, and so cool. Even if they send soldiers, it's useless. He's already planned for that too. His mind drifts to the Black Sword Knights, House Reinher's elite guard. He wonders if Tiles secretly dispatched them. That man's affection for his youngest is almost suffocating. He knew the Black Sword Knights were masters of stealth. In the game, they were legendary, but against his all-seeing eyes, their skills are nothing. Eyes that have mastered this stage countless times over. With them by his side, there's nothing to fear. Not even if an entire army stood against him. Back in the present, he stares down at Prince Kushan. How foolish. Trying to take down a direct heir of House Reinher. He wonders silently, does he truly believe this will avenge his father? Enraged, the prince shouts, "Don't speak of my father!" and charges. This time, our young master dodges with effortless grace. Kushan remembers the rumors, The youngest of House Reinher was just a pampered weakling. But how could that weakling move with such skill? None of his attacks are even close to landing. Every single strike is parried with ease. A small smile forms as he measures the prince's abilities. Being royalty, Kushan knows the fundamentals, but his true skill is barely intermediate. There's no need to even use a special skill. Finally, he seizes him by the neck, slams him down, and demands, "Who put you up to this?" Kushan grits his teeth. "This was my own decision." Our hero's eyes narrow, unconvinced. "So you'll hide the truth until the very end?" He calls for his guard, Christopher. Instantly, Christopher appears, dropping to one knee. "Your loyal servant awaits your command. I would walk through fire for you." The young master's reply is blunt. First, be quiet. Second, make him kneel. Without a moment's delay, Christopher forces the prince down. "Kneel before my master." He studies the prince's defiant face. Those eyes are full of blame. "Tell me, Kushan, what do you think ruined your kingdom? Was it me, or was it your sister?" The prince remains silent, so he presses on with another question. "Are you truly where you are meant to be?" Kushan snaps back bitterly. "What would you know about it? You were born into a great house. You've never known struggle." But the young master's voice is calm. "Even without that kind of burden, there are things I understand." He then asks, "Do you know why you're still alive? That fated throne you cling to. It still has its uses." Kushan scoffs at the thought. "This throne is worthless. I never wanted it." The swordsman replies, "Whether you want it or not, you were born to it. If you won't bear its weight, then who will? Who could possibly take your place? Become a vessel for Tajilan, and I will show you the truth." But first, our hero reveals a truth of his own. "I did absolutely nothing to your sister." The prince's entire world is shaken by those words. Meanwhile, in a bustling city market, a group of men watch the dancers. One asks an older man, "Why has Knox come to Tajilan?" The old man shakes his head, "I don't know. Even with all our eyes and ears, we've found nothing." Knox's move was bold. Bringing private troops was a direct challenge to Tajilan's honor. A wise elder spoke up, wondering what could be done. With House Reinher and Tayo involved, things were complicated. For now, they can only watch. A silent agreement hangs in the air. Just then, Krazor enters the gathering, declaring this is their chance. An elder demands to know what he means. Krazor reveals his plan. Now is the time to deal with the prince. This is their moment. Confused glances are exchanged. Another man protests that it's too soon. Krazor scoffs, asking if they didn't witness the prince's ultimate humiliation. A prince of a kingdom kneeling before a noble. It was a complete disgrace. With public trust at its lowest, he urges them to remove both the prince and Knox's allies. One man hesitates, reminding them this is the youngest son of the powerful house, Reinher. Krazor calmly reveals he's already dosed Knox's meal, and the prince himself has vowed to end him. An old man chuckles, seeing the plan. They'll blame Knox's fall on the prince and ignite a war in the chaos. He marvels at Krazor's cunning, calling him the only one who could devise such a scheme. But they are not alone. Knox and Prince Kusan are hidden, listening to every treacherous word. Knox turns to the prince, asking what he thinks now that the truth is revealed. Disgusted, the prince mutters that it's absolutely repulsive. Elsewhere, a figure named Lies begins to help Princess Arya. She whispers questions to the princess. Why did the king and queen fall? Does she truly not know why her kingdom is in ruins? She plants a dark thought it's all because of her incompetent brother, a weakling who lacks the will to rule. The accusation hits the princess like a tidal wave as she rejects the claim. Arya insists it's a lie, but Lies calmly tells her that letting go will make everything easier. She coaxes the princess to leave everything to her and live inside a long, happy dream. A beautiful, yet fragile illusion. Arya whispers that she can't move or speak, wondering if this is the end. A soft voice asks if she can still hear. Suddenly, Arya's eyes snap open, and she demands to know who is there. She pleads with the voice to get her out of this place. Liz assures her that if it's what she truly wants, it will be done. In fact, she was planning on it anyway. A strange power begins to flow back into Arya's limbs. She wonders what is happening as her vision clears and she looks around. Meanwhile, the prince finally speaks to the young swordsman. He confesses that he believed all of Krazor's lies about their kingdom, its people, and its politics. Knox doesn't hold back, blaming the prince's weakness for always letting others decide for him. The prince now understands the source of his pain, asking how he can possibly fix it. The swordsman points to Arya and Liz, telling him to ask them instead. Arya calls to her brother, and he rushes to her side, their hands meeting in a tight grip. He frantically asks if she's all right and demands to know what happened. Knox provides the stunning answer. She was under Krazor's mind control. The prince is speechless. He wonders if Krazor could be a demonic human. The swordsman confirms this dark truth, stating that Krazor worships demons. As the prince struggles to accept this, Knox reveals that he too was partially under Krazor's influence. But now that he knows the truth, the spell is breaking, which explains his recent headaches. He assures the prince it will pass, and that soon his true path will become clear. Without warning, Lee leaps forward, her fist connecting squarely with the prince's jaw. She explodes with fury, telling him if he fails to make a decision now, she'll display his head on the royal tower. She screams that all of this happened because of Krazor's tyranny and his own cowardice. The young master knew Leo would be livid. It all began with Krazor's fabricated story. Through insidious mind control, the court mage ruled from the shadows, corrupting the kingdom from within. He is a demonic human whose true goal is to revive Greery, one of the 72 dark entities. This is why the brainwashed king and queen turned on their own family, leading the enraged Archive Empire to order their subjugation. In the end, Tyle, Rodwell, and Christopher ... along with the merciless Black Sword Knights, brought about the fall of Tajilin's king. Knox recalls the devastating moment he learned this truth. The truth had struck him. He says he saw it. Lisa's fury and Kushan's sorrow were just echoes of a single tragic event. They were both suffering from the same wound. In this struggle, there were no victors or vanquished. No one was truly innocent, and no one could be wholly condemned. The swordsman told them not to misplace their anger, at the very least. It's already too late, Liza cried out. She pointed at the prince, who still couldn't find his resolve. If only he'd had a shred of courage. Perhaps Saren and the children from the slums could have been saved. Even so, the young warrior advised gently, if we don't face the past, we can never grow. He urged her to find the strength to press on, no matter how harsh reality seemed. As she looked at Knox, she saw a reflection of her own pain. In that moment, she understood. He was just like her. Tears began to fall as she realized he knew everything. The helplessness of losing those you love, the crushing weight of duty, and the desperate wish to simply disappear from the world. Arya faced her brother, her spirit renewed. This time, she vowed, I will move forward with you. There are still things worth protecting. The prince gratefully accepted. Suddenly, a system window appeared. The trait loyalty within Kushan Adran had blossomed. Kushin's loyalty to Knox surged to 100%. From now on, his devotion would be absolute. I will not run away again, the prince declared. The swordsman smiled, pleased. He had secured them both. Kushan and Liège would become two of his most powerful allies. Just like Marin, he would give them his full support. Liège felt her fury find its true target. You are not the man the rumors claim you are, she told him. You saved us, Arya added sincerely. He simply replied, I only cleared the path. You were the ones who chose to walk it. But a new crisis was already unfolding outside the palace gates. A massive crowd demanded the removal of the incompetent Prince Kushan to usher in a new era. The mob chanted for Lord Krazer to be crowned the new king. The young master smirked. It's a bit early for thanks. He let them know the real challenge was just beginning. This is a battle against our true enemy. Protesters filled the city, shouting that the kingdom couldn't be left to a failing prince and princess. They demanded the royals be found, believing Lord Krazer was their only hope. At that very moment, Lord Krazer reflected on his long journey. His mind drifted back to his childhood as a boy with nothing. He knew that some are born with talent and noble status, but most live their lives never knowing such fortune. He was a commoner, born with empty hands. Then one day a woman appeared. She called him weak, but saw the ambition burning in his eyes. She warned him that his meager talent and humble origins would only hold him back. She prophesied he would achieve nothing, wandering aimlessly until forgotten by time. It's unfair, she had said. Opportunity should be granted to all. She offered him a chance, a path to rise from nothingness by any means necessary. Even if it meant using others, even if it meant a deal with the shadows. Now, he believed his moment had finally arrived. With the immense power granted by Duke Grimmery, he had made his choice long ago. He wouldn't just become somebody important. He would claim the entire kingdom for himself. In the city, the crowd grew restless, asking if the prince had been found. An old man ordered them to locate him at once. Suddenly, Prince Kushan appeared. There's no need to search any longer. Lord Krazer was completely caught off guard by the prince's sudden arrival. What is the meaning of this? Kushan asked him directly. Krazer was baffled. This wasn't the prince consumed by revenge. The boy who had been cowering in his shell until just recently. The young man standing before him was transformed, exuding a brilliant and undeniable kingly aura. Krazer then felt a chill. The strange haze over the royals had vanished completely. Nothing made sense. The prince's eyes bore into him, filled with deep disappointment. I trusted you like a brother, but you never cared about protecting our home. You only wanted to steal this land, the land our fathers built with their own hands. Krazer scoffs, warning he still doesn't grasp the real danger. Who was it that hid away for 2 years in despair? He points to the crowd. Look at the people who suffered because of you. Can't you see the sorrow in their eyes? Then, with a twisted smile, Krazer thanks the prince. Because of him, his own fury finally has a target. Instantly, the crowd erupts, chanting against the prince. Krazer thinks to himself, perfect. The angry mob will do all the work for him. He won't have to lift a single finger. But just then, a new voice cuts in. Knox steps forward. I don't normally meddle in family squabbles, he says, but this is an exception. He looks at the crowd, calling them a pathetic group of fools. Krazer is stunned to see him, a smirk on his face. This worthless brat, an arrogant punk with nothing but a family name. How dare he? What business does a noble of House Reinher have here? Knox replies without a moment's hesitation. He accuses Krazer of starting the war 2 years ago and betraying the late king. You're nothing more than a demon's lapdog. A wave of shock ripples through the crowd. Knox then turns to them. You fools, you don't even realize you're committing treason. He tells them to use their heads for once. When did the king and queen suddenly decide to rebel? And when did your kingdom's friendship with the Archime Empire suddenly go sour? He tells them it all began the moment that Monster Crazer became the court mage. A man in the crowd gasps. Now that he mentions it, the king's strange rebellion. The war. It all starts to make sense. Suddenly, a sharp pain shoots through the crowd. Everyone clutches their heads in agony. They cry out, their heads feeling like they're about to split open. The prince understands immediately. It's the mind control breaking. Not just them, but all the nobles had been under its wicked influence. Grazier roars at the crowd, warning them not to be fooled. He is the one who brought ruin to this kingdom. Do you really trust the word of House Reinher? Turning to Knox, he demands proof. If you keep spreading these lies, I can no longer guarantee your safety. Knox just laughs at the pathetic threat, and without warning, he leaps directly into the crowd. His guard, Christopher, shouts, "My lord, it's dangerous!" But the young noble just smiles. It's not dangerous at all. In fact, it's the exact opposite. Watch, he says. Not a single one of these cowards will dare to touch me. Knox then addresses the stunned crowd once more. Crazer promised you endless wealth, but he only used you for his own gain. Now you start a rebellion without any real resolve. It's truly shameful. A man yells back, outraged, "How dare you insult us?" Another scoffs. House Reinher has no right to say that. Suddenly, one of them lunges forward to attack. But before the blow can land, Knox strikes him down with a single, swift motion. The crowd gasps, shocked. He actually struck him? They demand he'd stay out of their affairs, but Knox stands his ground. Open your eyes and see clearly. See who you've truly turned against and who has been blinding you all this time. He turns to the prince and declares that tonight a new king will be born in this kingdom. Now, prince, show them your true power. Kashan obeys his master's command, stepping forward to unleash an attack on the nobles. Lies joins in, telling the commoners to rise up and fight. Enraged, Crazier screams, "How dare you, low-born mongrels, raise a hand against me?" May and Alina hurl magical potions, and Christopher dives into the battle. Realizing the fight is lost, Crazier begins to panic. He knows he has to turn the tables. He summons a massive fireball and hurls it straight toward Livia.